entire incident. But there are differences in as far as the firing incident is concerned or not, because what Khan sir earlier claimed that in fact he saw that 8 to 10 rounds of firing took place when this entire ruckus was going on outside his coaching center. But soon after, the senior police officials came and began with the investigations in the entire case, he changed his statement and he said that he's not aware of any firing incident having taken place. So the police right now is investigating the case, but the police has also, in fact, confirmed that there's no incident of firing has taken place outside Khan sir's coaching center. However, early morning today, we are seeing that the coaching center of Khan sir is not operating. It's closed right now. Hundreds of children are all standing outside his coaching center, but right now Khan sir is not taking any classes and he is cooperating with the police as far as investigations is concerned.
All right, Rohit, thank you for getting us those details. So different versions. The police are now claiming that there was no firing outside Khan sir's coaching institute, which was being claimed by Khan sir. And he had claimed that he heard 8 to 10 rounds of firing, but the police conducted investigation and the cops have claimed that there was no firing. In fact, Khan sir had also said that a security guard was also injured in this firing. But what we are also learning is that he later backtracked on the claim that there was firing outside the coaching institute and blamed the rival coaching center Gyan Bindu for it. And some more breaking news coming in. Tensions continue to escalate between US and Iran. Now, what we're learning is that the United States fired a missile, a Hellfire missile on a tanker that was moving towards Iran. So the US military fired a Hellfire missile at a tanker which was heading towards Iran on Tuesday as part of a blockade being imposed by President Donald Trump, who is pressing Tehran to negotiate a peace agreement on his terms. And remember, this is not the first time that the US has done so. The US military Central Command posted a video showing the missile strike the tanker and also said that it targeted the Botswana flagged MT Lexi's engine room, disabling it. So the ship's crew ignored repeated warnings, failing to comply with directions from the US forces multiple times over a 24-hour period. This is what the US Central Command is claiming, that there were warnings that were issued to the tanker, but those warnings were ignored by the tanker for 24 hours, and that is when finally the US forces attacked this tanker through using a Hellfire missile. India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay is now joining us with more details on this. Pranay, yet another attack on a tanker by the United States amid the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz that still continues, and they're claiming that several warnings were issued to the tanker, but those were ignored and hence the firing.
Absolutely, Anjali, and this visual clearly indicates that the U.S. naval blockade is not only there, but they are implementing and they are enforcing that naval blockade through the military means. And this clearly shows that the West Asia tensions are still ongoing. There is no diplomatic breakthrough. There is no diplomatic solution to this entire conflict. And unfortunately, the visuals of those missiles flying in the West Asian skies have returned. In fact, Iran has claimed that they have targeted, the IRGC has targeted the locations or the positions of the American forces in Bahrain and in Kuwait, though the US forces and the respective country forces have also claimed that the attacks have been intercepted and in fact no damage caused by these missiles fired by the Iranian forces. But clearly this shows that even after 95 days of this conflict, there is no breakthrough, there is no solution. And in fact, as far as the MT Lexi case is concerned,
right.
US is implementing the naval blockade, and because this ship was approaching towards the Iranian coast, and that's why they have stopped this.
All right, Pranay, do stay with us. So the naval blockade by the United States in the Strait of Hormuz continues. And amid the blockade, there was a tanker that was heading towards Iran, which was being warned by the US forces. But because US forces claim that because those warnings were ignored for 24 hours, that is when the US forces carried out this attack, firing Hellfire missile at this tanker. In fact, some more news coming in. West Asia war has reignited. Iran fired missiles at US bases. And the Revolutionary Guard Corps has claimed missile and drone attack on US 5th Fleet headquarters and military facilities. So, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has released visuals. These are the visuals which have been released by the IRGC, which claim to show that it is the response to alleged US military actions in the region. And in the statement, they have claimed that an Iranian oil tanker near the Strait of Hormuz was struck by an aerial projectile and which caused damage to its engine room. And it also said that it retaliated by targeting a vessel identified as Panaya, which it described as belonging to the American Zionist enemy. Iran further claimed that US forces carried out another strike against an IRGC communications tower in southern Kashmir Island. So attacks, counterattacks, statements, counter-statements, and both the sides are claiming that these are retaliatory strikes or self-defense strikes which they are carrying out. But the key point is that the war has resumed. The West Asia war has been reignited. There were peace talks which were going on, but it seems like those peace talks have been kept aside, and now we're back to witnessing attacks and counterattacks from both the sides. My colleague Pranay continues to stay with us. Pranay, we're showing our viewers the visuals that have been released by the IRGC of the attacks that were carried out at the US base in Kuwait. And this clearly shows, we've seen also how US forces have carried out the attacks on Kashmir and also on the tanker. This clearly shows that the war has resumed and the peace talks have been again kept on the side.
Absolutely, Anjali. And if you see in last 48 hours, this is going up on the escalatory metrics. The way both countries are resuming their, their strikes. Both United States and Iran has claimed that they have targeted respective, positions or the military sites. In fact, United States military or the CENTCOM has put out statements in last 48 hours claiming that they have targeted different locations, be it Gorak or be it Kashmir Island, and various other locations from where the Iran is either maintaining their radar positions or their missile launch sites. On the other side, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard (IRGC) has also claimed that they have targeted different positions of the U.S. military, be it in Kuwait or in Bahrain, where the attacks are originating against Iran, and that's why they have targeted these positions. Though there are claims that made by the U.S. CENTCOM as well as the Bahrain Defense Forces and the Kuwaiti Defense Forces that they have neutralized the missiles launched by the Iranian side. But certainly this is the most worrisome trend that these military strikes have returned to the Persian Gulf.
Absolutely, Pranay. The military strikes have returned. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. So the military strikes have returned. The war has been reignited. The peace talks, there was no breakthrough in the peace talks, and hence both the sides have returned to attacking each other once again. And now shifting focus to DK Shivakumar's oath ceremony, and there's a big update. DK Shivakumar has spoken on the cabinet ministers who will be taking oath along with him at the oath-taking ceremony today, and the list will be out at 10 a.m. today. This is what DK Shivakumar has himself claimed. So DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah pushed for loyalists in the cabinet. There was a meeting, high-level meeting, which was held in the national capital yesterday, which was supposed to happen on Monday, but it was postponed and happened on Tuesday. And DKS to take oath along with 12 ministers. This is what we are learning, and the names will be out at 10 a.m. DK Shivakumar himself announced this, and we also have the inside scoop on the probable names, which include G. Parmeshwara, Satish Jarkiholi, who are likely to take oath today, and MB Patil and Priyank Khadge will also be a part of the cabinet, DKS cabinet. Further cabinet expansion is likely after June 18, but these are the big probable names that are likely to be a part of the cabinet today and who will be taking oath with DK Shivakumar today at the event.
ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೆಸರುಗಳು ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕೃತ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಾಳೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆನೋ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ದೆಹಲಿಯವರು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯನ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಂತಿಮ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ದೆಹಲಿಯವರು ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಾಜಭವನ್ಗೆ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾಳೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಭವನದ ಒಂದು ಭೂಮಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕವಾದ ದಿನ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆ ಒಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಸಮಿತಿಯವರು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋ ಭವನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ, ಖರ್ಗೆ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರನ್ನ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬೀಳ್ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ.
And my colleagues Anaga and Sagai are now joining us on this story with more details. Anaga, what we're learning is that 12 ministers are likely to take oath with DK Shivakumar today at the oath-taking ceremony. Give us more details. What more details are we gathering? Who are the top names in this list of 12 ministers?
In fact, we are learning that G. Parameshwara is likely to get a Deputy Chief Minister post. Other than that, there is M.B. Patil, who is a very strong Lingayat leader from the North Karnataka district. Then there is Priyank Kharge, son of Mallikarjun Kharge. Many members from DK Shivakumar's camp and Siddaramaiah's camp. The likes of Bhairati Suresh, who is very, very close to Siddaramaiah, will also get a cabinet berth. Of course, deliberations are underway with respect to Zamir Ahmed. Remember, he is extremely close to Siddaramaiah, a very staunch supporter of him. He has openly given statements backing Siddaramaiah and rubbing shoulders against DK Shivakumar. So a lot of deliberations about the possible induction of Zamir Ahmed. While all this is underway, the post of KPCC's president is also yet to be taken a call on. Satish Jarkiholi has made it clear that he wants a cabinet minister's post. So therefore, a lot of questions about who is going to get the crucial KPCC president's post.
Absolutely. Anaga, do stay with us. Sagai also continues to stay with us. Sagai, so what we're learning is that 12 ministers will be taking oath. The list will be out at 10 a.m. But let's also talk about the move of the Congress High Command that has been taken with regard to Siddaramaiah, as he has been made a member of the Congress Working Committee, which is one of the most powerful bodies of the Congress.
Absolutely. He'll be the permanent member of Congress Working Committee. And remember that he was part of that particular committee, but on an invite basis, as a special invite basis, as a Chief Minister of Karnataka. Now he has made a Congress Working Committee. So probably they want to send across a message to Siddaramaiah stating that you are important, you might be required for 2029 elections. And you should also understand that many believe that being Siddaramaiah in DK Shivakumar's government might be a hurdle for him. He might pull strings against DK Shivakumar. And the High Command also understand the problem of sitting outgoing Chief Minister in the cabinet. And they are also trying to convince him and trying to bring him to Delhi. And probably this particular decision of High Command is the first step to persuade Siddaramaiah to ensure that he comes to Delhi and help AICC for
But he has
2029.
clearly not shown much interest in national politics. Sagai and Anaga, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Siddaramaiah's demands are also being respected by the Congress High Command. The Congress High Command has made sure that Siddaramaiah is not sidelined, and in fact he has been made a member of the Congress Working Committee. So after days, weeks and months of deliberations and drama, a new leader will finally sit on the throne of Karnataka. DK Shivakumar is set to be sworn in as the Chief Minister in what will be a high-profile yet low-key ceremony at Lok Bhavan. But while the face at the top is changing, the balance of power within the government appears largely unchanged. Sources tell India Today that DK Shivakumar and 12 ministers will take oath in the first phase, with the Congress High Command clearing 11 names so far after a crucial meeting in Delhi attended by both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar, and the list is also expected to be out at around 10 a.m. today. Deliberations are said to be still underway to finalize the remaining cabinet berths, and several leaders from the outgoing Siddaramaiah government are expected to retain their positions, including G. Parameshwara, K.H. Muniyappa, K.J. George, M.B. Patil, Priyank Kharge, Ramalinga Reddy and Dinesh Gundu Rao. Sources also indicate that G. Parameshwara is likely to be the lone Deputy Chief Minister in the new dispensation. Meanwhile, Siddaramaiah has been made CWC member, which is the Congress Working Committee. At the same time, his key loyalists such as Bhairati Suresh and KJ George are expected to make the cut, while his son Yatindra is also likely to be inducted into the cabinet.
I don't tell it was not a dream. It was a dedication. Dedication with hard work. So it was a tough, troubling times. Though it has been delayed, it was not been denied. So the entire party, I feel that there is not Shivakumar here. It is a Congress worker who stood on this democratic setup with the history of the Congress party.
गाड़ी तो है ना, गाड़ी अच्छा है, गाड़ी चल रहा है, सिर्फ चलाने वाले बदल गए हैं, गाड़ी तो भागेगा ना। वो कहते कि इंजन खराब है, सिर्फ ड्राइवर नहीं हम रिपेयर करने के लिए इतना लोग हैं, हम रिपेयर करेंगे, स्पेयर पार्ट करेंगे, टायर बदल देंगे, सब कुछ हम कर देंगे, हम है इसके लिए।
In fact, outgoing Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is ensuring that his legacy is protected even after DK Shivakumar assumes office as the Chief Minister. So here we get you the Siddaramaiah loyalists that are likely to make the cut for DK Shivakumar. So the first and foremost is G. Parmeshwara, who's a long-time Siddaramaiah ally who backed him through key Congress power battles in Karnataka. In fact, he was the State Home Minister in the Siddaramaiah cabinet. Then comes K.H. Muniappa. He's a senior Dalit face seen as part of Siddaramaiah's social coalition strategy. Next is KJ George, who's a trusted Siddaramaiah loyalist and one of his strongest Bengaluru region backers. Then comes Krishna Gowda, who's considered close to Siddaramaiah's governance and governance-oriented and reform-driven camp. Next is MB Patil, who's a senior Lingayat leader who has aligned with Siddaramaiah on key political decisions. And next is Priyank Kharge, who's seen as part of Siddaramaiah's younger leadership bloc within Karnataka Congress, and he's of course the son of Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge. Then comes Satish Jarkiholi, who's a powerful organizational leader who has often stood firmly with Siddaramaiah. In fact, his name is also being considered for the KPCC chief post. And then comes Ramalinga Reddy, who's a veteran Congress face known to be politically aligned with Siddaramaiah in Bengaluru politics. Then comes Dinesh Gundu Rao, loyal Congress insider who has consistently backed Siddaramaiah's leadership line. And then comes Bhairati Suresh, who is an emerging Bengaluru leader seen as politically close to the Siddaramaiah camp. Next is Ishwar Khandre, who is a senior Hyderabad Karnataka leader viewed as part of Siddaramaiah's regional support network, and two new names, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, Siddaramaiah's son and political heir apparent, now emerging at the center of Karnataka Congress power equations. And the other one is UT Khadar, who's a coastal Karnataka Congress heavyweight who's seen as maintaining warm ties with Siddaramaiah leadership. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today, but do stay with us for a special broadcast on the Karnataka DKS Shivakumar swearing-in ceremony on the other side.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The action never stops and neither do we. From breaking updates to match analysis, from big moments to bigger conversation. This is where sports comes alive, fast, sharp, unfiltered, for the fans who want every update, every story, every headline first. Welcome to Sports Today, your destination for everything sports. Press that bell icon and subscribe now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Harm your baby's brain. A new AIMS study raises a serious red flag, linking early screen exposure in infants to autism-like signs by the age of 3. Experts say, ideally, no screen should be given before 18 months and best avoided till the age of 3. Well, the concern isn't just screens. It's what they replace. They replace eye contact, talking, play, and human connection. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Well, it's widely being seen as the cases of digital autism seem to be increasing. These early years, especially the first 1,000 days, are critical for brain development. Too much screen time may disrupt how a child learns to communicate and interact. So too much screen time may disrupt how a child learns to communicate and interact. Doctors say screens don't directly cause autism, but excessive early exposure may increase the risk. So before handing over that phone to calm your child, pause, think, because for a growing brain, nothing beats human interaction.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Bengaluru, beautiful city, great weather, but what do you always hear about the city? Terrible traffic, bad infrastructure, one rain and it's a mess. A change of guard in Karnataka, but we wanted to put the focus on what Bengalurians want. What is the change they want from their ministers, from the government? We're going to talk about that. Yes, there's a whole lot of good in Bengaluru. There's also some bad. Let's fix that, shall we? Join me. Let's have a chat with some Bengaluru. Hello. Hi. Hello, ma'am. Hi. So we're seated here in a cozy Bengaluru cafe to have a not so cozy conversation, and one that must be had every single time in Bengaluru, about the civic mess in the city and what needs to be done to address it. So we've got with us on this breakfast table, I've got Srinivas Alavilli, who is with the WRI India. So you work with the government on civic governance and mobility, which is why I think it's great to have you with us on the panel. We have Revati Ashok, BPAC CEO, and we know, of course, of all the work that BPAC does, ma'am, on changing and seeking accountability in Bengaluru. And finally, we have Sandeep Aniruddhan, Citizens Agenda for Bengaluru, convener of the group. And so you see that we've got Bengalurians who care about the city joining us. Naga, fellow Bengalurian, I know you have a lot to crib about on the city as well. First of all, I'll begin by apologizing for being late, courtesy the Bangalore traffic. And Srinivas, do you think it'll ever change, this tag of Bengaluru being the worst city, the most congested city, only on traffic?
I mean, traffic is a side effect of growth. So first you have to acknowledge that we have traffic because we have unbelievable growth.
But every city has growth.
Every city has growth and every city has traffic. Maybe not as much as Bengaluru because we didn't have a public transport system like say Mumbai Local or Delhi Metro. But now we're catching up. For example, our metro network is at 96 kilometers now. It will go to about 200 kilometers in the next 3 years. We're adding a lot of metro line this year itself in 2026. So depends on who you ask. If you ask the 10 lakh people that travel by metro, there is no traffic problem. In Mumbai, there's no traffic problem for the 75 lakh people that travel by train. In Delhi, there's no traffic problem for the 1 crore people that travel by metro. So public transport, rapid public transport is what changes the attitude towards traffic. And Bangalore has missed the boat. Wherever we are, we should have been there 5 years ago. Big mistake. We didn't have a proper coordination. There's something called BMLTA that was created by law, formed, and yet not operational. So there is no coordination. The suburban train has been a big disappointment. We could have had it running by now. But now, finally, the train is moving, so to speak, right? In 2027, you will see suburban train coming. Maybe 30 years late, right? So now with metro and suburban train and bus, which has been the single biggest hero that Bengaluru has. See, the traffic problem, Akshita, is really a problem of what you want to do with it, right? If you choose to go in a car in a long distance from central Bengaluru here to Outer Ring Road, you'll be stuck in traffic. If you choose to be on a purple line or green line, you may not have a traffic. So your mileage will vary. Yes, there is a traffic, but it comes from the growth. Speaking of growth and brand Bengaluru, I was just looking up the numbers, and Bengaluru, Karnataka has about 5% population of India, but 10% of all jobs created. So it is a job creation engine for the entire country, right? The number of formal jobs created in Bengaluru is higher than any other city. Now that's the economic boost that Bengaluru is giving India. What is India giving back to Bengaluru?
And the question
Do we have that kind of investment coming into infrastructure or not is a very big question, and I'm hoping that in the next few years we will see that happen.
That's a point I'll take forward in a bit, but just your opening comments, Revati ma'am, on how Bengaluru operates right now. The constant question is whether the result and the reason we see this, civic collapse very often is because of corruption in the city. Do you think so? Do you think that is the number one issue that first needs to be weeded out?
So I think corruption is there in every city. I don't think India is full of corruption. You can't say Bengaluru is more corrupt than Delhi or Chennai is less corrupt than Bangalore. I don't think we can make those kinds of statements. I think in spite of corruption, does the system still work is the question we have to ask ourselves. There is corruption everywhere. The thing is, are the civic authorities doing enough monitoring of all the projects? First of all, are we thinking big enough? As a city of 14 million people, we still think very small. We don't think big projects. We don't think 20 years ahead. We don't think 25 years. It's always quick fix. Can I put one small tunnel? Can I do a small thing? It's always a quick fix. Unless we have confidence in ourselves that we are a big city, we must be bold, we must think big, then aspirationally we will think of solutions which are grander and bigger
But you think that's
and ahead of time. We are always 15 years behind time.
By we, you mean the politicians? Who do you mean? The planners? What is it?
For the longest time, we had one urban planner in the whole city. I'm glad to say after 10 years of advocacy, we now have 5 corporations. It took 10 years for this it's like an elephant doing a slow walk, 10 years later, we have 5 corporations. Now at least, hopefully, we will get some attention. And in each of these corporations, now we have 3 urban planners. Therefore, 1 urban planner, 1 designer, and 1 transportation.
No, but these 5 corporations, is it even good enough? Because the same model was formed in Delhi and it collapsed and they merged back. So Bangalore...
It's also a question of governance, right? A lot of thought has gone into the governance of it. And it's up to us citizens also to make sure that we constantly engage with all these people and make things happen. But the fact is, from 1 urban planner for the entire city, we have now 15.
That's good.
That's fantastic, really fantastic.
No, and I must
five
say,
urban transport planners, 5 urban designers, 5 urban planners. So in all, we have made a strength of 15. Now the question is, are we giving them the autonomy to work on things, or are we making them coordinators?
Bengalurians that way, I feel, are a lot more active in seeking change in your city than other cities, which is great to see, right? That there's a lot of citizen-led movements. So many of you are a part of it too, where you push for change, and we see that happen slowly, but it happens. The messaging that I'm getting from Srinivas, from Revati ma'am, Sandeep, is that change is finally happening, that we seem to be on the right track. Do you think so? That we finally headed there? Or am I being too optimistic?
So, Akshita, it is true that all of us in Bangalore, we have very passionate civic activists. We're very passionate about our city. We do a lot, maybe a little more than other cities. But unfortunately, the last 3 decades is a showcase of failure. What we've been asking for and what we're achieving is very little. Although we do celebrate those little victories, it's not going to do anything to solve the problems of our city because they're so huge. And what does Brand Bengaluru stand for today? It stands for traffic gridlock, congestion, illegal layouts, illegal construction, illegal buildings, illegal commercialization.
It also stands for, a young crowd, IT city.
Okay.
The point is, the goods, I guess.
Yeah. But the point I'm making is we can have a well-managed city and we can have a slum. We are veering very dangerously towards becoming a complete slum. Look at all the indicators. We've had 70% green cover just 5 decades ago. Today it's 2%. We've had about 30% wetland cover. It's less than 5% now. So we've literally destroyed 97% of our blue-green cover in just 5 decades. What is there to celebrate about it? It's just becoming a concrete slum. You look at concretization. Yeah, it's getting extremely worse. And concretization, 5 decades ago was 8%. Today it's 98%. We are becoming a literal concrete slum. Look at most layouts in Bengaluru today. It's over-commercialized. You have sewage flowing on the streets. You have bad roads. You have potholes. And traffic jams throughout the day. There is no livability in the city.
In fact, has been one of the worst maintained for several decades. I've been saying that it's not just Congress, BJP or JDS. All the 3 parties, MLAs over the last 40 years have let down the city
No, I agree.
completely.
There's no one political party.
Just this month, we have seen rains pouring down Bengaluru city. Thousands of trees have fallen down.
Flooding. My God.
Thousands of trees has fallen down. This can't be the situation of a city of Bengaluru, of that stature, where he said 10% of job is being created and people are dying when branches are falling down.
So this is one way of looking at it is the glass half full or half empty, right? Side. So how do you create so many jobs? How do you create so much of buzz so that every second or third GCC that comes in India comes to Bangalore? How do you create residential units for so many people? If situation is so bad and everywhere trees are falling, by the way, these numbers are very exaggerated.
No, we have reported it.
These are not thousands of trees falling. This goes counter to not having green cover. If you have thousands of trees falling, lakhs of trees still exist, right? We have many lakhs of trees. We have lost green cover. Sandeep rightly pointed out in the last 5 decades. Absolutely true. But it's also been recognized that we lost the green cover. ISC reports have stated it 10 years ago. There is a program to green the city and all of that. Is it successful? Definitely not. A lot more needs to be done. But I want you to consider this. An important point that almost never gets discussed. Akshita, you came here from Delhi to cover the political developments of Karnataka, right?
Correct.
A few weeks ago, your entire team is in Chennai to cover the developments there. Not just you, but every single channel, everyone who is who of media was camped there.
Agreed.
Why were you there? Because you already had a Chennai team. You had to go there so that you can do coverage, right?
Scale it up.
Scale it up. So the same scale it up needs to happen for the government, right? The number of engineers, the number of Paura Karmikas, that's what didn't happen in Bangalore. So while the city is growing, population is growing, tree cover is dropping, vehicles, we now register 2,000 vehicles a day. You can ask, how come people are buying 2,000 vehicles a day if they're always all the time stuck in traffic? So you can tell that people still find it important to have that vehicle, buy second vehicle and all of that, because the aspiration and the economic growth that people are experiencing is phenomenal. They won't find any other place like this. At least so far they haven't found it. If you ask many old Bangaloreans, including Nag and many others, will say, can we stop the migration for a little while? But is that the right thing for India? We have, I don't know, 15 lakh people.
No, I agree. You
15
can't do
lakh
that.
people come into Bengaluru in the last 3 years. Tell me which other
But
city
how do you
has seen
find the
that?
balance then?
I'm coming to that point. So therefore, we have to, like what Revati ma'am said, how are you monitoring these projects? Why we have a top heavy and bottom weak governance structure. We have 5,000 vacant positions for engineers and all of that. So if you ask me what should the next focus of the next CM should be, is to increase the capacity of governance. Like India today figured out that you need more hands on deck to do a good job, you need to figure out that you need to have more hands on the deck to fix the city, to address the falling trees, to address the drains, to monitor the contractors that were given the job. If you are spending public money, there has to be public accountability.
No, there is no accountability.
So one of the reason the accountability doesn't work is one chief commissioner or one commissioner cannot be everywhere in a city of 800, 1200 kilometers. So if you can have growth of real estate, growth of vehicles, growth of population, I'm asking where is the growth in the size of the government? Where is the growth in the number of engineers? So if we set this as an agenda, you go towards solutions instead of recounting all the issues we already know, right? Because we can tell that the city is growing. People love the city.
And not just the officials. Bangalore doesn't have a sitting corporator since 2020. 2015 was the last election. It's been almost a decade since the last election.
Greatly delayed.
Yeah, BJP delayed it, and now Congress government has been delaying it for the last 3 years. And as recently as last month, the election was supposed to be held. Now they've pushed it to August for their own benefit, because no party MLA want corporators to be there because it's money involved. As simple as that.
Sandeep,
So see, we all know what the problem is, and we know how the problems are rolling out. But what we need to understand is that it needs a systemic fix. And where does the systemic fix lie? It is not in just saying, oh, this government should do this, there should be more people that. We have prescribed systems in the Constitution. If you go to the 74th Amendment of the Constitution, which was passed in 1992, that is well before this boom started in Bangalore. It's well before the IT boom happened. If we had implemented 74th Amendment, we would have had a Metropolitan Planning Committee for the city, which would have been the planning authority. We would have had master planning. Both of these have been missing for the city. It's really not about the scale of the city. It's not
because
about
that's the excuse that constantly comes in. You ask politicians, they say, you can't help it. That Bangalore just doesn't have the space.
The prescription in the Constitution clearly lays out how, whether you're a small city or a big city, you have a planning authority. You have a system for planning and a system for bottom-up planning. The governments don't do this because they don't like bottom-up planning. They want to do top-down. That's what they end up doing, and it leads to the mess what Sinu is saying. They're not competent enough, so they can't do it. If you had bottom-up planning as prescribed in the Constitution, the city would have had a robust, well-planned growth. We didn't deserve this because it's already in the Constitution. We are 36 years late. And we still don't have a Metropolitan Planning Committee.
My view on this
Governance. And if you look at governance, the governance also for the city is laid out in the Constitution that we should have a devolved, decentralized, elected and unified city government. Again, we are missing the boat on it because even if we have elections, we still don't have authority in the corporations that we have formed. The authority still lies in this state government through an illegal, they've formed GBA. It's actually illegal as per the Constitution. It will hold all the power.
Illegal.
It is illegal. It is unconstitutional. It is unconstitutional because the Constitution clearly lays out that the city can have a government which is devolved, decentralized. We cannot have a state government running the city. Yeah. No, the state government should not run the city is what I'm saying. But the politicians in Karnataka always want to run the city because it's a cash cow. They don't like devolution. They don't like decentralization.
Comes back to corruption and all of that.
Exactly. And it's extremely corrupt.
So coming back to, as I said, we like to take refuge in corruption. If you look at other cities which are running better than this, I don't think those cities are less corrupt than us.
100%.
I think corruption is in our DNA. I don't say that we should accept
look at
it.
BMC.
But are we holding the officers accountable at least for the job they are doing? Corruption or otherwise, they should still execute their jobs, right? There are big projects announced. Now, why are they 8 years delayed, 10 years delayed? It is not that the country doesn't have capacity. Why is it the best of contractors refuse to do work with us? There is an L&T that will refuse to do work with us. There is an Adani that will refuse to do work with us. There are all big names that will refuse to work with, and we will pick up small contractors. You look at the state, I mean, this is not even third world. Below third world is the kind of construction capacity, the kind of contracting that we give out. So it all flows down with, again, coming back to having a larger view, saying we've got to fix it. I think we have very smart officers at the top. They have to be bold enough. And
are they powerless? Is that the problem?
Well, I don't want to comment on that, but I think both the politicians and the senior officials, they're all smart people. They must realize that they're really hitting very strongly against the only cow which they have milked it dry.
I mean, they live in the same city.
Unlike Chennai, which has multiple industry points where it can generate a lot of economic activity, Bengaluru has failed to develop other industrial cities in the state. Karnataka has failed to do that in other parts of the state. So if you're not investing properly in this, and you also have to have a governance system, right? You announce large projects. How do you monitor them? Do you go on site? Do you have regular reviews? Make sure, do you put a dashboard?
Transparency. That's all you need.
Put it out there. I mean, it's not for lack of funds.
No,
we have spent
100%
money.
And I ask this, politicians suffer as much as, I mean, not as much as we do, but they're in the same city. They see what's happening in front of them.
They're in the same city, and so are 1.4 crore citizens, right? With the way we are, this conversation is going is, you wake up in the city and we live in some third world subpar city with sewage coming into your beds, and you are not having drinking, the heat is killing. It's not true.
This is all,
these are exaggerations. They are all real problems, but they are also vastly exaggerated. And the core issue is governance.
There's no exaggeration.
There is no exaggeration.
Sorry, exaggeration as in
one rain,
painting.
10 minute of rain in Bangalore, one small downpour.
Flooded across the city.
Same road in the residency road.
Across the city.
It's completely packed because of the stagnation
of water. How do you call 10 kilometers, 2 kilometers of residency road as Bangalore? Bangalore city is
it's in pockets. It's in pockets across the city.
No. I live on Banirghata Road, which is the worst road right now. So I am myself a victim of
that is your opinion because you've only seen that road.
No, hang on. I'm saying Banirghata
road is bad. No.
But I'm coming to a larger point.
He thinks his road is the worst. I think my road is the worst.
The point I'm making is what happened in governance in Bengaluru. As Sandeep rightly pointed out, the root cause for all of this is in democratic decentralization, grassroots planning, powers given to the people, and the third tier of governance, which is the local governance. If you think about it that way, and Revati ma'am has been talking about it for so many people in the city have been advocating for this. Karnataka, for your information, is one of the best states in the country for political and administrative decentralization. Our Panchayat Raj, Ramakrishna Hegde time is still what makes our Karnataka villages so better than any other. Same with urban. We have the ward committees for 20 years now.
Okay, I differ.
Which no other states have implemented.
We have been on ground. India Today has been on ground. We have been reporting 1 month back, Bowring hospital collapse, 7 people dead, 1 person electrocuted. 2 days later, Chickpet, 1 person electrocuted. Just as the wire just collapsed and live electricity was on the street. In the last 3 years, we ourselves have reported about wall collapses, wire being cut off, and then a live electrocution happening, flooding. Every time me and Sagai, my colleague here, the moment it rains, we know that the next morning we have to be out on the streets by 7 a.m. because parts of Bengaluru will be completely flooded. Even after 6-7 hours, the water would not go. That's because of desilting would not be done.
Yeah.
The payment...
You're never prepared for the monsoon, ever.
The tender would have been floated, but there was no one to go check if its mud has been removed from the gutters or not. And that has to be micromanaged, and the officials don't have the time to do it. We don't have the cooperator. MLAs are busy with their own politics, and it largely comes down to people then taking the issue themselves and cleaning the gutter in front of the house.
Okay, so Sandeep, quickly, just a second.
So the problem with our city is we citizens are forced to do a lot of activism. It's not like we want to be activists because the government fails. And although, like I said, we tend to celebrate those little victories which are not complete. So yes, in theory, 5 corporations is a great idea. It leads to more decentralization. I agree with that. But the problem is they are not empowered. They've created, in this legislation, they've created ward committees which have no powers. They have only advisory powers. So in the legislation, they've ensured the ward committees will never work. And why should we even celebrate something that doesn't exist? We have not had ward committees forever. Only places, I mean, we are just claiming. And while, yes, Karnataka has had extremely successful decentralization and devolution in rural parts, which is a Panchayati Raj. We are an absolute zero in urban. This is the contradiction.
Yeah.
We can't celebrate one and say, yeah, that's great for the state. No. Why didn't we have urban devolution for the last 30 years?
I think what Srivas is also highlighting is that there has been a lot of good.
No, this is first of all.
That things have become better, that people come to Bangalore for a reason. There's a certain reputation, yes, of civic
I have
mess,
a big
but there's
problem with
also...
that.
I think
I have a big problem with that. Let me please finish. I have a big problem with Bangalore having to be bear the brunt of all the development that should happen in the entire country. It's fundamentally wrong in terms of policy. We should have a development policy which is spread out. You should have development in all the tier 2, tier 3 cities. You should have development throughout the country.
No,
Why should Bangalore bear the brunt for all this?
But what is it bearing the brunt of?
No, because of this growth, we are unable to cope is the argument,
but it's
right?
a good thing also.
It is not a good thing. Trust
Sadeep,
me.
come on.
No.
It is a good thing.
See, no,
It is
it is not a good thing. It's not a good thing because any geography
grows when there's progress.
Akshita,
it's a two-way street.
Akshita, every city has a limit for growth. We have to understand the geographical limit. You should understand the sustainable limit. You can't grow beyond that.
You can't grow beyond the infrastructure.
grow beyond
you need to have the infrastructure and then the growth. You
but
can't
that's
have
the
the
point.
growth and then plan for the infrastructure.
I think that
This is a failure of policy
he has hit
throughout
the
the
nail.
country.
I agree, failure of policy throughout the country, but we can't say that, okay, we can't open our doors to others simply because Bangalore,
Akshita,
that's it, I'm
for
sorry,
30
this is your
for 30
limit.
For 30 years now, Bangalore has not moved beyond Outer Ring Road.
Now, if the new government and the union government work together, think about the next 20, 30 years of Bengaluru. That's the kind of investment that you need. Bullet trains can be good, but what we need is a regional development,
No, that's a
regional
good
growth.
point. That's
So
a
if
good
we
point.
can get RRTS going in the next couple of years, it will take another 5 years to build it out.
You need to think short term and you need to think long term at the same time.
No, because I'm
we
running-
get stuck.
Yeah.
When we talk to the government, we get stuck in this debate. Oh, Bombay bus population is decreasing. But that is not the comparison. Bombay has multiple rapid transport systems, public transport systems. And we cannot compare our...
No, I completely
our
agree.
Base is the bus.
The situation in these cities are completely different. Geographically, it's different. So I hope that, all of your wish lists is something that's a priority area for the government. And I really hope that whenever you see elections in the state, this is an issue that actually matters to citizens. It goes beyond politics. We talk about what kind of civic infrastructure we need, and that becomes one of the core issues that people vote on. Maybe that's what it'll take to see change. Thank you all so much. I hope you enjoyed the food too. Thank you all so much for joining us.
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान के निकम्मेपन के कारण प्रधानमंत्री जी को स्वयं अपने हाथ में लेना पड़ रहा है। उनका तो इस्तीफा हो जाना चाहिए प्रधान साहब का इमीडिएटली। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी या तो इस्तीफा दें, नहीं देते उनको बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। इस मसले पर पूरे सदस्य चाहे किसी पार्टी के हों, हम सब लोग एक मत से, चाहे नीट हो चाहे सीबीएसई हो, हम लोग पार्टी के आधार पर चर्चा नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम लोग कैसे इस पूरी व्यवस्था में सुधार कर सकते हैं उस पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं। हम लोगों को इस बात का भरोसा है कि जब प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं ने ले लिया है तो उसमें सब पूरी तरीके से इस सफलता से किया जाएगा, हम उम्मीद करते हैं। अगर इसमें भी लीक हो गया तो फिर तो हद ही हो गई।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Jindal Stainless. Co-powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you? CP Plus. ऊपर वाला सब देख रहा है. Bank of Baroda, India's international bank.
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching The Burning Question on India Today with me, Anjali Pandey. And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news from Kolkata. Stunning Kolkata College cash haul. Huge stash of termite damaged cash has been found. So a massive political controversy has erupted in Kolkata after a shocking cash recovery inside a union room at Surendranath College. We're showing you the visuals also of the termite-eaten cash that has been recovered. College officials were stunned after discovering a huge stash of termite-damaged currency notes. As you can see in these visuals on the right side of your screens, these are the currency notes which have been recovered, completely eaten up by termites. These are completely damaged notes. And these were allegedly inside a TMC-occupied student union room, because TMC was in power as far as the students' union is concerned at this Surendranath College. And so the union room was occupied by the TMC student wing, and that is where these notes, these currency notes have been found. Now, according to initial claims, the destroyed cash could amount to more than 1 crore rupees. So that is huge. More than 1 crore rupees. These damaged notes amount to more than 1 crore rupees, which have been recovered from the students' union room. Though officials are yet to verify the exact figure. The recovery has triggered a fierce political storm, with the BJP directly targeting the TMC student wing and questioning how such a massive amount of money ended up inside a college campus. That's the big question that arises after seeing these visuals. My colleague Tapas Gupta is now joining us with the more details on this. Tapas, absolutely shocking visuals emerging. We're showing our viewers the visuals of the termite damaged currency notes, which amount to over 1 crore rupees is what we are learning. Give us more details. Who were these leaders, student leaders that were occupying this student union room, and from how much time was this union room locked?
Well, see, this is from a very renowned college in Kolkata, Surendranath College, and what we have given to understand that yesterday, when after a long period of time, the union room was broke open by some students in that by the authorities of the college, they found huge amount of cash, 1 crore plus cash, which was termite infested, and following that search, the search was further extended to other places of the college, and it was found that at the top floor there was almost a furnished flat which was made for the General Secretary of the Trinamool Congress Student Union. That's what the students have been alleging. Shajol Ghosh, the BJP MLA, also went to that very college last night, and he alleged that there could be possibly more such cash hidden in other places as well. And not stopping there, even one-shotter gun was improvised. One-shotter gun have also been recovered. Police have already taken it into their custody. A complaint has been registered. However, a specific complaint is yet to be filed. But what is being alleged that there is a nexus of the Trinamool Congress Students Union, basically a senior leader of Trinamool Congress from North Kolkata, and his son used to run that racket. So police have already initiated an investigation into the matter, but any major breakthrough is yet to be seen in this very matter.
All right, Tapas, thank you for getting us those details on this absolutely shocking case emerging from Kolkata's renowned college, Surendranath College, where from a student union room, this cash, this termite damaged cash has been recovered, which amounts to over 1 crore rupees. Investigation is underway. BJP is targeting the TMC to be behind this cash. And some more news coming in. Large quantity of ammunition recovered from TMC leader's house. Police launch investigations. So explosives have been recovered from TMC leader Javed Sheikh. And attention and curiosity gripped the Kalikatala area under Jibantala police station in South 24 Pargana after police allegedly recovered a large quantity of ammunition and firearm related materials from the residence of a local Trinamool Congress leader. So after the BJP came to power in West Bengal, there has been a crackdown on the TMC leaders in the state, and before this we were showing you how the visuals of how termite-eaten cash amounting to over 1 crore rupees has been recovered from a college, and now this news also emerging where there's heat on another TMC leader from his house. Explosives have been recovered by the cops, and investigation is also now underway. This is being reported from the South 24 Pargana district after police allegedly recovered a large quantity of ammunition and firearm related materials from the residence of a local Trinamool Congress leader whose name is Javed Sheikh. And some more news coming in. Mamata Banerjee to attend India Bloc meeting. So the top two leaders of the Trinamool Congress will be attending the India Bloc meeting, which is slated for June 8th. TMC General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee along with TMC Chief Mamata Banerjee will be attending this very crucial meeting of the India Bloc along with the so these two leaders, the two top leaders of the TMC, are set to attend this India Bloc meeting. Notably, the last full India Bloc meeting had happened in July 2025 when the leaders had interacted virtually. So it was a virtual meeting. Rahul Gandhi had also hosted a dinner meeting in August 2025 for vote chori campaign and special intensive revision as well. But the situation has changed this time. Last year when the India Bloc had met, Mamata Banerjee was in power, TMC was in power in the state. But what makes this India Bloc meeting crucial is that now the BJP is in power in the state of West Bengal and Mamata Banerjee is out of power. We've already seen how she's also facing challenges within the party. So Mamata Banerjee has been time and again seen facing difficulties after losing the elections. There have been internal rifts that are being reported within the TMC. My colleague Amit Bhardwaj is also now joining us with more details on this. Amit, a big India Bloc meeting will be taking place on June 8th, and what we're learning is that Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee will be attending this meeting. Give us more details. How significant is this meeting given that now the TMC is no more in power in West Bengal?
Good morning, Anjali. Beginning the day with three big breaking news in regards to the India Bloc. The India Bloc is all slated to have a full India Bloc meeting on June 8th. Along with that, there were questions as to whether the Trinamool Congress, especially when it is facing a lot of difficulties within the state of West Bengal, will the top leadership will attending this particular meeting in person? The answer is yes. Our sources have confirmed us that Mamata Banerjee, the Trinamool Congress chief, will be attending this meeting, and Abhishek Banerjee, the general secretary of the party, will be also attending the meeting in the national capital in person. So that is a big development. And the third issue is that in this particular meeting, when almost after a year, the top leaders of the India bloc will be coming together, they would be taking up the issue of NEET UG paper leaks. They can be speaking about the CBSE issue and other issues troubling the opposition parties. Back to you.
All right, Amit, thank you for those details. So a mega India bloc meeting is slated for June 8th. Meanwhile, Mamata Banerjee was protesting in Kolkata yesterday. That was a protest after the attack on TMC leaders. But it was a complete flop show. We'll tell you why. Because it just had 8 out of the 78 MLAs in attendance. Only 8 out of the 78 MLAs attended this protest. And if you talk about the MPs, only 6 out of the 40 MPs were there at this protest site. And we'll tell you why it's just 78 MLAs in total, because 2 MLAs have already been suspended for anti-party activities. Remember, they had raised the issue of forged signature, and that is why they were expelled. So even out of the 78, only 8 turned up for the protest. And if we talk about the MPs, there were only 6 MPs, clearly depicting the kind of situation that is ongoing within the TMC. And let me now go across to Abha Bakaya of Business Today TV with all the updates of the markets in this business show. Abha, over to you.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good morning, you're with us here on Business Today, and this is Abha Bakaya. Let's take a look at the top stories at this hour. The big news this morning, hotel major Oyo gets the SEBI nod for a big 6,650 crore rupee IPO. The offering could value Oyo's parent company, Prism, at around $7 to $8 billion. Reports say the entire issue will be fresh shares, no OFS planned. The government tightens rules for the import of silver. Several categories now require a permit from the Directorate General of Foreign Trade. Additional measures aimed at reducing imports and the pressure on the currency. Uday Kotak's wake-up call for the Indian industry asks India Inc. to focus on the business of business. Cites Google, which is raising $80 billion in capital, says the profit of just one company is close to total profits of all Indian listed companies put together. Voluntarily give the US government oversight of all new AI models. There is now a 30-day window before public release. A fragile ceasefire faces new tests in West Asia, sending crude prices higher for the third consecutive day. Brent approaches $97 a barrel. Equity markets shrug off those tensions. The S&P 500 and Japan's Nikkei at record highs. Well, the rupee this morning also 81 paise stronger, opening at 95.45 versus 96.26. A steady appreciation coming in there on the currency, and of course lots of moves being taken to try and ensure that the rupee continues to strengthen. So the rupee to this morning about 81 paise stronger this time around. 95.45. We're still waiting for it to go further towards the 94 mark. Remember, it's hitting, of course, a whole bunch of sectors in the economy, while of course there are some that are benefiting. But overall, of course, it's lending to the weakness that we're seeing, the kind of FI outflows that we're seeing, and it's not really good news for anyone. So rupee at 95.45 this morning, still waiting to see where it goes from here. Do we continue to see further depreciation back to 100, or do we actually see some amount of appreciation and stability from here on? Now, the US has announced fresh tariffs on India. These have been due to forced labor, apparently. The US to charge 12.5% tariffs for India. And the USTR saying that India has failed on forced labor. The USTR report is out for public comments, and we'll be, of course, tracking that, saying that India is among 60 countries targeted by the US. Fresh action is under Section 301, and tariff proposal and will be targeted. Trade violations will be looked at. Textile imports will be limited. So US has now tightened those trade enforcement measures coming in. We've got both Shail and Sharad with us this morning, and we'll talk about this as well as a whole other factors impacting the market. But right now, this tariff proposal is going to be probed, and all kinds of trade violations targeted. Just what we needed to hear this morning, Shail, isn't it?
Good morning to you, Abha, and a very warm welcome to Sharad ji. I think he's the right person to comment on the US Indo trade deal. I'll limit myself to the market and over to him. Good morning, Sharad, and a very warm welcome.
I was trying not to ask Sharad because Sharad's been so upset at the recent West Asia ongoing crisis. I didn't want to ruin his mood this Wednesday morning, but Sharad, good morning. Just really just another hammer in the works with regards to ongoing tensions. We've already been seeing that with regards to West Asia. Now again bringing up the trade issue.
Yeah, I think this is a continuous flip-flop that we have been seeing on and off for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Very hard to, fathom and make something out of whatever these people are doing regularly. But what I think has happened is largely we have become a bit insulated to these news, like the Russia-Ukraine tension now does not bring in new volatility or new nervousness because we know that it's going to continue. So similarly, I think this trade tariff thing also, and the way we have diversified our exports on various parameters, like if you read today's newspapers also, a lot of diesel-related exports were diverted to Africa. With textiles also, I think the type of impetus that the government has given to textiles, etc., and the type of diversification that we are doing with other countries with respect to FTAs being done at a heightened speed, I don't think it will have a very negative impact. But yeah, sentiment-wise, maybe you could look at a day, but I don't think it will be very material.
Okay, fab. Shail, I tend to agree with Sharad here in terms of the trend that we've seen over the last few months now. But when it comes to the markets, like we discussed, globally they're shaking off any concerns around the war. Oil, yes, is marginally higher, but it's still around that 95, 97 mark. What are we really tracking back home though? Because apart from IT, which is seeing some kind of rub-off effect, other than that, markets are incredibly quiet and we are worried about those outflows.
Yes, absolutely, Abha. That's one part of the market which is extremely worried about the way the money is being taken out by foreign institutional investors. But the sensible and the practical part of the market is looking at earnings from Q4 and has decided to move on in life. So many mid caps and small caps are rallying very, very sharply. The IT sector, you will start hearing good things coming in terms of news, in terms of AI development and deployment over the next 2 or 3 months. And strong people have started to take positions there. But I believe the market is open. Over to you. Nifty down 67. Abha.
We're just a few seconds to go before we see that bell on your screen. A marginal gap before opening, but pre-open is already indicating a little bit of a gap down this morning, not a major cut. IT, it'll be interesting to see how that is opened up today because remember that's been seeing a phenomenal run up over the last week or so across the board and really been the one supporting the index as well. So let's take a look on opening ticks where we're at. Nifty 50 as expected, 70 points down, now 50 points down. It's not looking too bad at all. Let's pull up IT and just see what we're looking at. And if we are looking at that drop, and this is the pattern that we've been seeing on IT, we see this run up and immediately see this correction as well. So, Sharad, who's buying, and is this just momentum-based buying that we're seeing? Because this is clearly not a structural shift in IT. Every time there is some buzz, some news, across AI or globally, we see a little bit of a bump up on IT, or maybe it's at lower levels, and it completely corrects within the next 10 days or 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think that's been the trend, and the falls have been very severe for most of the time. But I think yesterday the US markets, most IT stocks corrected a bit. I think that's a rub-off effect that we are seeing here also. Most probably the Wipro ADR corrected substantially overnight. But I think in Indian context, we still believe that the AI transformation, etc., might lead to long-term pain and renege of the total business how it is run. But again, I think most Indian companies are very well prepared, and the valuations at this point in time are very attractive for us. I think I have not seen IT stocks at these valuations for a very long time. So we are very bullish. I think it's a very good contra bet to have across the board. Within the large cap names, Infosys, TCS, within the smaller names, I think Cyient, Hexaware, we have recently added. So Hexaware, Cyient, Coforge, I think these are all good names. I don't think it should be very unnerving at these valuations to buy into it. Short-term hiccups, yeah, they will keep happening, but I think the type of deal wins that they have had over the last, 2-3 quarters, once that starts to show up in numbers, a lot of the nervousness should die down.
All right. Okay, so still bullish on IT. That's the call from Sharad. Now we've got some breaking news on your screen. Scam allegations coming in against IndusInd Bank. A report saying that, according to a whistleblower who's written to the RBI and the PMO, saying that a probe should be made into insider trading, audits, allegations of insider trading by officials, and the bank has of course rejected all assertions. But this is some news coming in according to sources on IndusInd Bank this morning on scam allegations by a whistleblower who's written to the RBI and the PMO and asked for a probe into insider trading within the company. They've asked for a look at audits and allegations of insider trading have been made by these officials. The bank has of course rejected all assertions, but remember, corporate governance norms are now very, very closely tracked. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not there is an ensuing investigation or a more detailed clarification that comes in from the bank or from the authorities. So that's the latest on IndusInd, and we do have about a 2-3% cut on the counter this morning as well. Meanwhile, on another topic, we've got a massive jump in subsidy spend in April. Let's pull that up for you as well. The government has reported a 51% spike in April subsidies, fertilizer particularly surging to 52% year on year. Outgo on food schemes is up 50% as well. The April subsidy bill has hit 11% of the FY27 target, and this was to be expected with what we're seeing currently in terms of the geopolitical scenario. But now we've got some numbers to it as well, and the subsidy spend has substantially increased. 51% spike in April alone. Fertilizer subsidy surging 52%, that's year on year, and overall on food schemes as well, going up 50%. So April has hit 11% of the FY27 target so far. Okay, some big news there tracking for you this morning. Shell, I didn't get a chance to come to you on what you're noticing on opening. Any specific stocks?
Well, Abha, it's a slight back foot on the markets today, but NMDC, this is something that you and I have discussed. Again, 1.25% higher, 96.5. Just look at the rally that's happened on NMDC. This is a 14-15-year breakout on this PSU. Even at this very sharp elevated price, it is sub 11 in terms of PE and a very strong dividend play. Apart from that, within the gainers list, we have GE Vernova TND. This is the stock that you and I have discussed so many times, 3 percentage points higher. We discussed Adani Group yesterday and mentioned Adani Ports. Strength there, 1% uptick. And of course, you have 40.
All right. Sharad, let me come to you on some of these pharma picks. We've got buy calls coming in on Mankind this morning, talking about double-digit India growth as an outlook. So that's latest, I think, from Jefferies. So that's looking kind of good right now. We've got Bliss GVS in the news as well. And I think Glenmark on a new launch as well is in the news. So within the pharma pack, what are you looking at? Because that's one space that we're still seeing some amount of strength in. Yes, slightly defensive, but a lot of news as well.
Yeah, so I think we are focusing on some of the frontline names. We think Dr. Reddy is offering you a good valuation at these prices. The valuations are comfortable at Dr. Reddy. Cipla, after the recent bout of correction, seems like a good bet that you can have on your side. And on the long-term, mid-cap, small-cap bets, I think Akums Drugs is something we are looking at. It seems like interesting. The new launches, etc., could, catapult them into a different league. So these are the 2-3 stocks we are largely looking at. But maybe this quarter and next quarter numbers, you could be in for a crude shock from most pharma companies because the logistic issue should have hurt them for most exporting companies. So that could be a challenge for some of the companies. But Dr. Reddy, Cipla, and Akums Drugs is something that we are looking at.
Okay. Just to mark NHPC on the ongoing OFS, let's pull that up for you. And also, I want to bring up some of these IT names again because TCS today is down 4%, Persistent is down 4%. So yes, while it may just be a temporary blip, but today it's a reversal of trend on IT. Shell, you were also talking about a larger move perhaps towards hardware, and maybe that's also concurrent to what Sharad talked about just now. But talk us through perhaps that strategy when we're looking at this space.
So, Abha, look at Sterlite Technologies, another 5% up circuit. This is a fresh record high at 602, if I'm not mistaken. My apologies, 620. Look at Ismo. This is again a small stock from the IT space, something that I've highlighted before the markets opened. Again, a circuit 5%. What you mentioned on TCS and others, a 4-5% downtick, that's, shaking off the weak hands. The rupee is appreciating. Please keep an eye out on that as well. And let's wait for the first 15 minutes for this selling to die down and then probably look at the market again. Power India, again in top shape. Look at the strength that is coming into stocks such as Jubilant Food and, of course, Apollo Hospitals. Let's get Sharad's view on Power India. Sharadji, I don't have the courage to give a call on this stock. Repeated record highs, very, very strong financials, great quarterlies. What is your view?
Shanji, I think it's an excellent company. If you look at the broader businesses that they are doing, I think most of them should surprise you very positively on the upside over the long term. But then the type of rally we have seen already, I think most of the positives seem to be priced into it. What we are expecting is a sustained growth of, 40, 45, 30% over the next 2-3 years. But even if you expect that, I think what are you expecting 3 years down the line, 640, 650 kind of earnings, and you're already trading at 35,000. So it leaves very little on the table. So I think most of the goods may be priced in. But on dips, you can certainly think about adding it, but have your horizon of 4 to 5 years at least, because next 2-3 years seem to be very well discounted in the price.
All right. Now let's talk about oil. The future of India's Russian oil imports may soon face uncertainty. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has indicated that Washington wants to phase out the temporary sanction waivers that allowed countries like India to import Russian oil during the West Asia energy crisis. Here's what Rubio said.
We've certainly benefited China and Russia's economy.
Well, China doesn't. I mean, China refines oil. They import a lot, but they refine oil, and
but they also benefit from Russian oil. But my question for you is, can you commit not to extend the general license again when it expires on June 17th?
Well, that ultimately is a decision that's made by Treasury, but I will tell you, it depends on the circumstances at the time. We would like to end it as soon as we possibly can because the underlying policy of this country has been to sanction their oil. These are time-limited waivers for the purpose of opening up more global supply.
All right. Just, Sharad, before we wind up this morning's show, top picks from you before we let you go.
Is it for me?
Yes.
So I think we are looking at Tata Motors very aggressively. I think the EV numbers have been good. So I think Tata Motors should be good for around 650. Valuations are attractive. And I don't think there is any, derailing of the passenger vehicle segment in India. And JLR numbers should continually improve from here. I think most of the problems with respect to the cyber attack, etc. are done. So I think Tata Motors is something that we are aggressively looking at for targets of 600, 650.
All right, we'll leave it there this morning. Gentlemen, thanks for being with us. And of course, we'll tune back in at 3 p.m. to talk you all through market closing. Keep an eye on the markets, a bit of selling pressure in early trade, but should settle down, let's hope, after the first 15-20 minutes. That's all from us.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
The action never stops, and neither do we. From breaking updates to match analysis, from big moments to bigger conversation. This is where sports comes alive, fast, sharp, unfiltered, for the fans who want every update, every story, every headline first. Welcome to Sports Today, your destination for everything sports. Press that bell icon and subscribe now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. You're watching The Burning Question on India Today, and right now we're getting some breaking news. The BJP has mocked DK Shivakumar ahead of the oath-taking ceremony, and the BJP has now posted an AI video of DK Shivakumar. AI video shows a luxury SUV driving in waterlogged roads. So that is the point that the BJP has made, that how the roads in Bengaluru will continue to be waterlogged when there are rains. And the BJP has blamed DK Shivakumar. The BJP has linked Bengaluru waterlogged roads and the flood mess to DK Shivakumar's tenure. DK Shivakumar is facing heat over the city's infrastructure failures, and the BJP has questioned DK Shivakumar's role as the ex-Bengaluru Development Minister. So that is why this becomes crucial, because the BJP is saying that DK Shivakumar was the Development Minister, and the development can be clearly seen in this AI video that has been posted by the BJP, in which it is blaming DK Shivakumar for the mess, the waterlogging mess in Bengaluru.
ನನ್ ಪಕ್ಕ ಯಾವನಾದ್ರೂ ಬಂದಿಂತ್ರೈತೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಗಾಡಿ ತೆಗಿಯೋ ಬೇಗ ಮೊದಲೇ ಮುಹೂರ್ತ ಮೀರಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಏನಾಯ್ತು
ಸೈಲೆನ್ಸರ್ ಒಳಗೆ ನೀರ್ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಬಾಸ್ ಗಾಡಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಡೌಟ್
ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅಜ್ಜಯ್ಯ ಸೂರಿ ಏನೋ ಮಾರೋದೀಗ
ಇದೇ ನಿನ್ ಬ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರನ್ನ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಈಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋಣ ಆಗ ಬೇಗ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ
ಸರಿ
A few moments later.
ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಇರೋ ಗಲೀಜ್ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಈಸ್ಕೊ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕಡಿತಾ ಐತೆ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೋಡಿ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬೊಂದು ನಟ್ಟು ಬೋಲ್ಟು ಟೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
And my colleague Apurva is now joining us with more details on this. Apurva, ahead of the oath-taking ceremony that is slated for today, the BJP is mocking and taking a dig at DK Shivakumar, the Chief Minister-elect, over the infrastructure failures in Bengaluru, posting an AI video showing the waterlogged roads in the city.
Well, that's right. In fact, Anjali, if you do see, just a couple of days back also, we saw rains that are, ongoing here in Bangalore. And even yesterday, we saw rains that were incoming. And with the rains there has been time and again several videos that have been posted on social media wherein public have stated and complained about the waterlogging. And this is a dig that the BJP is going ahead and taking at DK Shivakumar, the newly, the CM-elect for Karnataka. In fact, his swearing-in ceremony is all scheduled to take place this evening around 4 p.m. We're just outside his residence there, and in fact, all of this that the BJP is going ahead and trying to, give a clear message saying that, listen, already when he was the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, we saw the kind of works that were going on in DK's tenure, and now see that he has become the, he's going to be elected as the Chief Minister in just a couple of hours now. What is going to be the situation? It looks like the BJP is not going to sit silent there. Earlier on, it had criticized DK Shivakumar and the Congress there on the kind of delay that had taken place before there were final arrangements that were being made for the swearing-in ceremony scheduled to take place today. And in fact, at his residence here as well, Anjali, if you do see, there are a lot of people, a lot of supporters of DK Shivakumar who have gathered here, eagerly awaiting to catch presence of DK Shivakumar as well. So now
Apurva,
the BJP...
thank you for joining us with all those details, also getting us the latest update on the oath-taking ceremony. But what we are learning right now is that the BJP is now taking a direct dig at the Chief Minister-elect DK Shivakumar, who's all set to take oath as the Chief Minister. And what the BJP is essentially questioning is that despite being in power for 3 years now, and despite being the Development Minister in the state, nothing substantive can be seen on the ground. The roads are still waterlogged despite just facing slight rain in the city. So that is what the BJP is questioning, that what difference really can the people expect now that DK Shivakumar will be the Chief Minister.
ಆಗ ಬೇಗ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ
ನನ್ ಪಕ್ಕ ಯಾವನಾದ್ರೂ ಬಂದಿಂತ್ರೈತೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಗಾಡಿ ತೆಗಿಯೋ ಬೇಗ ಮೊದಲೇ ಮುಹೂರ್ತ ಮೀರಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ
So DK Shivakumar is set to take oath as the Karnataka Chief Minister today. The oath ceremony will be taking place at 4:05 p.m. and the oath event will be at Lok Bhavan's Glass House. DK Shivakumar has said that the cabinet ministers, those who will be taking oath along with DK Shivakumar, that list will be out at around 10 a.m. So just in a few minutes from now, the list will be out and the names will be declared. Although we have been telling you about the probable names of the ministers who will be taking oath along with DK Shivakumar today. So DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah both pushed for their loyalists in the cabinet. The meeting was held in the national capital yesterday, and what we are learning is that 12 ministers will be taking oath along with DK Shivakumar, and names also include G. Parmeshwara and Satish Jarkiholi. These are also the probable names who are likely to take oath along with DK Shivakumar. My colleague Anaga is now joining us with more details on this. Anaga, we're learning that 12 ministers will be taking oath along with DK Shivakumar. The list is expected to be out at around 10 a.m. Give us more details.
In fact, I want to show you the banner that is right behind me. This is the entry banner that's been adorned with the flowers that's there. You can see how they are welcoming the incumbent, the upcoming Chief Minister DK Shivakumar along with his cabinet set of ministers. It's written in Kannada, fully colourful, fully decked up for the big day of DK Shivkumar's oath-taking ceremony. And these are the banners. In fact, I just want to tell you, when I was making my way to Lok Bhavan, right from Chalukya Circle all the way leading up to Lok Bhavan, it's fully dotted with big banners and posters. Posters of Priyanka Gandhi, posters of Rahul Gandhi, Ramlinga Reddy, MB Patil, DK Shivakumar, Siddaramaiah, and even the small cadre level people's poster is also being stuck up at the entrance of Lok Bhavan, really just to give you an idea of how grand this event is going to be. And what you're looking at on your screen is the special VIP entrance known as the high security area. In fact, it's exactly at this spot where I'm reporting from is the VVIP entrance is going to happen, and that's why security is a lot more beefed up at this entry point. The chief ministers of other states and those with the Z plus security, Y plus security and all VVIPs will be making their way into the Lok Bhavan inside this main entrance. We are just counting down for the big moment when DK Shivakumar will take oath as the chief minister. We're also learning from our police sources that it is going to be one man, one police kind of a deployment, as in every single VIP will have a dedicated policeman, just to ensure that there is no confusion and there is safety and security for all VIPs who come here. There are also buggy services that's being kept here. That's kind of new. There are no buggies here usually, but today they've kept buggies here to make sure that if people want to move from one gate to another, they can easily do so with the help of these electric transport.
All right, so those are the kind of arrangements that have been made ahead of the oath-taking ceremony. Remember, we're just hours away, approximately 6.5 hours away from the oath-taking ceremony. It's going to be a low-key event, as DK Shivakumar has already stated, but all eyes still remain on the swearing-in ceremony that is set to take place at 4:05 p.m. today. So after days, weeks and months of deliberations and drama, DK Shivakumar Raj will begin in Karnataka. DK Shivakumar is all set to be sworn in as the Chief Minister in what will be a high-profile yet low-key ceremony at the Lok Bhavan. Though the 2.5-year formula has finally been implemented, although after 3 years, the new cabinet is likely to have Siddaramaiah shadow. Sources tell India Today that DK Shivakumar and 14 ministers will take oath in the first phase. And in fact, what we are learning is that 12 ministers will be taking oath along with DK Shivakumar in the first phase, that is today, with the Congress High Command clearing 11 names so far. In fact, DK Shivakumar has already announced that the list will be out at 10 a.m. The final list will be out. Those ministers who will be taking oath along with DK Shivakumar, that list will be out at 10 a.m. So in just a few minutes from now.
ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೆಸರುಗಳು ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕೃತ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಾಳೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆನೋ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ದೆಹಲಿಯವರು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯನ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಂತಿಮ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ದೆಹಲಿಯವರು ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಾಜಭವನ್ಗೆ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾಳೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಭವನದ ಒಂದು ಭೂಮಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಒಂದು ದಿನ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆ ಒಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಸಮಿತಿಯವರು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋ ಭವನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ, ಖರ್ಗೆ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರನ್ನ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬೀಳ್ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ. I don't tell it was not a dream. It was a dedication. Dedication with hard work. So it was a tough, troubling times. Though it has been delayed, it was not been denied. So the entire party, I feel that there is not Shivakumar here. It is a Congress worker who stood on this democratic setup with the history of the Congress party.
गाड़ी तो है ना, गाड़ी अच्छा है, गाड़ी चल रहा है, सिर्फ चलाने वाले बदल गए हैं, गाड़ी तो भागेगा ना. वो कहते कि इंजन खराब है, सिर्फ ड्राइवर. नहीं, हम रिपेयर करने के लिए इतना लोग हैं, हम रिपेयर करेंगे, स्पेयर पार्ट करेंगे, टायर बदल देंगे, सब कुछ हम कर देंगे, हम है इसके लिए.
There's been a very graceful change of guard, and everybody is looking forward to ensure that we continue the good work that the former Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, has done, and accelerate both the policy making as well as the economic growth for the state.
The way our High Command leaders have dealt this issue, that is to be appreciated. It is really a matter of great pride for Karnataka that such a smooth transition in Congress has taken place, because it is not easy, particularly in today's politics. What was happening during Indira's time, Indira Gandhi's time, is different. Now it is different. You take any state today, such a transition has not taken place, and the way things have smoothly taken, it gives a feeling for every one of us that the Congress will grow strong, very strong in days to come.
First of all, how do you view the smooth transition that happened in your state? Because BJP and many of your opponents were saying that it's not going to be very easy for you to pull.
Congress is a disciplined party. Everybody will abide by the decision of the High Command. It was a smooth transition since beginning. There was no issues at all.
Okay. Also, sir, how do you view, because you've served as a minister also in Siddaramaiah's cabinet, what would you count as your achievements in last 3 years? Because you have completed 3 years now. Do you think that the guarantees that you promised has actually served people well?
Whatever promises we have done before the assembly elections, we have fulfilled all the promises. I think this itself is a record to the whole of the country.
In fact, DK Shivakumar has been listening to his astrologers' advices, and a lot of changes have also been made. In fact, the date itself, the time itself have been decided by the astrologer, and that is why the oath-taking ceremony is taking place today, the June 3rd. So let's take a look at what all advices has been given by the astrologer of DK Shivakumar. So the oath will be taking place at 4:05 p.m. during the auspicious Godhuli Lagna. Now this Lagna basically means go, which means cow, and dhuli, which means dust. It's an auspicious lagna in Hindu astrology, which is the transitional period between day and night. It is the time around sunset, and the auspicious time factored into the swearing-in ceremony. So the swearing-in time has been very decided after the consultations with the astrologer, and the astrologer advised that the swearing-in should not be in the morning or maybe at around 6, but at this particular time, which is 4:05 p.m. The dais, the stage, that face has also been changed. The face has been shifted to east to make the oaths auspicious. So the direction of the stage will now be eastward facing. That has also been done on astrologers' advice. Earlier, the Chief Minister oaths were in west facing setup, but the tradition has now changed this time. The change has reportedly been done based on the astrologer's advice, and the seating, security and VIP plans have also been revised because of course the stage is now changing. It will now be eastward facing, which is very auspicious in Hindu astrology. Religious leaders and seers are also among the invitees at the oath-taking ceremony. In fact, if we talk about, on the contrary, if we talk about the predecessor of DK Shivakumar, which is Siddaramaiah, he rejected astrology. He's a rationalist, and he's time and again been seen rejecting all these astrological factors and also superstitions. And meanwhile, the Congress party has placated Siddaramaiah. Let's take a look at how the Congress party has done so. Siddaramaiah has been made the Congress Working Committee member, and he's also been offered the Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha post, but Siddaramaiah has declined. He does not want the Rajya Sabha seat. And Siddaramaiah's son, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, is all set to be made a cabinet minister in the state. In fact, Siddaramaiah camp MLAs are also likely to be in the DKS cabinet, and Siddaramaiah camp MLAs are likely to be given key portfolio. So a list was given by Siddaramaiah to the High Command that he wants his loyalists and close MLAs in the DKS team, and that has been incorporated by the High Command is what we are learning. And now shifting focus, we're getting some breaking news from Uttarkashi, where a missing trekker mystery has now deepened. There's no trace of Babita Pandey, who was the trekker. 5 days have already passed. The Army, ITBP have joined the massive search operation. 150-member rescue team are searching for Babita Pandey. In fact, search operations are underway across forests, slopes and trek routes. 24-year-old Babita Pandey, the trekker, vanished during Daira trek, and she disappeared from the Goi camp area. The police, SDRF and the forest teams continue intensive search, and the dog squad has also been deployed in the Himalayan search operation. On May 25th, the group left from Udham Singh Nagar for a trip to Uttarkashi. The young woman also joined the group on May 25th. The group stayed in Dehradun on May 25th, and on May 26th, they reached Harsil. On May 26th and 27th, they visited Lamba Top and Harsil and Gangotri, and after that, they stayed at Rethal village on May 28th. Now, on May 29th, they left for the Daira trek and stayed at the Goi base camp. And the young woman went missing from the base camp area. And now the search operation is on. 5 days have already passed, and now what is also being focused is a lake which is near the base camp area from where she went missing.
हमारा जो उसमें रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं उसमें हमारी लोकल की पुलिस टीम है, साथ में हमने इसमें एसओजी को भी लगाया हुआ है, एसडीआरएफ, एनडीआरएफ, फॉरेस्ट ऑफिशियल, और जो वहाँ के लोकल रेजिडेंट्स हैं वो सब भी इसमें उसको मिसिंग जो फीमेल है उसके हमने कई पोस्टर्स वगैरह भी बनाए हैं और सभी में वहाँ पूछताछ कर रहे हैं और प्रॉपर ट्रैकिंग हो रही है. हमारा डॉग स्क्वाड भी इसमें काम कर रहा है.
And my colleague Ankit Sharma is now joining us with more details on this. Ankit, give us the latest update as far as the search operation is concerned. It's already been 5 days, and still there are no traces of Babita Pandey.
Yes, absolutely. The search operation is still on, and it's still underway. 5 days on, and according to officials, a group of 3 trekkers started the trek on 29th. Babita Pandey's last location was Goi in Uttarkashi, and since after that she's been missing. Her brother also lodged an FIR against the duo who went out for a trek with Babita, and he alleged that there might be some suspicion behind his missing. Soon after that, the teams from police and SDRF have been conducting the search operations. There's a mysterious lake which also might be in question. And despite this, the tourism office has also said that an agency who filed the post
All right, Ankit. Right. Do stay with us. We're getting some more inputs on the story. So CCTV images of the missing trekker Babita have also been accessed. Trekker Babita was last seen in this video. We'll be showing you the video. Two co-trekkers accompanying Babita have been detained. As my colleague Ankit Sharma was pointing out, on May 25th, the group left from Udham Singh Nagar for a trip to Uttarkashi. The young woman also joined the group on May 25. The group stayed in Dehradun on May 25, and then on May 26, they reached Harsil. On May 26 and 27, they visited Lamba Top, Harsil and Gangotri. After that, they stayed at Rethal village on May 28, and on May 29 is when they left for the Dayara trek and stayed at the base camp. And these are the CCTV visuals which have been accessed, and the young woman went missing from the base camp area in Dayara during the Dayara trek. So that is what we are learning. Ankit, my colleague, continues to stay with us. Ankit, we're also showing our viewers the CCTV images. If you could explain our viewers what does the CCTV image show?
Large except in Uttarkashi, where she can be seen putting her luggage in a car and then after moving out for a trek. However, the investigation is still on, and from all angles, police is investigating the matter, whether there was suspicious involvement of the duo Harmanpreet and Harmanpal, the two guys who went with Babita, and what is their role in the missing. And also, is there any mysterious circumstances, whether was there any wild animal attack, or whether there is any mysterious criminal incident behind this. So the police is still investigating. The ITBP and Army has also been involved. Two teams of Army and ITBP are also assisting the SDRF personnel in the Dayara Bogyal Valley. And so far, 5 days are still on. But
all right, 5 days on, the investigation still continues, the search operation still continues. Ankit, thank you for joining us with those details. So the search for missing trekker Babita Pandey is now focused on a mystery lake. The 6-member special team is conducting deep lake search. Lake is located near Babita's last known campsite, and modern equipment are being used in this high-stakes search. And trekker Babita, remember, has been missing for over 5 days now. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. More news and updates will continue on the other side.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by the new Tygoon. Welcome to driving. Jio Home. Jio तो ऐसे. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
Thinking together, I should Srimati Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi that I will deliver Karnataka to their fold.
No individual group is being allowed. I don't believe in it. I believe in collective leadership. Now I am there with a lot of very rich experience.
Hello and welcome. Namaskara. Good morning. You're joining us live here on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal and we'll be live from the Lok Bhavan because this is where today DK Shivakumar's era officially kicks off. And as we get to the latest updates, before I give you a sense of what's really expected over the next few hours, a quick glimpse of what's happening here at the Lok Bhavan. This is we're set up right outside. We're going to be inside in a few hours to give you a sense of what the preparations look like. You've got the entire stretch here, which by the way is one of the busiest stretches of Bengaluru. So the traffic non-stop flowing, but the entire area decorated with flags and posters. As we're going to be getting your details of who will be sworn in along with DK Shivakumar, we'll also put the spotlight on what are the preps that are underway for a swearing-in ceremony that's going to be a grand one inside the Lok Bhavan. Right after that, you'll have DK Shivakumar in an open jeep travelling all the way to the Vidhan Sauda in a thanksgiving to the people of Karnataka. So a whole lot of symbolism. He's waited for a long, long moment for this. And now Dodalahalli Kempegowda Shivakumar is all set to be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka in a matter of hours from now. And you can trust us here on India Today to get you every single update that comes in along with my team of reporters who are spread out across Bengaluru right now. We begin with the headlines. It's the dawn of the DKS era in Karnataka. DK Shivakumar to take oath as Chief Minister, new CM to take oath along with at least 12 ministers. Siddaramaiah's son and loyalists to be inducted. Dalit face G. Parameshwara may be the only Deputy Chief Minister. DK Shivakumar follows astrologers' advice for oath venue. Breaks tradition, stage shifted to the east-facing direction. This die is set up after astrologers' advice. Mega India Today impact over CBSE mess. CBSE chairman and secretary transferred after Prime Minister Modi intervened. The Prime Minister personally monitoring process. CBSE portal smooth despite cyber attacks. Remnants of Mamta's corruption across Kolkata. Huge stash of termite-infested cash found in Kolkata College led by TMC. Cash up to 1 crore found in TMC Union Room. Massive cache of ammunition found in another TMC Neta's residence. TMC Chief Mamta stages stirring Kolkata. Show of strength exposes a weakness as only 8 MLAs and 6 MPs attend Didi's protest. Big charge by suspended Netas as 50 MLAs met behind Didi's back. BJP says TMC in fighting inevitable. And in international headlines, West Asia war reignites. Iran fires ballistic missiles at US bases in Kuwait. US forces thwart missiles above Kuwait. US conducts self-defense strikes on Keshma Island in Iran. And Africa battles worsening Ebola outbreak. 320 plus confirmed Ebola cases in Congo. WHO chief visits Ebola-hit Congo. India sends aid. 45.5 tons of supplies sent to Africa. At 4:05 p.m. That's when the swearing-in ceremony will take place, where DK Shivakumar will begin the biggest chapter of his life as Chief Minister of Karnataka. We've constantly said he was a different CM before, crisis manager. Now he's going to be a different Chief Minister, crisis manager for Karnataka, if you will. Chief Minister of Karnataka. And as DK Shivakumar will be taking oath at 4:05 p.m. in the glass house at the Lok Bhavan, and we'll get to those inside images in just a bit, who will be taking oath along with him. Last minute surprises that continue to emerge. The High Command late last night held a discussion in which, guess what? The names that were finalized, including that of Dinesh Gundu Rao, it's been tweaked. Dinesh Gundu Rao is no longer a part of the cabinet, will not be taking oath today. A big setback for him, but instead you will have Sharan Prakash Patil Gowda, who is being inducted into the cabinet. So last minute surprises continue to pour in. The High Command still figuring out what works, what doesn't. And so now you've got a Gowda being inducted into the cabinet, will be taking oath, along with a number of names, including the likes of Yatindra Siddaramaiah, G. Parameshwara, and several others. So as we get you those details that's coming in right now, you can make out that even now there are twists and turns. DK Shivakumar at this point is still waiting for that list to reach him. Once it reaches him, he will take it to the Lok Bhavan, submit it to the governor, as is the protocol, so that the stage is set. All preps are done for the swearing-in ceremony to take place and go on smoothly. We know that DK Shivakumar has scaled down the ceremony and kept it here at the Lok Bhavan, but I can tell you there's nothing small about this event. You're going to have big messaging, a grand ceremony that will take place here at the Glass House, so much so that they've even changed the direction of the stage based on the advice of DK Shivakumar's astrologer. Based on Vastu, it will now be east-facing, when almost every other event at the Lok Bhavan has always had a stage facing west. So that gives you a sense of how he's looking into all of the minute details. I can confirm for you that even this morning, his brother DK Suresh was right here at the Lok Bhavan, personally monitoring all necessary steps. And then there's going to be that massive moment in an open jeep. Of course, if the weather permits, DK Shivakumar will go right up to Vidhan Sauda. Let me bring in on this broadcast Anaga Keshav as well as Apurva Jayachandran for the latest updates. Anaga, last minute changes being made. Dinesh Gundu Rao, we're being told, has been replaced from the list. So the final list yet to be shared by DK Shivakumar.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, Sharan Prakash Patil has found his way inside. Dinesh Gundu Rao has been dropped, is what we are hearing. He is incumbently a health minister, a Brahmin face, a Brahmin candidate. His father, Gundu Rao, was a chief minister in Karnataka, because in the last assembly elections, Dinesh Gundu Rao had won by a very, very slender margin in his constituency of Gandhinagar. So maybe keeping all these factors in mind, the Congress High Command has decided to drop him and induct another fresh face. I want to show you this arrangement that's being made behind me, because that's where I'm reporting from, the outside at the entrance of Lok Bhavan, the area where I am in. It is a high security area where there's going to be maximum police deployment. In fact, Shamiana has been put up, so all the VVIPs and VIPs entrance is this. We're also learning that there is going to be a one-man, one-police kind of a system, just to make sure that all the VVIPs and VIPs that make their way into Lok Bhavan have enough and adequate police deployment. And that's the road that's completely dotted with huge banners of DK Shivakumar and few of the cabinet ministers who will be taking oaths today at sharp 4:05 p.m.
You know, it's a contest of sorts. It's a competition of sorts. Every poster will have a different Congress leader's image. All of them attempting to woo DK Shivakumar essentially. Sagai Raj is also live with us. Sagai, good morning. Lot of changes in the cabinet list last minute. We understand that Dinesh Gundu Rao is now out. And as we get you those details, apologize for that. As we get you those details, what's DK Shivakumar up to? Today is the D-Day. He's finally getting what he wants.
Last night he was performing puja till 2 o'clock at Nagarbavi.
Till 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
DK Shivakumar was performing a puja till 2 a.m.
Yes, immediately after reaching his residence, then he rushed to Nagarbavi, where he does a regular puja there, Ajaya. And after that, around 2:30, 3 o'clock, he came home and he has not stepped out. And as everybody knows that he has that superstitious belief. So probably he will check the good timing and everything, and thereafter he'll step out of his house. And what we also get to learn through sources is that High Command has already sent a list to DK Shivakumar. He'll be forwarding to Lok Bhavan, where the governor will do all necessary preparation for them. And it is for sure that along with DK Shivakumar, there will be at least 10 ministers who will be taking oath in the state of Karnataka.
Okay, so more breaking news that's coming in. I'll just cut across to that. Sources telling us right now, and on the portfolios, the cabinet list, Priyank Kharge. We had given you that confirmation that Priyank Kharge will be one of the leaders who will be sworn in today. What we're hearing is that Priyank Kharge is likely to be Home Minister plus the IT/BT Minister. Portfolio hasn't been decided just yet, but these are preliminary discussions that we're picking up on. So it's all, in all likelihood, Priyank Kharge, who will be the Home Minister. Previously in the Siddaramaiah caretaker government right now, G. Parameshwar as the Home Minister. He in all likelihood is going to be switched to Deputy CM, and so the Home Minister portfolio could go to Priyank Kharge. In which case, Sagai, you have a Dalit leader in all likelihood as the Deputy Chief Minister. You have a Dalit leader as the Home Minister. Those are weighty portfolios, titles.
Absolutely, and probably in that case they might look out for a different person from a community like minority or a Lingayat community as a KPCC president. What we also get to learn is Satish Jarkioli at the last minute denied the KPCC post, and
so he'll be a minister.
Yeah, he'll be a minister. So they need to do a cost calculation and get a person either from a Lingayat community or a minority community as a KPCC president. A bigger headache for the Congress, but probably they might sail out through. As of now, they might not announce who will be the KPCC president. It will take some time. All eyes on the cabinet berth, who will be the cabinet minister, what will be their portfolio. And it is a tradition which has been followed by Congress party in the state of Karnataka. We have seen Mallikarjun Kharge, a Dalit, as a home minister. After that, it was Roshan Beg, a minority. It is always either a minority or a Dalit or a OBC who gets the home ministry. It was a little bit of change in 2018, as well as there was a coalition government when Ramling Reddy was a Home Minister and MB Patil. Or else, the tradition is quite clear. Either make a minority or a OBC or a Dalit as a Home Minister of Karnataka.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see what really plays out in the coming hours. That final list yet to be submitted to the Lok Bhavan. The moment it is, we'll have access to it and we'll put it out on our screens. But a few changes that are still being worked on at this point. And we'll have to see what really is the final list. Who are the leaders who will be sworn in along with DK Shivakumar? What's very clear right now is that there's no telling Siddaramaiah imprint. He may have given 8 names. Not all 8 names have been accommodated right now. But as we get you all of those details, I'll also bring in Apurva Jayachandran, who's reporting live right now from DK Shivakumar's residence, where we understand, Apurva, the prayers, the pujas have continued till 2 a.m. this morning. And as we get you those details of what DK Shivakumar has been up to, he will be watching, Apurva, very, very closely what that cabinet list looks like. It's very clear, looking at the last night changes, the last minute changes, that more often than not, DK and Siddaramaiah haven't had a say. They've made their pitch, but it's the High Command taking the final call.
Well, that's right. In fact, like you rightly mentioned, these meetings that went on till late last night in Delhi, and after that, DK Shivakumar had also come back here to Bengaluru, where he landed and then headed for a puja there, the usual puja that he has going ahead and taking forth, and that lasted until 2:30 a.m. this morning, following which he has come back here to his residence. And in fact, if you can see here, the cadres and supporters of DK Shivakumar have already started gathering here. We've been here since around, since 8:30 this morning. Cadres and public have all been gathering here. The entire area has been cornered off. Not only that, this route, which is from DK Shivakumar's house well until Raj Bhavan, the Lok Bhavan here, where he will be sworn in as the next Chief Minister of Karnataka, from the glass house there, the entire area has been, you can see flags and posters of DK Shivakumar congratulating DK Shivakumar to be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. All things said and done, Akshita, it looks like the High Command will go ahead and further on scrutinize on this list here. So far, yes, we've seen some last minute changes that have come into these potential 10 names who will be, leaders who will be sworn in as ministers alongside DK Shivakumar today as well. But on the other side, you can see, public here who are going ahead and ecstatic because they are finally seeing this day come true, which is they want their leader DK Shivakumar to go ahead and be the Chief Minister of Karnataka, and essentially the supporters of DK Shivakumar want only that, and they see this to be the day when it is being fulfilled. 4-5 is the auspicious time that has been given, what we are told, where DK Shivakumar will be sworn in as the next Chief Minister
and
of Karnataka.
I have a feeling 4-5 p.m. is exactly when the swearing-in ceremony will take place. There'll be no change in that, not 1 minute ahead, not 1 minute after, because DK Shivakumar has very carefully chosen that time, which is why in the formal invite that's been given, 4 or 5 p.m. is mentioned. I'll just show you around. Let's in fact move forward. There's a lot of barricading, a lot of security in place. It's 10 a.m. right now. 4:05 is when the swearing-in will happen. All of the dignitaries will be entering from this particular area. You can see there's huge security all around in this particular stretch as well. The boards have been set up, all the decor put in place for the swearing-in ceremony. The VIPs, of course, will take their cars right in. All others with invites, including Nagarjun Dwarkanath, will be making his way from here. Naga, you've been given an invite for the swearing-in ceremony, and as we get those details, the swearing-in ceremony right now will happen at 4 or 5 p.m. I'm just going to get Naga, he's going to make a call, and as we get you all of the details that emerge right now of the preps that are underway, I can tell you it's quite chaotic. We're having to constantly move around. Naga, you're all set for the swearing-in ceremony, so you'll get us a sense. We'll be the only channel inside, because Naga has an official invite.
I have an official invite right here, Akshita, and this is being given from the government.
Show us what it looks like inside. Show us the inside. What does it say in Kannada?
Let me show you the English also. It has English. It says, Thawarchand Gehlot, Honorable Governor of Karnataka, will administer the oath of office and secrecy to the newly appointed Chief Minister of Karnataka, DK Shivakumar. And India Today has got an exclusive access to the inside of the swearing-in ceremony today. And we would be entering and making our way by 3 o'clock or 2:30 is when all the dignitaries will have to come be seated, because there would be huge chaos otherwise if everyone enters the gate at the same point of time. And not just dignitaries have been invited, seers have been invited, over 50 odd Swamijis or
50?
Yes, 50 odd, because you have Hindus, Muslim, Christians, Sikhs, Jain, Buddhists, all Swamijis or seers from each community have been invited to this official swearing-in ceremony here. The list has just reached DK Shivakumar is what we are told. Many surprises, in the sense late night, what names were in have been removed, what names were not supposed to be have been put in place. One certain is there'll be one Deputy Chief Minister. India Today was the first. In fact, you were anchoring that bulletin when we broke that news. Others were not even close enough in terms of news coverage. There'll be one Deputy Chief Minister, and that is Dr. G. Parmeshwar, who belongs to the Dalit community from Kortigere constituency in Tumkur district as well. So he would be the just one Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, along with 14 other cabinet ministers. No women in this list. There were a lot of deliberations.
Disappointing.
There were a lot of deliberations about this, but unfortunately that no women are making into the list. The next expansion phase would happen post the 18th of June after the Rajya Sabha elections. Till then, it's a painful wait for the remaining aspirants.
So at this point, as Naga pointed out, no women. You're seeing a lot of representation of minorities, of Dalits, all the caste arithmetic. but that's about it. Quite disappointing, really. But as we get you all of the details that's emerging right now, a lot of activity here, so we're going to keep moving around to ensure we don't come in the way of officials. Obviously, they're getting set for the big VIPs as they'll be coming here in just a few hours from now. 4 p.m. is when the swearing-in ceremony will kick off. So before that, from 2 p.m., expect the action to kick off here of leader after leader, convoy after convoy entering. Rahul Gandhi is going to be here. Mallikarjun Kharge is going to be here. Priyanka Gandhi is not going to attend simply because she's not in town. So she's going to skip the swearing-in ceremony. You'll have Revanth Reddy. You will have the Kerala Chief Minister V.D. Satishan, who's already touched down in Bengaluru. You'll have the Himachal Chief Minister Suku. All of them there, along with some Congress friends of DK Shivakumar, all at the event that's expected to kick off at 4 this evening. But let's get you more breaking news that's coming in. A reaction right now from the BJP, which is watching very, very closely what's exactly playing out. They've accused the Congress of anti-Dalit politics. Why exactly? Well, the BJP Karnataka has taken to social media to put out a post saying that Dalit votes have been exploited by the Congress and basic infrastructure has been ignored in Dalit colonies. What they've done is they've posted a clip from a Dalit statement, a settlement in fact, which shows essentially barely any infrastructure. And so they've said this is a party that's anti-Dalit. Mind you, this comes at a time when the information we have is that there will be 2 Dalits in extremely important positions. G. Parameshwara as perhaps the Deputy Chief Minister, Priyanka Kharge as perhaps the Home Minister. So while the Congress is doing everything they can to accommodate Dalits, right now in the representation details that we're picking up, the reality, however, is that the BJP is accusing them of being anti-Dalit, saying all of this is for optics. The Dalit voter has been completely neglected. So the politics continues on that front. But as we get you the details right now of all the reactions that are pouring in, and as we get you the details really of what's expected in the swearing-in ceremony, you can see the politics has already kicked off. And for DK Shivakumar, there'll be that added scrutiny the moment he's sworn in as Chief Minister of Karnataka. He will be watched very closely to see what really emerges from his term as Chief Minister. 24 months is all he has to prove himself. But those 24 months, he will be watched closely to see what he delivers on, especially because of a 2028 election as well. So amid that, as we get you updates that are coming in right now, let's cut across to more breaking news coming in. The political attacks from the BJP continues to pour in. BJP is now mocking DK Shivakumar ahead of the oath-taking ceremony with an AI image in which they're essentially showing a luxury SUV driving in a waterlogged road. And DKS right now is essentially facing heat from the BJP over Bengaluru infrastructure. That will be one of the big tests for DK Shivakumar, Naga.
In fact, the AI video talks about Suresh, who's the brother of DK Shivakumar, both of them coming to the ceremony of oath-taking, and they get into a waterlogged road. And Suresh asks, the car has stopped because the water has entered the silencer and the car is not working anymore. What do we do? And DK and Suresh both discuss saying that let's just get into the water, swim through other roads of Bengaluru to reach the Lok Bhavan. And that's what the animation videos or AI video says, that both the brothers start swimming in the water and reach the Lok Bhavan for the oath-taking ceremony. There's a lot of chaos here, a lot of movement here. These buggy vans or the golf carts are for people who can't walk. There are so many Swamijis, senior citizens who have been invited, and not everyone can walk through this way of Rajbhan. That's the reason why there are golf carts. But however, back to the video of BJP, they have mocked both the Chief Minister and his brother right now as to the legacy of them as Bangalore Development Ministers is that waterlogged roads. And even for oath taking, they would be coming, swimming their way through and to Lok Bhavan, and that's what they've left behind in the last 3 years. Not just that, leader of opposition Ashok has questioned Akshita about how there are only 14 such ministers. What about the governance? Because of a power play game that has happened within the Congress after 3 years, the governance take a backseat is what leader of opposition is asking today.
Okay, so the BJP already raising questions of DK Shivakumar, and this is what we meant, that, you know, the combo of BJP and JDS will pile pressure on DK Shivakumar. 24 months isn't a long time. 24 months to go for an election means effectively barely any time really for the government to hit the ground running, to get them to deliver and to ensure that they have a reputation that's solid, because the onus will be on DK Shivakumar to deliver 2028 to the Congress. The Congress High Command will say, look, we've given you everything you wanted. You made you the Chief Minister as well. So as we get you all of the updates and reactions that are pouring in right now, what about the Karnataka Congress chief position? That's a position that was held by DK Shivakumar. What happens now to that post? Who's going to take it up? Let's get you a news break on that as well, because Satish Jarkiholi was in fact touted as a front runner, and it was said that he in all likelihood will get that position, but he had to choose either a cabinet post or KPCC chief post. What has he chosen? Reportedly, he's gone with the cabinet post right now, which means at this point there's a big question mark on who will be the KPCC chief. A scoop on that here on India Today. We are hearing it could be BK Hariprasad. Congress MLC could be propped up to Karnataka Congress chief, which is a big promotion for him and an important position that he will then get. If our sources are to be believed, BK Hariprasad right now is the front runner. He could be named as the KPCC chief. Look, the Congress High Command isn't going to make the announcement in the next few hours. We are hearing that they're going to think it through, wait for the next 1 week, and then make a formal announcement. Sagai Raj is with me for more on that. Sagai, what are you picking up on the KPCC chief front? Satish Jarkiholi was made to choose between two. No exceptions made for him. He wasn't allowed to keep both the cabinet post and the KPCC chief post, and so he seems to have taken his pick of being a minister.
Absolutely, and in fact, if you notice that Satish Jarkiholi time and again reiterated that he wants KPCC president, and even when he was a PWD minister in Siddaramaiah government, he had showed interest, stating that he is ready to sacrifice his cabinet berth and would like to take up KPCC president and work for the party. However, at the last minute, what we get to learn through our sources is that there was an option which was being given to him, stating that he can either be the KPCC president or a cabinet berth, because one man, one position from the Congress party, which has been a tradition which has been followed. Then KC Vedugopal has reiterated, stating that you should either choose cabinet and or KPCC president. He has opted for cabinet. And what we also get to learn through our sources is that BK Hariprasad, who belongs to OBC community, might get the KPCC post, because as I told you earlier, Akshita, there are a lot of caste calculation which has been done. If at all, if there is a Wakaliga chief minister, there will be OBC, Dalit and Lingayat, as well as a minority will get a plum portfolio, and even KPCC is equal to cabinet berth according to the High Command. So probably they will also see all those calculations. Since BK Hariprasad has got the KPCC president, probably one of the minority minister will get a plum portfolio in the state cabinet.
Okay, just stay with me, Sagai. Naga, what do you make of what's happening on the KPCC chief post? Satish Jarkiholi has taken his pick, and he seems to have picked cabinet portfolio. And so at this point, the Congress High Command, it seems, is back to square one.
They're back to square one. That's the reason why it continues to be status quo right now. DK Shivakumar will continue to be the president and the chief minister for at least next 10 days, when the party still decides who's the party president for Karnataka here. The first initial challenge would be of the Rajya Sabha candidates. In next 1 week, they need to announce the Rajya Sabha 3 Rajya Sabha candidate, and after that the MLC candidates. Both of them, the final nomination date would be June 8th, and that would be the primary challenge. And then comes the KPCC president. As of now, what I'm told, either a Dalit or an OBC. Dalit, who was Satish Jarkiholi, has rejected the offer of being the president, has chosen to be the ministry, and I think they're shortlisting on BK Hariprasad, who belongs to the Idiga or the Billava community, also a backward leader.
That's a big promotion for him.
That's a big promotion. But he's always been in the management system. So he's been in AICC General Secretary post, and he's been in charge of so many states, and now he might get the promotion within the state ranks as the KPCC chief of Karnataka.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see whether that really happens. What are, in fact, the preps that are underway here? Remember, DK Shivakumar, in a few hours from now, will be here, being sworn in as a chief minister. He went on with his pujas. We understand a lot of rituals that he was following right up till 2 a.m. this morning. That gives you a sense of how much he believes in divine intervention. Ultimately, you could argue it's worked out for him, because he's set to be the next chief minister of Karnataka. So much so that his astrologer reportedly has told him that you will be chief minister for 7 years. 2 years now, and so he's been convinced by his astrologer that 2028 is in the bag for the Congress and that he will continue as Chief Minister. He believes that he'll serve a 7-year term as Chief Minister. That's what his astrologer has told him. So at this point, his rituals, pujas continue. He's known to believe in a seer called Ajaya. The mutt is based in Tumakuru. Even after the legislative party mate first offered his thanks, his prayers to a portrait of Ajaya. And so that's something DK Shivakumar really believes in. And as we get you all of those details, let's take a look at the reactions that have poured in the last 24 hours on expectations or what will pan out and so much more.
ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೆಸರುಗಳು ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕೃತ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಾಳೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆನೋ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ದೆಹಲಿಯವರು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯನ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಂತಿಮ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ದೆಹಲಿಯವರು ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಾಜಭವನ್ಗೆ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾಳೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಭವನದ ಒಂದು ಭೂಮಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕವಾದ ದಿನ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆ ಒಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಸಮಿತಿಯವರು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋ ಭವನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ, ಖರ್ಗೆ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರನ್ನ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬೀಳ್ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಡ್ರೀಮ್, ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಶನ್ ವಿತ್ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎ ಟಫ್, ಟ್ರಬಲಿಂಗ್ times. Though it has been delayed, it was not been denied. So the entire party, I feel that there is not Shivakumar here. It is a Congress worker who stood on this democratic setup with the history of the Congress party.
गाड़ी तो है ना, गाड़ी अच्छा है, गाड़ी चल रहा है, सिर्फ चलाने वाले बदल गए हैं, गाड़ी तो भागेगा ना। वो कहते कि इंजन खराब है, सिर्फ ड्राइवर नहीं, हम रिपेयर करने के लिए इतना लोग हैं, हम रिपेयर करेंगे, स्पेयर पार्ट करेंगे, टायर बदल देंगे, सब कुछ हम कर देंगे, हम है इसके लिए.
There's been a very graceful change of guard, and everybody is looking forward to ensure that we continue the good work that the former Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, has done and accelerate both the policy making as well as the economic growth for the state.
The way our High Command leaders have dealt this issue, that is to be appreciated. It is really a matter of great pride for Karnataka that such a smooth transition in Congress has taken place, because it is not easy, particularly in today's politics. What was happening during Indira's time, Indira Gandhi's time is different. Now it is different. You take any state today, such a transition has not taken place. And the way things have smoothly taken, it gives a feeling for every one of us that the Congress will grow strong, very strong in days to come.
First of all, how do you view the smooth transition that happened in your state? Because BJP and many of your opponents were saying that it's not going to be very easy for you to pull.
Congress is a disciplined party. Everybody will abide by the decision of the High Command. It was a smooth transition since beginning. There was no issues at all.
Okay. Also, sir, how do you view, because you've served as a minister also in Siddaramaiah's cabinet, what would you count as your achievements in last 3 years? Because you have completed 3 years now. Do you think that the guarantees that you promised has actually served people well?
Whatever promises we have done before the assembly elections, we have fulfilled all the promises. I think this itself is a record to the whole of the country.
Okay, so as we count down to the swearing-in ceremony, once again a quick look at what's happening. It's quite chaotic. There's a lot of police presence here. From here is where the entry will happen into the oath-taking venue. And then from there, of course, all the vehicles will enter from here. It's quite bustling. They cut off the traffic closer to the swearing-in ceremony. As we move forward, I'll give you a sense of the kind of security deployment out here as well. A lot of cops, a lot of activity, no vehicles being allowed inside. I'm just going to cut across and give you a sense of what's happening on the other side as well. So, you've got an entire setup here where you've got posters being put up. All of the dignitaries will enter this way along this particular stretch. They'll close off the rest of the road. You have this big board here, a floral welcome, saying welcome to the swearing-in ceremony that is going to take place. The entire city of Bengaluru right now has been coloured in the Congress colours. And right opposite me, beyond the traffic, you can see the number of hoardings posters. There isn't an inch of space, honestly, left. Not an inch of space that's been spared from all of the hoardings and posters and flags that have been put up. Just quickly taking you through the guest list as well. You'll have Rahul Gandhi, you'll have Mallikarjun Kharge, both attending, of course. Sonia Gandhi was invited. DK Shivakumar really wanted her to be there, but due to health reasons, she's unable to make it for the swearing-in ceremony. Even Priyanka Gandhi will be giving it a skip because she is reportedly out of town. Beyond that, Congress Chief Ministers, you'll have V.D. Satishan, Revanth Reddy, Sukhwinder Sukhu. There have been a lot of questions about whether Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay will be coming. I can confirm for you that no, he's not going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony. Ally of the Congress, yes, but he didn't attend the ceremony in Kerala. Here, there are other reasons too, especially because of the Tamil Nadu versus Karnataka fight over Mekedatu. So no, the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister will not be attending the swearing-in ceremony. I can confirm that for you. It's only going to be V.D. Satishan, Revanth Reddy, Sukhu, who will be here along with several other AICC leaders. So what you will see is a show of strength by the Congress, that they've managed to ensure a smooth transition. Of course, needless to say, Siddaramaiah will very much be here at the swearing-in ceremony. But just looking at the cabinet names, there's been a lot of talk. I'll bring in Sagai on this. A lot of talk, Sagai, that this particular government could be, in fact, handled by Siddaramaiah, that he will be the shadow CM. Looking at the cabinet names that are right now emerging, the ministers' names that are emerging, do you think so? Are they largely Siddaramaiah aides, or has the High Command tried to keep it balanced?
No doubt, most of them are the loyalists of the caretaker Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, whether it is Satish Jarkioli or Bharati Suresh and Dinesh Gundrao and Sharan Prakash Patil. Most of them are loyalists of Siddaramaiah, and most of them were the cabinet minister earlier. Apart from UT Kader and Yatindra Siddaramaiah, almost everybody were in power, and again they will be sworn in as the cabinet minister of Karnataka. As you rightly pointed out, that yes, Siddaramaiah would like to be the shadow chief minister of Karnataka, and remember that he is the person who have also demanded that the Congress should come up with an idea of coordination committee, which was existed during the coalition government of Congress and JDS. And however, at the last minute, Congress said that it is our own party which is in the power, and you have a KPCC president to address the issue, and as well as the general secretary of Karnataka who can take care if there are any kind of crisis or grievances within Karnataka Congress government. And we don't require one more coordination committee which cannot go to an extent of KPCC president and general secretary. So Siddaramaiah was disappointed, and even Yatindra has confirmed this particular news break of India, where he said that yes, it was a proposal, but the High Command has refused. But still, he might be the factor for DK Shivakumar when he continues to be in power for next 2 years. We need to wait and watch how he moves his trump card, whether he will be a hurdle for DK Shivakumar, or is he going to help the Congress party in the state of Karnataka to come back to power in 2028.
So a lot of updates that are coming in right now on what the cabinet will look like, the leaders who will be inducted. There are no surprises. Let's be very clear right now that it seems like the Congress High Command has said seniority will be given priority. That's why you have a G. Parameshwara in all likelihood as the sole Deputy Chief Minister. And he is, interestingly, someone who himself had ambitions to be Chief Minister, who kept throwing his hat in the ring, kept putting his hand up saying, what about me? I've also been serving the party for so many decades. I deserve a chance to be the Chief Minister of Karnataka. And that may be the reason why G. Parameshwara has also been accommodated right now as a Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. Remember when they take oath, a lot of them will essentially be sworn in as cabinet ministers. There'll be no details really of which portfolio they'll be holding. That will emerge later. So as the names continue to come to the fore, the question I was asking Naga to Sagai is whether there's a visible Siddaramaiah stamp. Doesn't look like it right now. It looks like the High Command has said that let DK Shivakumar have full control. Even the choice of Parameshwara, I don't think can be read into as a Sidhu loyalist.
In this list, Akshita, most likely it's all the habitual seniors where you know that no matter what, these people would be in the cabinet. Parameshwar is a party man. He's been party president from 2013 to 2019 for 6 years as well. And you have Krishna Bairagowda, you have Priyank Kharge, who belongs to the camp of the High Command, where party president himself is his father. Then K.H. Muniappa, the senior most leader here from the Dalit left community. And you have U.T. Khadar. This is a choice of the party High Command. When he was made the speaker, the party had promised him saying, you have to take one for the party, become the speaker, and then we'll take care of you later. And now it's his turn, is what we are told. In this list, I can see Bharati Suresh as the Chief Minister, former Chief Minister's choice, Yatindra as Siddaramaiah's choice, which is again former Chief Minister's choice, and one more person, KJ George, who's also in the camp of Siddaramaiah, but he's also in the camp of High Command. He's been very close to the party High Command. The next list that comes in, the 15 more that comes in, will be a fight between both DK and Siddaramaiah. Both would want to fit in their people because now we have finished all the seniors of the party who are in the ranks of every cabinet when Congress wins. So this is no surprises here. But the next 15 after June 18th is when the real game starts, and both these leaders will start throwing the weight around each people. We'll have to see how much of weight they would put so that they can make it to the cabinet.
Okay, so June 18th, which is when the cabinet expansion happens, that will be the crucial day. That's when we'll know really who's had the ultimate say on who should be a part of the cabinet. Right now, it's quite chaotic here. You know, you've got passes being distributed, all floral arrangements that have been put in place. I'll just show you what's happening. We'll turn around and show you how passes are being distributed to all of the officials. It's essentially time now for the organizers to kind of ensure everything is put in place. Who's allowed entry inside the Lok Bhavan, all of it being streamlined. I will tell you this though. In the last 2 months, there have been several swearing-in ceremonies that were witnessed. Tamil Nadu, Kerala and now Karnataka, all the southern states by coincidence. Tamil Nadu was extremely smooth compared to this. These right here, extremely chaotic. Kerala too was quite chaotic. But here you've got people constantly trying to trickle in, barricades still being put in place, the media being shoved from one side to another. So quite a bit of chaos, but we're staying solid here on ground at the Lok Bhavan to give you a sense of what's really happening. Remember that the leaders will start trickling in very, very soon. They'll start entering at about 4:05 p.m. is when the swearing-in ceremony will take place. It's expected to be a ceremony that will go on for about 30 minutes or so. There was also a plan for Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge to lay the foundation stone for a new KPCC office, but that plan has been in fact delayed, postponed, cancelled at this point owing to the weather. I know it looks bright and sunny right now, but in Bengaluru you can be assured that every evening there's a heavy spell of rainfall, and that's why the evening plan has been cancelled. For DK Shivakumar, however, he plans to go on an open jeep from here, the Lok Bhavan superstar-like campaign, where from here he's going to go in an open jeep to Vidhan Sauda. It's not very far, just about 5 to 10 minutes from here, but you can expect a lot of messaging in that particular moment where you'll see him going along with all of his supporters. There'll be a Thanksgiving event at the Vidhan Sauda. A red carpet has been laid out there. We'll get you that ground report from Vidhan Sauda also in just a bit. The preps are underway. We're getting you every update from here in Bengaluru, from the Lok Bhavan, as we count down to the swearing-in ceremony. I'm handing it back across to Sneha Murdani now for a big update coming in from Bengal.
All right, Akshita, thank you so much for that. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for the very latest. But right now, we're shifting focus to some news that is coming in at this point in time. We're telling our viewers about a big rift which has developed within the Trinamool Congress. It's out in the open. Anti-Mamata faction rises in Bengal. Our sources are indicating that expelled TMC MLAs garnered
50 signatures. This is a rebel TMC MLA. Ritu has entered the assembly. Another rebel MLA, Sandeepan Saha, will also be reaching shortly. Our sources tell us that rebel faction has got over the support over 50 MLAs. Now, Ritu Banerjee is being pitched as the new leader of the opposition and part of the TMC by the rebel faction. So clearly, this is Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee on one hand, along with a handful of MLAs, and Ritu on the other with MLAs. He's got the signatures we hear of 50 MLAs, which means that he is well within the position, if you just speak of plain arithmetic, to in fact become the leader of the opposition in the West Bengal Assembly. Will that happen? If it is something that will in fact materialize, then it's going to be a big setback for Mamata Banerjee, given that her choice was Abhishek Banerjee and there's been a rebellion which is out in the open. This also in fact brings us to this discussion around the fake signatures controversy that Abhishek Banerjee has found himself embroiled in, where many MLAs of the TMC have in fact claimed that their signatures were forged to then indicate that they were in support of Abhishek Banerjee as the leader of the opposition in the West Bengal Assembly. But that wasn't the truth. Remember, the CID in Bengal is already investigating that matter. In fact, we have these images coming in of various leaders at this point in time are reaching the assembly. A big rift within the TMC, which is out in the open, the anti Mamata faction rising in Bengal. Indrajit getting in more details in that story. Indrajit, there were murmurs, there was a lot of talk and speculation that all is clearly not okay after the defeat. And the leader of the opposition post-fiasco, that rebellion is out in the open at this point in time, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Sneha. This is a big development, as was being speculated over the past 48 hours. And what we do see, of course, playing out inside the West Bengal Assembly, the rebel faction within the Trinamool Congress, with Ritu Banerjee at the helm. He is a newly inducted MLA. He's just one from Uluberia. He's the one who has actually orchestrated this entire thing, along with Sandeepan Saha, the other MLA. This is the duo. Both of them have been expelled. Now, what we are learning from our sources is that Ritu Banerjee has just entered the West Bengal Assembly, and he has signatures. What we are told from our sources, he has signatures of Trinamool Congress MLAs, which is more than 50 in number, is what we are told. More than 50 Trinamool Congress newly elected MLAs are with his camp, is what this camp is claiming right now. Sources have told us. So a lot of these MLAs, new MLAs, have been seen entering the West Bengal Assembly just after Ritu Banerjee entered. Some of the names I can tell you is Huli Shaha. Some of these MLAs are from Malda Murshidabad belt. So very crucial. So what we are learning from our sources is that Ritu Banerjee is being pitched to be the new leader of the opposition on behalf of the TMC. What is important to understand is what sources are telling us, that this rebel lobby within the Trinamool Congress,
I'm going to come back to you, Indrajit, in a moment from now, even as we continue to discuss that. BJP's Priyanka Tibrewal is also now joining us. Priyanka Tibrewal, the point of discussion right now is the manner in which the split within the Trinamool Congress is really out in the open. Our reporters confirming that indeed Ritu Banerjee is now positioning himself as the leader of the opposition, and that he indeed has got the support of at least 50 MLAs.
This is their internal dispute. BJP has nothing to say in this. The kind of dissent they are having in the party, whether they make or they break, it hardly affects BJP at all, I'll tell you. And those who have been screaming from the last 2 days, Ritu or Sandeepan Shah, we all know their backgrounds. So nobody is having a clean collar in TMC, whether it is Ritu, whether it is Sandeepan Shah. And I've just heard that today, in Intali, everywhere there are posters of Sandeepan Shah's illegal activities. Now you see, do they have any face? Do they have any image? So I'm not saying that it's just Mamata Banerjee or Abhishek. I'm saying the entire group of TMC is corrupted. So whether one Daku becomes the LOP or whether the second Daku becomes the LOP, the fact of the matter remains that they're all Dakus.
How big a setback do you see this, to Mamata Banerjee and to Abhishek Banerjee, given that for a while now they've been indicating that all is well? The meeting that was called by the former West Bengal Chief Minister, TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee, most of the MLAs didn't turn up, but they did say that they're on the ground, there is violence and that they're trying to handle the situation and talking to the cadre on the ground. That's the reason why they didn't turn up for the meeting, but it turns out that there is clearly more to this than what met the eye at that point in time.
Mamata Banerjee is a seasoned politician. It is not that she didn't see this coming. She has understood it very well that these few were there in the party to enjoy the fruits. When the fruits are over, they don't want to be in the party. And rather, they wanting to throw away Mamata Banerjee from the party. But you just, one thing which we should remember, that even if Mamata Banerjee or Abhishek is out, corruption was done by all of them. So the name TMC remains, which means corruption.
I'm going to thank you for the moment getting in those details at this point in time. Ritabrata has got the support of 50 TMC MLAs. So this is what is happening as far as the TMC is concerned. Clearly, the Trinamool Congress is exploding. Viewers at this point in time is what it looks like. And also, my colleague Tapas has got the very latest on that story. I'm going to go across to him for the very latest on that. Tapas, the fact is that all of this was being brushed under the carpet all this while, but no more. The split is out in the open. There's been fair amount of disgruntlement with the leadership and a section clearly against Abhishek Banerjee here. Tell us what is expected and how is Mamata Banerjee and her camp really looking at these developments?
Well, see, it's not only about Ritobroto Bandyopadhyay, but also Piya Pal and Gulshan Mullik, the two Trinamool Congress MLAs, have also reached here assembly just 5 minutes back, and they've just gone inside. They haven't spoken much about their presence here, but it's very clear that the section of the Trinamool Congress MLAs will be joining hands with Ritobroto. And you can see the MLA's car went in. Two MLAs from Trinamool Congress have already reached here. They were nowhere to be seen in last couple of weeks, but finally they have arrived after Ritobroto Bandyopadhyay have come here at the State Assembly. And what we have been given to understand in a short while from now, the letter would be given to the Honorable Speaker as taking claim as Ritobroto as the leader of opposition here in Assembly. So it's going to be a big setback as far as Trinamool Congress is concerned, or Mamata Banerjee is concerned. What we have been given to understand, over 50 odd MLAs supports are with Ritobroto Bandyopadhyay, and as of now all kind of contemplations are on that whether or not the party will remain with Mamata Banerjee, or that will also along with the symbol will go to Ritobroto Bandyopadhyay. There is a larger question at this moment, but as of now Ritobroto and Trinamool Congress MLAs, one after the other, is reaching the assembly, and they will be meeting and staking claim as the leader of opposition. They will be nominating Ritobroto Bandyopadhyay as the leader of opposition here in the House for Trinamool Congress, and we are likely to get that in a short while from now.
We're there for the moment. Tapas getting in those details. So things are exploding as far as the Trinamool Congress here is concerned. There's been fair amount of disgruntlement within the party. Mamata wanting Sowandep as the leader of the opposition, but it seems that at least a section of the MLAs have a different plan altogether. Listening to one of the rebel MLAs who spoke with us.
স্পিকারের কাছে কোনো কিছু নিতে না না আমার কাজ আছে, পার্সোনালি কাজ আছে, আমার সমস্ত সব ডকুমেন্টস নিতে হবে, আই কার্ড গুলো নিতে হবে।
I've come here for some personal work. I need to pick all the personal documents.
আজকে হঠাৎ বিধানসভায় কারণটা কি? আমি আজকে এলাম, কালকে এসেছি বিকেলবেলায়। প্লিজ বার করুন, আপনি লক্ষ্য করে কাজ করুন, প্লিজ বার করুন। কার সাথে নাকি মিটিং হবে সেটা জানতে হয়ে যাবে। আপনি কোথাকার এমএলএ? কোথাকার এমএলএ? যেখানে হোক হবে, ওই মা আপনি জানেন না আপনি কোথাকার এমএলএ? এটা তো ভালো ব্যাপার। দিদি আজকে কি হবে?
Not very clear answers as to what is expected. Many of the leaders tight-lipped about this entire situation. I'm going straight across to BJP's Dilip Ghosh as well. Dilip Ghosh, how do you look at the situation? आपका क्या मानना है जहां तक कि ये सारी बातें हो रही हैं, स्प्लिट तृणमूल कांग्रेस में देखा जा रहा है, ऋतुव्रत बैनर्जी को एक्सपेल कर दिया गया है, लेकिन 50 MLAs के signatures are there. That's what he's saying and indicating at this point in time a big fight as far as the post of the leader of the opposition here is concerned.
देखिए, यहाँ महाराष्ट्र का जो एपिसोड था, सेकेंड
Okay, we'll in fact
पता चलेगा, लेकिन
जी
परिवारवाद से मुक्ति के लिए लड़ाई किया। बंगाल में भी बंगाल को परिवारवाद से और बाहर ले आने के लिए कई लोग ही प्रयास कर रहे हैं, लोग बोर हो चुके हैं और मुझे लगता है सभी यहाँ प्रकरण देखने को मिलते हैं।
Okay, a bit of a patchy line there with Dilip Ghosh, but I'm going to thank him if we can just reconnect with him and see if we can get a better audio with him on that big developing story that we are tracking here. Now, the expelled TMC leaders are clearly now flexing their muscles, indicating that they are in a position to, in fact, claim the post of the leader of the opposition. Okay, Dilip Ghosh is back with us. Dilip Ghosh, आपसे बातचीत कर रहे थे, लेकिन आपका ऑडियो क्लियर नहीं था। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाह रही थी कि आप कैसे देखते हैं इन सारे डेवलपमेंट्स को, जहां तक कि ये एक्सप्लोजन और ये स्प्लिट देखा जाता है तृणमूल कांग्रेस में।
नहीं, ये महाराष्ट्र में जो घटना हुई थी उसी का ही जैसा सेकंड पार्ट यहाँ देखने को मिलेगा लगता है। वहाँ भी परिवारवाद से पार्टी को निकालने के लोगों ने प्रयास किया। इतने साल पुराना पार्टी जिसका कोई विचारधारा भी था, सिस्टम भी था, वो पार्टी टूट गई। आज बंगाल में जो चल रहा था सरकार जिस पार्टी का, उस पार्टी का ना आगे ना पीछे, ना कोई विचारधारा, ना कुछ है, केवल एक परिवार का इच्छा का उनका चलता था। और वहां से पार्टी को निकालने के उन्हीं के लोग ही प्रयास कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि निकल भी जाएगा, उसी प्रकार होगा। अभी इंतजार करना पड़ेगा घटना प्रभाव किधर जाता है।
Dilip Ghosh, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. So you heard that from the West Bengal Minister and Senior Leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Bengal talking about the explosion within the Trinamool Congress, which is right before our eyes. All of this was being underplayed a few days ago, but right now it's clearly out in the open. We will be getting you more on that big story that we're tracking very closely. We're pausing here for a quick commercial break. News continues with me on the other side.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान के निकम्मेपन के कारण
प्रधानमंत्री जी को स्वयं अपने हाथ में लेना पड़ रहा है। उनका तो इस्तीफा हो जाना चाहिए प्रधान साहब का इमीडिएटली। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी या तो इस्तीफा दें, नहीं देते उनको बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। इस मसले पर पूरे सदस्य चाहे किसी पार्टी के हों, हम सब लोग एक मत से, चाहे नीट हो चाहे सीबीएसई हो, हम लोग पार्टी के आधार पर चर्चा नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम लोग कैसे इस पूरी व्यवस्था में सुधार कर सकते हैं उस पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं। हम लोगों को इस बात का भरोसा है कि जब प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं ने ले लिया है तो उसमें सब पूरी तरीके से इस सफलता से किया जाएगा, हम उम्मीद करते हैं। अगर इसमें भी लीक हो गया तो फिर तो हद ही हो गई।
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
It is not Shivakumar here. It is a Congress worker who stood on this democratic setup with the history of the Congress party. By birth, I am an educationist. By profession, I am a businessman. By choice, I am an educationist. By passion, I am a politician. Though it has been delayed, it was not been denied.
In his own words, he says it's been delayed and it's not been denied though. But today is the D-Day for DK Shivakumar, who finally gets an opportunity to in fact lead the government, be the head of the government in the state of Karnataka. That continues to be our top focus story right here. A very good morning. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's begin with the headlines and look at what's making news. Anti-Mamata faction rises in Bengal. Expelled TMC MLA Rutubrata Banerjee has garnered 50 TMC signatures, has pitched himself as the leader of the opposition in Bengal. Mamata failing to keep the TMC flock together. The remnants of Mamata's alleged corruption across Kolkata, a huge stash of termite damaged cash and arms found in Kolkata College led by the TMC. Cash to the tune of 1 crore rupees found in the TMC union room. Massive cache of ammunition found in another TMC Neta's residence. The dawn of DKS era in the state of Karnataka. DK Shivakumar to take oath as CM later today. Sources say Priyanka Kharge likely to be the Home Minister of Karnataka. DKS follows astrologer's advice for oath of venue. DKS breaks tradition. Stage has been shifted eastwards. New east-facing dais had been set up after the astrologer's advice. Let's tell you about the CBSE mess now. This is a mega India Today impact over the CBSE mess. Chairperson and secretary transferred after Prime Minister Modi intervened. Prime Minister Modi's minister personally monitoring the process. CBSE portal smooth in spite of cyber attacks. And let's begin this edition with a major scoop on India Today. As far as DKS Sarkara is concerned, Parmeshwara to become the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister. So that is the arrangement that they have arrived at. Former Home Minister of Karnataka, G. Parmeshwara, now getting an opportunity to become the Deputy Chief Minister. He's also reached DK Shivakumar's residence and greeted him. It's a big development we're reporting on, and Saga is getting that for us. Saga, the fact is that it was being speculated for a while now about how to accommodate a leader like Parmeshwara, and that's the reason why. We have this decision that has been taken about him being the Deputy CM of the state. Talk to us about what happened behind the scenes.
If you notice that G. Parmeshwar was one of the front runners for the Chief Minister post. He was a dark horse in this entire power tussle between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. He was confident that he might get the post of Chief Minister between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. And remember that even his caste as a Dalit from a Dalit community would have helped him. But however, at the last minute, we got to know that it was DK Shivakumar who won the battle between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. And now, to keep him in good books, the High Command has given him a Deputy Chief Minister post. And even Siddaramaiah has proposed his name, stating that you should make G. Parmeshwar as a Deputy Chief Minister post. The bigger question is what kind of portfolio that he will be getting. Because last time he was a Home Minister of Karnataka, and probably this time there are possibilities that the portfolio might change. What we get to learn through our sources is that probably Priyank Kharge might get the Home Ministry and G. Parmeshwar might get a different plump portfolio from the new cabinet.
What else are you learning as far as the cabinet formation here is concerned? A Deputy Chief Minister post for Parmeshwara, a meeting which is happening between him and DKS as well right now as we speak again.
Absolutely, what we get to learn through our sources is G. Parmeshwar came to DK Shivakumar house, greeted him with a bouquet because DK Shivakumar is taking oath, and even G. Parmeshwar will join with him in the Lok Bhavan to take oath this evening. And both of them spoke for a while and they left together.
And we're staying with these pictures. You know, Saga, even as you tell us about this meeting that has happened and you're describing to us about them greeting each other, we are putting out these exclusive pictures first on India Today. DK Shivakumar's residence, the Chief Minister in waiting, or the Chief Minister who is in fact DKS was taking oath today, and his deputy perhaps G. Parmeshwara meeting. He's gone there to meet him. G. Parmeshwara, like Saga was telling us, for a while was being seen as somebody who could be the dark horse here and be the consensus candidate, so to speak, and then be the CM of the state. But that has not happened. DK Shivakumar has got a shot and an opportunity to lead the government in the state. Now we have G. Parmeshwara meeting him. So it's a meet and greet between the Chief Minister-elect and the Deputy Chief Minister-elect G. Parmeshwara. The DK Shivakumar meeting with him. Remember, the oath-taking ceremony is at 4. And for the very latest on that story, I'm going to go across to Akshita, who's also tracking that big story. These pictures, Akshita with us, of course, shows the bonhomie between the two leaders. G. Parmeshwara has always been seen as somebody who could have become the CM. He was a dark horse in that sense, but that was not to be. But he is going to be DK Shivakumar's deputy in the government. That's confirmed.
That's right, Sneha. First images of DK Shivakumar on the day of his swearing in. And as expected, he's beaming, he's happy. You have a long line of supporters who've been waiting to meet him. But right now, we can confirm for you that DK Shivakumar, accompanied by G. Parmeshwara, another extremely senior leader in the Karnataka Congress, are headed to meet with Siddaramaiah. And the three will have a quick huddle before you see movement here where I am at the Lok Bhavan. DK Shivakumar is a man of the moment, of course. And as much as we've been talking about camps, about, aides of Siddaramaiah being accommodated in the cabinet, so far, if you look at really the names that have emerged and the names that we have here on India Today, it's largely, in fact, names that are, neutral. Not necessarily Siddaramaiah camp. I'd say maybe 3 of them are with Siddaramaiah, are loyal aides of his. The rest have always been the kind who say that whatever the High Command decides, we will follow, much like DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah themselves. The question is also what happens now going forward, considering that in the next few weeks you'll see another cabinet expansion, but that's a discussion for another day. Right now, all eyes will be on DK Shivakumar and all of those who will be sworn in. You're right, G. Parmeshwara in all likelihood will be the next Deputy Chief Minister. He was someone who himself kept throwing his hat in the ring to be the next Chief Minister, but that was ultimately a race between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. G. Parmeshwara, as a Dalit face, as an extremely senior leader of the party, has been given his due as well, being made now the Deputy Chief Minister. Interestingly, the Congress has decided to accommodate 2 Dalits in 2 important portfolios. From our sources, we're hearing that if Deputy Chief Minister goes to G. Parmeshwara, and by the way, there'll be only one Deputy CM, we are hearing, the Home Ministry will also go to a Dalit. Priyank Kharge, Mallikarjun Kharge's son. So it looks like they've gone all out to accommodate the minorities right now. As few positions that still there's a bit of haggling that's going on over, which is why with hours to go for the swearing-in ceremony, the final list of those who will be sworn in is yet to be handed over to the governor here at the Lok Bhavan, Sneha.
You know, that's right. Akshata, I was coming to that the Congress really has got the caste calculation, I would think, fairly right here, because there's been criticism that you did remove, your only OBC CM from the state of Karnataka. That was a criticism against the Congress party as well. So it's been cautious with this one by accommodating somebody like Parmeshwara from the Dalit section of the society. They've done a bit of a balancing act here, isn't it?
No, 100%. That's what it all came down to, and that's why the High Command has been so invested in getting those names right, because they didn't want to seem as if, they've slighted an entire community. The Ahindas account for over 60% of the vote share here in Karnataka. So that's a big block. And the reason it's such a big grouping is because it involves minorities, OBCs, Dalits all together. And so the Ahinda grouping is crucial for the Congress. By bringing in a Vocaliga, DK Shivakumar is a Vocaliga. By bringing in a Vocaliga as Chief Minister, they don't want to seem to be anti-OBC. So you have Satish Jarkiholi, who is again someone who early on with Siddaramaiah was part of the Ahinda movement. So Satish Jarkiholi, OBC face, Bhairati Suresh, Kuruba leader, Priyank Kharge, G. Parmeshwara, Dalit faces. If you see a UT Khadar, which we're hearing is going to happen, then you have a Muslim face as well. So it's interesting to see, the mix-up that they've come up with. What we're also hearing is that the KPCC chief, that decision is yet to be taken, could happen in the next 10 days. But if it's BK Hariprasad, again an OBC face, then that's again crucial messaging there. Right now, the responsibility of KPCC chief also lies with DK Shivakumar. So he's got all of the power positions, but obviously in another 10 days, the KPCC chief will also be named by the Congress High Command. Those discussions did happen yesterday in Delhi with DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. But the focus, the priority has been to figure out the cabinet postings, the cabinet names, and then the KPCC chief, because there too, important responsibility, huge amount of power. 24 months is not a long time in politics, Sneha. So 24 months, they will have to ensure that the Congress remains strong, rooted in Karnataka politics.
And ready for the next round of elections as well. Be with us, Akshata, coming back to you. And just again, a moment from now, the suspense though continues over the cabinet, and that is the Karnataka that continues in the state. Days and weeks and months of deliberations and drama. DK Shivakumar is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister. He's going to be sworn in what is going to be a high-profile yet low-key ceremony at Lok Bhavan. Though the 2.5-year formula has finally been implemented. The new cabinet is likely to have Siddaramaiah shadow. Sources are telling us that G. Parmeshwara, who's met with DKS, and we have these images as well, exclusive and live on India Today, is going to be the only Deputy Chief Minister in the state. Like Akshata was telling us, Priyank Kharge is going to be possibly accommodated as the Home Minister of the state of Karnataka. I'm going to go straight across now to Sagai for the very latest. Sagai, what are you hearing as far as the rest of the cabinet is concerned? News that Dinesh Gundu Rao is going to not be taking oath today. His name clearly not in the list. I hear that Sharanan Prakash Patil has been inducted. What about the other details that you can share with us?
If you notice that the initial list had Dinesh Gundu Rao's name, what we get to learn through our sources is that last night there was a development where KC Venugopal, Randeep Surjewala and Mallikarjun Kharge were in a hurdle, and they have removed Dinesh Gundu Rao's name and Sharana Prakash Patil and included Sharana Prakash Patil's name. Remember that he was a medical education minister during Siddaramaiah's regime, but these are tentative, so the final list yet to come. Probably there might be more changes, or there might be the same old names which might be listed, but everything depends upon the final list.
Well, everything clearly depends upon the finalists. I'm going to come back to you, Sagai, in a moment from now as you settle down with that. Sagai joining us live as well. Several leaders from the outgoing Siddaramaiah government are expected to retain their positions. And I'm going to go back to Akshata for that. This includes Akshata, G. Parmeshwara, like you said, the Home Minister, but is not going to continue perhaps in that post. We have other names as well. KH Muniappa, somebody who's been associated with the Karnataka Congress, a very senior leader. KG George, MB Patil. These are the names doing the rounds.
That's right, and it looks like right now, if you go through that particular list, no big surprises, Neha. Let's be very clear that it's almost as if the High Command has said, we'll play it safe and we'll ensure that seniority is given priority. There was a lot of talk about the High Command and particularly Rahul Gandhi wanting fresh blood, wanting youngsters to be inducted into the cabinet, maybe in a later stage. Like I said, expansion will happen on June 18th or post that after the Rajya Sabha elections. So right now, they've played it safe. All the senior names have been brought in, so there's no question of any angsty senior leadership in the Karnataka Congress. They've all been inducted right now in the cabinet. Right here at the Lok Bhavan also, you see a lot of activity. The media has been pushed into one corner, and that's because in a few hours from now, you'll have senior officials coming in to get a sense of what kind of checks have been put in place. Security is completely put up in what's one of the busiest stretches of Bengaluru. But what we'll also see is all of these ministers, and there are many others who are still minister hopefuls, Sneha. Many of them making many more trips to Delhi because the High Command right now is the boss. The High Command is taking the pick of who will be a part of this government and who won't be. KC Venugopal, Randeep Surjewala, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge. The four of them have kind of not just ensured the smooth transition of power, but have also ensured that the right names are a part of this cabinet. Like I said, we're still awaiting that final list, but we're more or less confirmed here on India Today on the Deputy CM front, on the Home Minister front, and of course that Siddaramaiah will get whatever portfolio he wants. That could be either water resources, which is, by the way, a portfolio that's held right now by DK Shivakumar, so it tells you what a weighty portfolio it is. He's also looking at representing the backward classes and also maybe medical education. That's what we're hearing could be one of the picks that Yatindra Siddaramaiah goes with, because the High Command has communicated very clearly that whichever portfolio he wants, he will be given, he will get that. The sequencing of the swearing in will be DK Shivakumar first, and then G. Parameshwara, and then the rest of the cabinet as well.
That's right. Akshita, and like you said, this is going to be a smooth transition. And the Congress High Command has worked in this direction, accommodating Siddaramaiah and the Congress Working Committee, which is the highest decision-making body of the Congress. That's been an important move as well, given that Siddaramaiah turned down the post of, a Rajya Sabha berth. That is not something that the senior leader was keen on. He wanted to continue to do his politics in Karnataka.
That's right. And Siddaramaiah, right now, we can confirm, has also been accommodated in the CWC, which is the Congress Working Committee, central to, all big decisions that are taken. And I believe the first of many that the Congress High Command will try to push him into, despite his hesitation to really have anything to do with Delhi politics. But they are going to tell him that, look, we're going to have to need you to kind of step in a Delhi role and in Karnataka as well. He's not a politician who's ready to retire. Let's be very clear about that, Sneha, which is the biggest worry for DK Shivakumar, that in the next 24 months, while DK Shivakumar continues to, set the tone for him to continue as Chief Minister, because he says that he's confident of 2028 going his way, Siddaramaiah will constantly continue to poke. So much so that he asked for a coordination committee. Bizarre, really, because this is no coalition government, for a coordination committee to be set up. Having said that, the High Command shot down that particular request. So it'll be interesting to see what really Siddaramaiah's role will be in Karnataka. The High Command's thinking will be this, that the busier they keep him in Delhi, the lesser amount of time and space he will have for Karnataka, which is why in CWC he's already been brought in. The question is, where else will he be inducted? Because Rajya Sabha seat at this point, he said, is a no-go. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the days ahead. Let's be very clear that while you're seeing a smooth transition of power on the CM's post, while you're seeing 10 names being brought in and no drama on that, it's in the coming weeks that you could see very invisible power struggles taking place. And that's the thing about Karnataka. While you'll see very public statements in other states by leaders, here the leaders in front of the cameras will show they're united. Behind the cameras is where all the power games happen. And that has continued, irrespective of the photo ops that we're seeing between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar in the last few weeks, Neha.
No, but what really stands out to me, Akshita, and you all have been reporting on that, and as somebody who's covered Congress in the past, I just want to understand from you, this has been rather smooth, and this is very unlike how the Central Congress functions. It's been very ugly when it comes to power tussles. Case in point, Rajasthan, where there was an ugly fight between Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot. The Congress had to step in a way and, placate both sides. This at least ostensibly appears to be very smooth, isn't it? It's been okay. DKS has said stuff like, there's been a delay, but I haven't been denied the position in... All right, we will continue this conversation. I apologize for that with Akshita and with Sagay in a moment from now as Karnataka continues to be one of our top focus stories. We have some news coming in at this point in time, and this is from the state of Bengal. Let's go straight to that. Right, this is news from Bengal, and it seems that the Trinamool Congress is at a break point. Massive tremors rock Mamata Bandyopadhyay. The claim now is that TMC rebel rank swells to 59. So earlier there were 50 MLAs who are with Ritabhata Banerjee and going in to stake claim and to say that they would be in fact having him as the leader of the opposition. He had 50 signatures. Now that has gone up to 59. Rebel MLAs have gathered in the assembly. Now, they stake claim to the post of the leader of the opposition. The Speaker of the West Bengal Assembly has also arrived, is what we've been given to understand. Rebels could be handing over a claim, letter to the Speaker, is what we're learning. Only a handful of MLAs have been left with Mamata. A situation where the Trinamool Congress Supremo, Mamata Bandyopadhyay, has not more than a handful of MLAs with her. And the leader she chose to be the leader of the opposition is not somebody who would be getting an opportunity. Tapas, what a big embarrassment really for the Trinamool Congress at this point in time. Not just embarrassing, this is worrying. Here we are talking about the Trinamool Congress exploding after the elections also. This is a big setback, isn't it?
Well, yes, absolutely, Sneha, because it's a party that Mamata Banerjee has built over years and she has been spearheading very successfully. But now never ever imagine any one of us that day would come when her own party comrades would part away from her. But as of now, Ritobroto and Sandipon Saha both are inside. Both of them are spearheading this entire campaign. And what we have been given to understand that they are not going against any party or their own party. They just taking claim for the leader of opposition and what they say that approximately 59 MLAs and Sandipon Saha told me that more than 2/3 MLAs are with them. Henceforth, they can stake claim for the leader of opposition, and that's been a bone of contention between the Trinamool High Command and these Trinamool leaders who are many of them are old guard. They say that they were not happy the way the name of the leader of opposition was announced, the kind of forgery that happened, and they started saying all the grudges that they had over years, that since 2021 the party high command was absolutely unreachable. People could not reach to the party high command. The way IPAC operated, the way Abhishek Banerjee dealt with the party, it seemed that there have been a deep-rooted anger within the hearts and minds of the Trinamool Congress MLAs, and now those MLAs have come here in big numbers, very close aid of Mamata Banerjee, Arup Roy, Javed Khan, Ratin Ghosh. They all are part of the old guards, and they have come in and they have spoken before entering. They said that they will let us know in due course of time. At around 11:15, the Speaker of the House have already arrived, and as we speak, we are expecting that Ritobroto Bandyopadhyay, Sandipon Saha, and all the Trinamool Congress MLAs who have already gone inside will be meeting the Speaker and taking claim for the leader of opposition, and they are projecting the leader of opposition as Ritobroto Bandyopadhyay. Now it remains to be seen that, as they say, that this is a part of that they are very much a part of Trinamool Congress, and Trinamool Congress is taking claim for choosing the leader of opposition. And now it remains to be seen what action Trinamool Congress.
Tapas, I want to understand from you. Ritabhata Banerjee has been expelled, hasn't he? He's been expelled, hasn't he? So how does that really work as far as the anti-defection law? Does that also kick in? Just explain that for our viewers, given that he's been expelled. There's been disciplinary action against the newly elected MLA.
Well, yes, absolutely. There are contemplations that the Trinamool Congress, the mother Trinamool Congress, are contemplating some legal action against the MLA.
আজকে এসেছে অন্য মিটিংয়ে বেরোবা যখন তখন মিটিংটা কে ডেকেছে আমাদের সিনিয়র লিডার আছে সিনিয়র লিডার কে ডেকেছে আজকের এই বৈঠক শোভনদেব চট্টোপাধ্যায় ডাকা নয় দলের যে বিরোধী দলের তার ডাকা বৈঠক নয় এটা তাহলে কে ডেকেছে আজকের বৈঠক আমি এসছি আমার পেট বিলটা নিয়ে দেখি কি হয় বেরোবার সময় উত্তর দিচ্ছি দিদি একবার হিন্দি মে বলিয়ে দিদি
Assembly, and we will see what happens is what one of the TMC rebel MLAs have responded to questions on the explosion within the party as far as Ritobrota's position is concerned, him wanting to then get in those signatures and then say that he is in a position to be the leader of the opposition. Listen in.
क्या स्थिति है, कितने लोग आप लोगों के साथ हैं?
विधानसभा में जा रहा हूँ, विधायक हूँ, तो उससे कुछ काम है, बाकी जो बात है
कुछ लोग तो बोल रहे हैं साइन हो गया है, 59 लोगों का सिग्नेचर मिल चुका है।
जो बोल रहा है उनसे पूछ लीजिए।
आपने किया है क्या सिग्नेचर?
अभी मैं इस बारे में कुछ नहीं बताना चाहूंगा।
हाँ।
विधानसभा में जा रहा हूँ, कुछ काम है, काम के बाद जो है।
ये गुस्सा किसके? अभिषेक के खिलाफ है? आप लोग पहुँच भी नहीं रहे हैं दीदी?
बाद में बात करेंगे, चलो।
अभी तो मैं बाहर से सुन रहा हूँ कि 59 लोग हो गया।
59 लोग हो गए?
सुन रहा हूँ, लेकिन
आपने किया है?
हाँ, मेरा भी सिग्नेचर है उसमें।
आपने कर दिया?
जी जी।
तो ये मीटिंग कहाँ, वो गेटवे होटल में ही हुई थी क्या? कैसे हुआ ये?
नहीं, मैंने पर्सनल उनसे।
तो ये विरोध मेनली अभिषेक के खिलाफ था क्या? मेनली विरोध जो है अभिषेक की वजह से?
नहीं, दल के खिलाफ नहीं है। हाँ, मेरा 5 साल गुजारना है विधानसभा के अंदर। वह LOP एक बलिष्ठ होना चाहिए। इसी रिगार्डिंग हमने सोचा कि चलो कि ऋतुव्रत जैसा कोई अगर विधायक अगर LOP बन जाए तो काम करने में सुविधा होगा।
Riju Datta is also now with us. Riju Datta was actually one of the first few leaders of the party to be suspended. Disciplinary action was taken against you. Now we hear 59 MLAs are with Ridhavata Banerjee, which means that Mamata Bandyopadhyay has been left with nothing pretty much when it comes to MLA support. And it does appear that Ridhavata Banerjee may just have his way and become the leader of the opposition. The TMC clearly is exploring here. What's happening?
So I only broke this story in the national media 2 days ago. And what is happening is years and years of ill treatment, threat culture, no democracy within the party, abuse, insult, everything was pent up. If anybody wanted to speak within the party, their voices were choked. If you still raised your voice, then police cases were held against you. So all this was happening. The last 3 years, the party went in the hands of a private entity who was selling tickets from the Panchayat level to the Vidhan Sabha level. And the crown prince of the party, he was so treating MPs, MLAs and national spokespersons as his personal servants. There was no accessibility. There was only threat culture and a one-way street. Everybody had pent-up anger.
Okay.
But because everybody was afraid of police cases and protection of their family, everybody kept quiet.
But what happens next? Riju Datta, I'm wondering, given that here is a leader who's been expelled, Ridhavata Banerjee has been expelled by the party, the TMC, for all we know, could be taking legal action against him. What happens next as far as Mamata Banerjee is concerned and her supporters within the party are concerned?
See, I'm going to be very blunt.
Okay.
These legislators who are defecting or me, we have all done the party looking at Mamata Banerjee. We have got nothing bad to say against her. She's a stalwart politician and we all respect her. But she gave the baton to the crown prince who took the entire responsibility to destroy the party brick by brick.
Okay.
Now, if you see the situation, 3/4 of the MLAs are leaving her. 3/4 means there is no anti-defection law also. I also know that at a later date they might stake a claim on the logo of the party as well. So if this is the Shiv Sena Maharashtra model. So if that happens, then Didi has to take cognizance of why she was so blinded by whatever was happening by the crown prince and his third party entity who he brought into the party. Somebody has to take responsibility for this.
You are willing to work with Mamata Banerjee but not with Abhishek Banerjee. That's what you're saying.
No.
Okay.
I have given my youth, my life to this party.
Okay.
And my suspension letter is pinned in my tweet. And it has not said that I have been expelled from the party for anti-party activity. I have never done anti-party activity in my life. But
Okay.
I just said thank you to the BJP who protected my family when my family and my livelihood was attacked by goons. And these senior leaders, these crown prince, they did not even bother to take my call or anybody's call.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to leave
so
it there
now
for the
this is
moment.
the
Viju
scenario.
Datta, thanking you for joining in with the very latest and your views on how the TMC clearly seems to be exploding at this point in time. We will in fact keep going back to that story as well in the state of Bengal. Fast-moving political developments within the West Bengal Assembly today. Right now, shifting focus to more news coming in. All right, and this is a big story that we are breaking. This is the DKS cabinet list only on India Today. Chief Minister DK Shivakumar, Yatindra Parmeshwar, KH Muniappa, UT Khader, KJ George, Krishna Bairigowda, MB Patil, Priyank Khadge, Satish Jarkiholi. These are the names that we have with us of who will be a part of the cabinet. Ramalinga Reddy, Sharna Prakash Patil, Bharati Suresh and Ishwar Khandre. That is the story for our viewers, and that is the list of ministers that our reporters are getting us. This is a story that has been sent to us by my colleague Nagarjuan Dwarkanath, and we will be going across to him in a moment from now. So 13 plus 1, which is the Chief Minister DK Shivakumar, and 13 other ministers within the government. It remains to be seen if Deputy Chief Minister post goes to G. Parmeshwar or not, but other names doing the rounds are what we just gave out, and a confirmation that this indeed is the final list with us. We have the name of Yatindra, G. Parmeshwara, KH Muniappa and UT Khader. Also KJ George. Some expected names have figured in this list. Sagai, take us to the details, also some clarity on the Deputy CM post to G. Parmeshwar.
Now, if you notice that G. Parmeshwar has just visited DK Shivakumar residence, what we get to learn through our sources that he will be the only Deputy Chief Minister from the new cabinet, and he met the DK Shivakumar and greeted him. And remember that he was one of the dog horse between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. However, we got to know the decision that the AICC has gone ahead with DK Shivakumar after mediation. And now what we get to learn is that in order to keep Parmeshwar in the good books, they have given him the Deputy Chief Minister post. Even Siddaramaiah has asked the AICC to go ahead and make him as the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. Apart from him, there will be more ministers will be taking oath, including KJ George, Ramalinga Reddy, Yatindra, Priyank Khadge, MB Patil, Sharna Prakash Patil, Ishwar Khandre and few others. And close to 13 plus 1, that is one is the Chief Minister, 13 more MLAs will be taking oath as the cabinet ministers in the new DK Shivakumar's government.
So we have senior leaders also figuring in that list. Satish Jarkiholi has also been accommodated as expected and has been speculated. Dinesh Gundu Rao Sagai has been shown the door this time around. Not very good news for him, but we also have Priyank Khadge getting an opportunity, the son of the Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge. Then we have UT Khader as well. So the Congress has also made sure that a minority face has been accommodated in the cabinet. The caste calculations, I think, done right here, isn't it, Sagai?
Absolutely. Every single post, every single cabinet berth has been done according to the caste calculation, and they want to ensure that everybody has been kept happy, irrespective of the caste. They want to ensure that OBC is accommodated, Vakalikas are accommodated, Lingayat community is accommodated, as well as the minority community is also being taken care. So that is the reason that this particular decision has taken. And if you notice that Parmeshwar belongs to an SC community as well as Priyank Khadge, and they also want to ensure that if the Lingayat and SC community has been accommodated in the cabinet, definitely they need to accommodate someone from the OBC. In all possibility that BK Hari Prasad might be one of the front runners for the post of KPCC President.
Details that we're sharing of the views at this point in time. Once again, the entire list. Siddaramaiah's son, of course, his name features on top of that list. Yatindra's name is clearly there. This is something that India Today told you about much earlier, that his son would be accommodated. G. Parmeshwar as somebody who has been seen as a dark house, and a lot was said about the fact that he could be getting an opportunity to be at the helm of affairs, lead the government. That did not happen, but perhaps a deputy CM post for him. KH Muniappa, senior leader of the Congress party, UT Khader, KJ George, Krishna Bairigowda, MB Patil, Priyank Khadge, Satish Jarkiholi, Ramalinga Reddy, Shan Prakash Patil, Bharati Suresh and Ishwar Khandre, 13+1. So that's how DK Shivakumar's cabinet looks like at this point in time. So again, talk to our viewers about the kind of back and forth that we've seen as far as, Siddaramaiah's. Okay, we have more information coming into this point in time that DK Shivakumar is right now meeting with the outgoing Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. That's the story we're breaking at this hour. Images on your screen is also is of that meeting which is happening at this point in time. At least in the face of it, fair amount of bonhomie. DKS has thanked Siddaramaiah, and there's been, in fact, a sense that right, we have Akshata with the very latest on that story as well. Akshata just asked to go before DKS finally takes oath after just so many months of speculation. He's now meeting with the outgoing Chief Minister. Talk to us also about the cabinet list that we have with us at this point in time.
Hi, madam.
Okay, so as we get you all of the images that are coming in, nice to see the bonhomie once again between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah Sneha. Those are the pictures of DK Shivakumar on swearing-in day as he meets with Siddaramaiah, greets him. He also had a meeting with G. Parameshwara. A number of news breaks that's coming in right now. All the names emerging, Nagarjun and Sagai picking up the phone lines, dialing each of these leaders to confirm if they've gotten calls from the Chief Minister. In this case, it will be DK Shivakumar, the CM designate. But let's get you a sense of the names. Ishwar Khandre, who is considered to be a neutral face of sorts. He is someone who's got the call. KG George, close to Siddaramaiah, has been called. Ramalinga Reddy, one of the senior leaders of the Congress. Sharan Prakash Patil Gowda has been called, which means essentially that Dinesh Gundurao, it seems, has been replaced by Gowda. And beyond that, the other names that have come in right now is also of Yatindra, which is a no-brainer there because Siddaramaiah's son was said he would be accommodated. G. Parameshwara, who met with DK Shivakumar, is going to be in all likelihood the Deputy Chief Minister. K.H. Muniappa, senior leader, as expected, he's been accommodated. UT Khader, Muslim face. Krishna Baira Gowda, Bangalore face. MB Patil, Industries Minister. Lingayat leader could be also brought in. Priyank Kharge, Dalit face. We're hearing he could be the Home Minister. Satish Jarkiholi, representative of the Ahinda grouping, who was expected to be KPCC chief but has chosen a cabinet berth instead. And then Bharati Suresh, Kuruba leader also. We've got all of these names with us. Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's been speaking to each of these leaders, confirming that they're getting calls now to be part of the swearing-in. So celebrations in each of their residences, and they'll be heaving a huge sigh of relief. Any surprises?
No surprises. One is that Dinesh Gundurao has been kept out, and Sharan Prakash Patil, if you can, I can just ask them to move. Sharan Prakash Patil is in at this point of time. He's a Lingayat strongman from the Gulbarga district, and Dinesh Gundurao from Bangalore City has been kept out. Unfortunately, it's the last moment development. There's a lot of unhappiness and disappointment within the camp of Dinesh Gundurao is what I'm told, because Sharan Prakash is junior to him and Dinesh is senior.
So why then?
The party's high command decision, and that's some permutation combinations that they have worked out, and there are three Lingayats here, MB Patil, Ishwar Khandre and Sharan Prakash Patil. All of them have started to get phone calls.
So there are three Lingayats then in this cabinet. Three Lingayats who've been accommodated, two Dalits, and
three Dalits, including Parmeshwar, Priyank Kharge and Muniappa, three Dalits. So three Dalits, three Lingayats, one Vakaliga Chief Minister, one Vakaliga Cabinet Minister, that is Krishna Baira Gowda. And then in OBC you have Yatindra and Bharati Suresh too. And from Muslim community it will be UT Khader. From Christian community you will be having KJ George. People have already gotten calls. I've made calls at least to the five next to be the cabinet minister. All of them have said, a minute back DK Shivakumar called me and congratulated me and said, you are the part of my cabinet. Welcome to my cabinet. And now DK Shivakumar has reached Siddaramaiah's house and is officially told Yatindra saying, Yatindra, you will be a part of my cabinet. Welcome to my cabinet.
Okay, interesting. So all the names are more or less a given. There are pictures now coming in also of DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah hugging it out. Siddaramaiah, I'm sure, expressing his congratulations right now to DK Shivakumar. They're at Siddaramaiah's residence, which interestingly and curiously enough is the official CM residence of Kaveri, which Siddaramaiah will not be vacating. It's almost as if, it's a given protocol, a nicety, a formality, if you will, that Siddaramaiah has always held on to that residence irrespective of who becomes Chief Minister. And so throughout, even now when DK Shivakumar takes over, Siddaramaiah will remain in that particular residence. Can I just highlight though, Sneha? One aspect that I find extremely disturbing and disappointing rather, disappointing would be the right word, in this cabinet is that you're talking of all possible caste arithmetics, minority representation. Where are the women? 0 women right now in this cabinet. I hope that changes. There's still a few more hours to go. But so far, that's the disappointing aspect really of the names that have emerged.
Caste calculations clearly on top of the mind. And also on top of the mind really would be to keep Siddaramaiah happy. And I think that is something that is reflecting in this list that we have with us, isn't it, Akshata?
Yes and no, I would say. I think that the High Command has taken a very balanced view, Sneha, in the sense that, yes, you've got a few of Siddaramaiah's loyal aides, but he'd given 8 names, remember. All 8 names haven't been accommodated. That's messaging from the High Command, a bit of a pushback from them saying, look, you can't have complete control of a government that's run by DK Shivakumar. So at this point, I can also get you, in fact, a reaction. There's been a lot of questions that's been asked by the BJP, who've claimed that Dalits are being neglected by the Congress, that you have Dalit leaders, they do nothing for the Dalit community. Priyank Kharge has also responded to that, saying BJP leaders cannot afford to preach about Dalits, saying that the BJP never even ensured representation of OBCs and Dalits. So you're already seeing a lot of politics playing out over the caste arithmetic that's being worked out. The Congress High Command knows this full well, that every step they take with regards to who's going to be sworn in today is going to be watched very, very closely with a hawk eye to see who's in, who's out, and the BJP will go into all kinds of analysis to poke holes in their choice, which is why the High Command has so carefully crafted and stitched these names together. At this point, as we speak, Siddaramaiah is someone who's not been and not a shadow CM. That was a concern for DK Shivakumar, that if he gets his way, he's going to call the shots in a DK government, that DK Shivakumar would be wearing the crown, but that's about it. That ultimately Siddaramaiah will continue to pull the strings. That doesn't seem to be happening, but like I said, the next few weeks is when you will actually know how much of control Siddaramaiah has. Siddaramaiah right now will be attending the swearing-in ceremony. There's no question of any rebellion, no factionalism. So for now, and I'll say for now, importantly, Sneha, because there's a lot more work to be done, the High Command has managed the situation, has managed it extremely well to ensure that there's no sort of crisis, no drama, no rebellion. Everyone's towed the line of the Congress High Command here.
And that's what we were talking about. Akshita, this is very unlike how the Congress has handled similar situations in the past as well, right? Having said that, the challenges only start from here on. DKS has got an opportunity, but at the same time, there would be fair amount of power flexing from Siddaramaiah, and then the opportunity, the big challenge really in the run-up to the elections in just about 2 years from now.
That's right, 2028. But I must highlight, Sneha, that as far as the Congress High Command goes, the last few weeks, it's been very different from what you'd expect from the Congress High Command, which usually dithers on decisions, which usually goes back and forth, and all of that leads to wounds being festered. There was a lot of talk that that's what's happening in Karnataka. That 6 months ago, when the 2.5-year term ended, nothing was done about DK Shivakumar. And so you were letting him kind of create factionalism. You were letting him allow rebellion to thrive in the party. But having said that, none of that happened. Both leaders not just towed the party line, the Congress High Command, on the timing that they've decided, it turns out, was apt, was perfect, because now you see how smooth the transition has been. And what I'm referring to when I say the last few weeks is that Tamil Nadu, to dump the DMK, go with the TVK, and you're finally in power sharing after 59 years in Tamil Nadu. One big step that's been taken by them. Of course, the jury's still out, and we'll know in the months ahead whether that's the right call or not. And then in Kerala, to decide between VD Satish and KC Venugopal and then choose a VDS despite KC Venugopal being so close to the High Command is a tough call, a brave call. They took it because of public sentiment. And now here in Karnataka, while many questioned the timing, the delay, the Congress High Command cracked the whip at the right time, ensured the transition was as smooth as possible. Yes, there was a whole lot of power games happening behind the scenes, but that was expected. That was normal. Ultimately, the leaders in front of the cameras did what mattered the most, sending out a message. What the High Command wants, we will do. Which is why the messaging from Rahul Gandhi to Siddaramaiah also was that a senior leader like you has set an example for the rest of the party to follow, that the moment the High Command gave an order, you followed. We deeply respect that. We deeply appreciate that. And they're hoping that this Karnataka model is something that they will follow in times to come. I've been saying this constantly, Sneha. Two portraits that will go down in the Congress Hall of Fame. One of Siddaramaiah for having immediately heeded the High Command's call and ensuring that he resigns as they told him. And second of DK Shivakumar. Because not just did he wait for his time, didn't resort to any sort of public bickering or any of that, but waited saying, I have full faith in the High Command. But he's got that picture-perfect story of the Congress growth story. You know, a fairy tale story, if you will, from NSUI to make it into the Congress, from, a Congress worker to rise the ranks, become the KPCC chief, become a minister, and ultimately the chief minister.
That's right. You know, Akshita, moving a little ahead, of course, he takes oath at 4 o'clock today. We have the information on Rahul Gandhi also moving to Bengaluru for the oath-taking ceremony. The ceremony is going to be at Lok Bhavan. What next? Because here is the legacy that Siddaramaiah is leaving behind of a chief minister of a government that focused heavily on welfare measures. He has learned to have also shown his report card for the poor policies to Rahul Gandhi in their several meetings that they've had. That is a legacy that DKS will have to carry forward, isn't it? There's going to be a big challenge as well, given the finances of the state. All of that is going to work out in days and weeks to come.
No, absolutely. Very, very challenging times for DK Shivakumar. No time to kind of sit back, relax, enjoy or celebrate what he's achieved. He's going to have to hit the ground running because you have big shoes to fill in Siddaramaiah. You've got a legacy to live up to, and then there's 2028 as well. The challenge of 2028 will be an important one for DK Shivakumar because the High Command has said, look, we've given you full responsibility. Now it's on your shoulders to deliver Karnataka to us come 2028. And then there's the finances. You know, Siddaramaiah as a veteran leader has served several terms as finance minister, and to pull off guarantees at a time when, the Karnataka debts were growing, it's still a challenge. There's no doubt about it. How will DK Shivakumar handle that challenge is the question, especially because now, and if in other states, Sneha, it's considered a given that the chief minister post comes with the home minister. That's the weighty portfolio that always goes with the CM. Here in Karnataka, it's finance. Finance is that, that diamond on top of a crown which every chief minister hopes to hold on to. And here it's no different. Finance is going to be with DK Shivakumar. It's a very challenging portfolio. Siddaramaiah handled it with the kind of experience and, authority you need. That, to me, is the biggest challenge for DK Shivakumar. How he'll handle the finance portfolio and, of course, with 24 months, setting the tone and stage right for 2028.
All right, and these are developments that we'll be looking at very closely. Akshita, continue to be with us because Karnataka and the developments there, interesting developments from the state is going to be one of our top focus stories right here. We have the final list with us also first and exclusive on India Today, confirming the cabinet list and how DKS's cabinet is going to look like. For the moment, we're wrapping up this edition, but our focus on the other side in Karnataka and how things are also exploding in the Trinamool Congress in the state of Bengal. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
If you want to scale the media heights, we will teach you the ropes. There is no peak in journalism that our mentors haven't scaled. So look no further. Join our postgraduate diploma programs and gain guaranteed internship and proven placement record with top media houses and companies. For more information, visit indiatodayMediaInstitute.in or call 95600 65465.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
यश
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
And story we're breaking at this hour from the national capital. A deadly fire at an eatery in Delhi is what we're reporting on. Delhi police has put death toll at 10. The fire in Delhi's Malviya Nagar eatery. The fire department received information at around 8:50 p.m. about a fire at a restaurant in the Malviya Nagar area of Delhi. 10 fire tenders were rushed to the spot to control the blaze. 3 people were rescued from the basement of the building. What we're learning is that 10 people have died. Jitendra, my colleague, is getting us the very latest on that story. Malviya Nagar आग में 10 लोगों की मौत. जितेंद्र, क्या डिटेल शेयर कर सकते हैं? क्या हुआ यहाँ पर? ये कौन सी ईटरी है?
पड़ रहा है यहाँ पर जो है वो लोग रुके हुए थे। यहाँ एक ये भी जानकारी मिली है कि जो लोकल लोग हैं उन्होंने यहाँ बगल में गद्दे की दुकान है, उन लोगों ने गद्दे डाल करके जो ऊपर से लोग कूद रहे थे उस को उनको बचाया है। सर आप ये बताइए कि कितने लोग हताहत?
जी राजीव, तो यहाँ पर तस्वीरों में पुलिस जो है पूरी तरीके से अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन और जो जला हुआ पार्ट है, एरिया है, उसको पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पर खाली कराया जा रहा है, साफ कराया जा रहा है। आग पर काबू तो पाया गया है। 10 जो फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियां यहाँ पर पहुंची थी और ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि 10 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है, जिस तरीके की जानकारी मिल रही है। तो एक बड़ा यहाँ पर आग के लगने से बड़ा हादसा हुआ है, जिसको कि लेकर के यहाँ लोकल
Jitendra Bahadur with the very latest on that story. We will in fact get more on that, but these are details that 10 people have died in the posh Malviya Nagar area of Delhi. Arvind Oja also has more. Arvind, और क्या details share कर सकते हैं इस समय फायर हाउसिंग ऑपरेशंस के बारे में? ये बताया जा रहा है कि 10 लोग मारे गए हैं इस हादसे में।
बिल्कुल, और देखिए आपको बताऊं कि 10 लोग की मौत हुई है, जबकि और जो घायल हैं उनकी हालत भी बहुत बेसमेंट में रेस्टोरेंट है जिसमें आग लगी थी। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया गया फायर डिपार्टमेंट के जरिए और सफोकेशन की वजह से कई मौतें हुई हैं, जो जानकारी निकल करके आ रही है। तो एक बड़ा हादसा है। अब इसकी इंक्वायरी भी की जाएगी कि क्या इसको एनओसी थी जो बेसमेंट पे रेस्टोरेंट चल रहा था। लेकिन एक बड़ा हादसा है। ये साउथ दिल्ली का मालवीय नगर इलाका है। अब यहाँ पर ये रेस्टोरेंट चल रहा था जिसमें 8:50 पर सुबह आग लगी है। अच्छा देखिए, बेसमेंट में रेस्टोरेंट था, उसमें आग लगी है, लेकिन उसका पैनिक ये था कि होटल की ऊपर से भी लोग कूदे हैं अपनी जान बचाने के लिए। आसपास के लोगों ने नीचे की तरफ एक मोटा गद्दा बिछा दिया था, सो दैट अगर होटल से कोई कूदता है तो उसकी जान बचाई जा सके। लेकिन अभी जो दिल्ली पुलिस के सोर्सेज ने हमें जानकारी दी, उसके मुताबिक इस हादसे में 10 लोगों की मौत हुई है, जबकि और कई लोग बुरी तरह से इस मामले में घायल हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, अरविंद ओझा विद द वेरी लेटेस्ट ऑन दैट स्टोरी। अरविंद, इस समय आप बता सकते हैं ये हादसा हुआ कैसे? दिल्ली फायर सर्विस का इस पर क्या कहना है? ये आग कैसे लगी, इसके बारे में कोई डिटेल्स अगर बताएं।
देखिए, फिलहाल रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन का काम वो अभी पूरा हुआ है। आग किस वजह से लगी इसके बारे में प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी करेगी दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम, फायर डिपार्टमेंट की टीम। लेकिन जो सोर्सेज हैं उनका कहना है कि रेस्टोरेंट में ही ये आग लगी है सुबह के वक्त, क्योंकि 8:50 पर रेस्टोरेंट ओपन होना शुरू हो गया था, काम वहां पर चल रहा था और उसी दौरान ये आग लगी है और आग धीरे धीरे फैल गई। काफी भीषण आग थी जिसका विजुअल भी इंडिया टुडे के पास है, जिसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि जो रेस्टोरेंट है उसमें काफी भयानक आग लगी है और आग इतनी विकराल रूप हुई कि जो बिल्डिंग, चूंकि बेसमेंट में रेस्टोरेंट था और बाकी ऊपर होटल थे, उसमें लोग कूदकर अपनी जान बचाने की कोशिश करने लगे, जिसमें कई लोग घायल हुए और जिसमें तकरीबन 15 लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया था। 10 लोगों की इस हादसे में मौत हो गई है।
जी अरविंद, पर और क्या जानकारी आ रही है? किस तरह से ये आग बढ़ी? ये आपने बोला कि कमर्शियल एरिया है, रेजिडेंशियल एरिया है पास में, कितने बजे आग लगी?
8:50 पर फायर डिपार्टमेंट को ये कॉल मिली थी कि एक रेस्टोरेंट है उसमें आग लगी है। उसके बाद लोकल पुलिस पहले पहुंच गई थी। फायर डिपार्टमेंट की 10 गाड़ियां वो आग बुझाने में लग गई और जो तस्वीरें सामने आई हैं उससे साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि जो आग है वो काफी मैसिव, काफी भयानक ये आग लगी थी। और उसके बाद फिर फायर डिपार्टमेंट की टीम ने सबसे पहले आग को बुझाया। उसके बाद बेसमेंट में काफी लोग फंसे हुए थे, उनको रेस्क्यू किया गया था। उन सभी को अलग अलग अस्पताल में, मैक्स अस्पताल, एम्स अस्पताल, सफदरजंग अस्पताल, कई अस्पताल में उनको एडमिट कराया गया, उनका इलाज चल रहा था। उस दौरान जो दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि 10 लोगों की इस हादसे में मौत हो गई है, जबकि और कई लोग बुरी तरह से घायल हैं, उनका भी इलाज करवाया जा रहा है। तो ये अभी लेटेस्ट अपडेट है। आग किस वजह से लगी है इसकी प्रॉपर जांच होगी, लेकिन जो दिल्ली पुलिस के सूत्र हैं वो बता रहे हैं कि रेस्टोरेंट में ही आग लगी थी 8:50 पर और उसके बाद वहां पैनिक फैल गया, क्योंकि ये एक मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग है और नीचे की तरफ बेसमेंट था जिसमें रेस्टोरेंट चल रहा था। और जब रेस्टोरेंट में आग लगी तो उसके बाद जो बिल्डिंग है उसमें भी पैनिक हुआ, लोग कूदकर अपनी जान बचाने की कोशिश करने लगे। लोकल लोगों ने भी लोगों की काफी हेल्प की और ये रेजिडेंशियल इलाका है, साथ ही साथ कॉमर्शियल यहाँ पर कुछ बिल्डिंग है जिसमें रेस्टोरेंट बना हुआ था।
जी, a matter of extreme concern. Arvind, आपको धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी इस जानकारी के लिए. And let's now dip into my colleague Jitendra Bahadur, who's at this very spot.
जिसमें आप देख रहे हैं तस्वीरों में कि ऊपर से लेकर के नीचे तक ये कंप्लीट जल चुका है। ये बताइए सर, आप दिल्ली पुलिस से हैं कि किस तरीके का यहाँ पर जो है आग लगी? जब
कुछ नहीं कह सकते, अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है।
कौन कौन लोग हैं सर? अभी किसी को और फंसे हुए हैं सर?
अभी सर्च चल रहा है, ऊपर सर्च चल रहा है।
ऊपर के टॉप फ्लोर में?
हाँ, सब जगह पूरे में सर्च चल रहा है।
अच्छा, तो फायर ब्रिगेड और दिल्ली पुलिस के लोग, तमाम लोग?
हाँ, सर्च चल रहा है। फायर ब्रिगेड, दिल्ली पुलिस सर्च चल रहा है।
तो यहाँ आप तस्वीरों में देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से जो फायर ब्रिगेड से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं, इसके साथ साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के लोग हैं, ऊपर का जो महला है आप जो देख रहे हैं तस्वीरों में, उसमें टॉप फ्लोर में अगर कोई फंसा हुआ है तो उसको लेकर के सर्च ऑपरेशन इस वक्त चलाया जा रहा है।
Jitendra Bahadur, they're getting us this ground report from the very site where this fire is trying to be doused by the fire personnel who are at the site. Several fire tenders who were rushed to the spot. This is from the Dehru Place fire station where the blaze erupted at around 8:50 in the morning is when the call went. And that's the initial statement that came in from the Delhi Fire Service, saying that 3 people have been rescued, but unfortunately 10 people have lost their lives and several who are injured, where they're trying to get all those out who are feared to be trapped. And we're now cutting across to more breaking news just coming in of how a woman jumped when the fire broke out. This incident that was caught on camera. We'll try and play out that video. And we are yet to get details of whether that woman is safe, from where exactly she jumped, what was the height that she jumped, but she was fearful that she may not be able to survive as the fire kept escalating, and that's when she chose to jump. Horrific incidents that are being reported. Let's listen in to this particular video.
हॉस्पिटल एम्बुलेंस वाला का फोन ना करे जाए।
There you see, this is a very, very cramped area. So as my colleagues tell us that the ground was a restaurant. There was also the basement, and the top floors are probably residential floors. Unfortunate that this woman who jumped or was thrown out, unclear at this point, hoping that she survived. But there you see, she jumped from probably the first floor or the second floor to save her life as the fire kept escalating. And this entire area that is very, very cramped has some commercial establishments, has residential properties largely. There you see the buildings that are literally adjacent to each other, and also fear of how the fire can escalate even into the other structures. My colleague Jitendra, who is on the ground, let's take a look at the rescue operations.
शुएब, इसरार भाई, अनीस, ये लोग आए थे, मैं इनके बाद आया था, तो इन लोगों ने और एक फजल था, इन्होंने गद्दे निकाल के सामने शॉप से यहाँ बिछाए थे। ऊपर थर्ड फ्लोर से 3 नाइजीरियन, चार नाइजीरियन कूदे थे, जो ऊपर से कूद के जिन्होंने अपनी जान बचाई थी। तो जब तक उसके बाद इन लोगों ने शटर काटा, फायर की टीम आई है, गेट शटर काटा है। शटर काटने के बाद
अंदर घुसे, वहाँ पे हमें ब्रॉड डेड भी पेशेंट जो बिल्कुल ही थे, बिल्कुल चले हुए थे, वो भी लेके आए हम, और जो अनकॉन्शियस थे जिनको हमने खुद अपने हाथ से एम्बुलेंस में CPR दे के मैक्स में, नियर बाई यहाँ मैक्स किया, उसमें शिफ्ट किया था।
कितनी डेड बॉडी यहाँ से आप लोगों ने निकाला और कितना लोग जो है हॉस्पिटल में इस समय भर्ती?
ऐसे सर ब्रॉड डेड तो डेड बॉडी तो नहीं बता सकते, मतलब हम ये बता सकते हैं टोटल पेशेंट हमने अराउंड 30 के आसपास, हमने मैक्स में 30 to 35 के आसपास उसमें शिफ्ट करे, जिसमें से अनकॉन्शियस भी थे और कुछ होश में भी थे।
कुछ ऐसे थे
36 के करीब। मैं नहीं बोलूंगा।
All right, so those are the eyewitness accounts coming in of how some who unfortunately lost their lives and their bodies were recovered, but some who managed to get saved, but they are massively injured. They're receiving treatment. Let me also bring in my colleague Arvind Oja, who's with us on the phone line. Arvind, कुछ reports आ रही हैं जिनका कहना है कि preliminary investigation बता रही है कि LPG cylinder explosion था, जिसकी वजह से structure collapse हुआ, फिर आग बढ़ती रही और ये शायद utensil polishing facility से था. क्या ये confirmation है?
देखिए, ये इनिशियल इंफॉर्मेशन है कि जो गैस सिलेंडर है उसमें ब्लास्ट हुआ है, लेकिन आग का जो नेचर है, जिस तरह से आग लगी, वो यही इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है कि जो रेस्टोरेंट है उसमें काम चल रहा था और उसी दौरान ये आग लगी है। जो घायल हैं उनका आंकड़ा बड़ा है, जो रेस्क्यू किए गए हैं वो तकरीबन 20 से ज्यादा लोग हैं, जिसमें 10 लोगों की मौत हुई है। लेकिन जो अभी हमें जो जानकारी मिली है दिल्ली पुलिस से, वो काफी चिंताजनक है। वो ये कि और जो घायल हैं उनकी हालत बहुत ज्यादा गंभीर बनी हुई है। जो उनका इलाज है वो अस्पताल में करवाया जा रहा है। जो इनिशियल इंफॉर्मेशन है उसके मुताबिक गैस सिलेंडर में ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसकी वजह से आग लगी, लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि इसकी प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी होगी। साथ ही साथ ये भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाएगा कि क्या ये जो बेसमेंट में रेस्टोरेंट चल रहा था, इसको फायर की एनओसी मिली थी या नहीं मिली थी। लेकिन ये बहुत दर्दनाक खबर है कि ये जो आग लगी थी उसमें झुलसने से और कई की सफोकेशन से मौत हुई है। तो फिलहाल दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम मौके पर है, फायर डिपार्टमेंट की टीम मौके पर है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन लगातार की जा रही है। जी
अरविंद, बने रहिए हमारे साथ। अभी जाएंगे जितेंद्र बहादुर पर। जितेंद्र, who continues to be on the spot. Let's take a look at how the rescue operations continue.
किया गया है। अराउंड 30 to 35 लोग हैं, उसमें फायर फाइटिंग टीम है, दिल्ली पुलिस है या हम लोकल्स हैं जिन्होंने मेहनत की है। सबने एज अ टीम काम किया है और इसकी वजह से आए हैं। और इवन मैक्स हॉस्पिटल की जो फायर फाइटिंग टीम है वो भी यहाँ पर अवेलेबल।
जो फॉरेनर लोग हैं वो लोग किस तरीके से, क्या यहाँ नीचे ग्राउंड फ्लोर जो था उसमें होटल था, रुकने का भी स्थान?
जिस हिसाब से सर हमने अंदर देखा था तो रूम से होटली टाइप का लग रहा है। अब इसमें श्योर तो है नहीं, जल गया है, बट वो रूम्स के अंदर ही थे। कुछ भाग रहे थे, कुछ जीनों पे भी बेहोश मिले हमें, कुछ रूम के अंदर, कुछ बाथरूम के अंदर भी बेहोश मिले थे। मोस्टली फॉरेनर थे सर, मोस्टली लोग यहाँ पे फॉरेनर थे। हाँ,
जो हमने सबसे लास्ट में 2 बंदों को निकाला है वो दोनों आई थिंक नाइजीरियन है और वो वॉशरूम में पोर्ट पे बैठे हुए थे एक दूसरे को सेव करने के लिए और आई थिंक वो डेड थे, तो वो अनकॉन्शियस।
राजीव, यहाँ पर हम आपको एक बार तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं कि किस तरीके से देखिए राजीव, यहाँ पर जो है फायर ब्रिगेड के तमाम लोग जो हैं वो मौजूद हैं और एक बार यहाँ की तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से ये रास्ता जो है वो मेन रोड की तरफ जाता है और ये जो दूसरा रास्ता है यहाँ से आगे मैक्स हॉस्पिटल की तरफ ये रास्ता जाता है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि रास्ता तो चौड़ा है लेकिन फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियां जो है मेन रोड पर लगी हुई हैं और फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियां यहां पर जिस वक्त पहुंची उस वक्त ये बिल्डिंग जो है वो पूरी तरीके से राजीव जल रही थी और आप तस्वीरों में देख रहे हैं कि पूरी बिल्डिंग ये जल करके खाक हो चुकी है। इसमें ये जानकारी मिल रही है कि बहुत सारे लोग जो फॉरेनर भी रहे हैं वो तमाम लोग यहां पर इलाज कराने के लिए मैक्स हॉस्पिटल में आते हैं और ये जो मैक्स हॉस्पिटल में इनको रखा गया था। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि यहां से जब उनको निकाला गया तो उन लोगों की बहुत सारे लोगों की बॉडीज भी निकाली गई। इसके साथ साथ जो यहां पर फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर हैं उनके द्वारा यह भी जानकारी दी जा रही है कि यहां पर दिक्कतें उस वक्त हो रही थी, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि कोशिश लगातार, चाहे फायर ब्रिगेड हो, दिल्ली पुलिस के जो लोग हैं वो तमाम लोग यहां पर मौजूद हैं। इन लोगों ने सुबह से ही यहां पर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया है। इसके साथ साथ लोकल्स जो हैं, ये सामने की जो शॉप आपको दिख रही है मसूरी कॉटन शॉप, यहां पर गद्दे बनाने की दुकान है। जानकारी ये मिल रही है कि यहां से जो है गद्दे डाल करके जो ऊपर से लोग कूद रहे थे उनको बचाया गया। हालांकि वो वीडियो अभी हमारे पास मौजूद नहीं है। किस तरीके से लोगों को इस दुकान में गद्दे डाल करके बचाया?
ये हमारी अपनी दुकान है, हमारे अंकल है, इन्होंने गद्दे दिए तो वो पूरी रोड पे गद्दे बिछाए तो 3rd फ्लोर से बंदे कूदे हैं। थर्ड फ्लोर से कूदे शीशे फोड़ के और बाकी जो हम ऊपर पहुंचे, हम तीनों भाई ऊपर ही थे। ऊपर गेट जैसे ही खोला है तो 2-3 नाइजीरियन थे, वो डेड कर गए थे।
काउंटिंग हमने क्यों करी नहीं, फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड ग्राउंड फ्लोर और बेसमेंट सब जगह थे लोग, सब अनकॉन्शियस थे, बिल्कुल अनकॉन्शियस जिसको बोलते हैं।
धुएं की वजह से पूरा
धुएं की वजह से मोस्टली अनकॉन्शियस थे, क्योंकि जब फायर फाइटिंग और दिल्ली पुलिस टीम आ गई थी, फायर फाइटिंग टीम ने जब इसको बुझा दिया है, बुझने के बाद जब हम अंदर घुसे हैं टीम के साथ तो हमसे भी घुसा नहीं जा रहा था, तो हालत हमारी भी खराब थी, उन लोगों की भी खराब थी, बट सबने इंक्लूडिंग लोकल थाना जो है हमारा मालवीय नगर का, उनके लोगों ने सबने मिलके हम अंदर घुसे।
तो राजीव, जिस तरीके की जानकारी मिल रही है कि बहुत सारे लोग अनकॉन्शियस थे उस दौरान, ये बिल्डिंग जो है एक बार फिर तस्वीरों में आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि ये जो आपको यहाँ पर चैनल दिख रहा है लोहे का, इस चैनल को काटा गया है। क्या जानकारी मिल रही, क्या ताला बंद था? क्या
ये लोग था, वो फायर वाले आए थे, उन्होंने कैंची दी थी, उससे काटा है फिर।
जब होटल था यहाँ पर तो आखिर इसको चैनल को बंद क्यों, ताला क्यों लगा?
ये इतना आइडिया नहीं है, लेकिन ये बंद था, फिर इन्हों को चैनल से काटा, उससे कैंची से जो फायर वालों ने दिया, फिर अंदर घुसे, उससे काटा, फिर हम अंदर घुसे, फिर ये भी घुसे। इनको थोड़ी जानकारी दी सांस वास के लिए, तो इनको।
हाँ बिल्कुल राजीव, जो तस्वीरें हैं और जो कि यहाँ पर फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर जो कि लोकल लोग हैं उनके द्वारा जो जानकारी दी जा रही है कि ये जो सामने तस्वीर आप दिखाई पड़ रही है कि
And that's my colleague getting you all the details from the ground of how the rescue operations were carried out. Several eyewitness accounts coming in of how some who were trapped in that building, in that structure, chose to jump. The locals, of course, helped by just laying down mattresses on that entire stretch to be able to save as many people as possible. But the smoke inside that structure, that was just so much that led to a lot of suffocation. Let's once again take a closer look at these pictures and most importantly what the eyewitness accounts state.
चैनल है ये पहले शुरुआत में बंद था और इसमें ताला लगा हुआ था। आखिर क्यों ताला लगा हुआ था? जब यहाँ लोग रह रहे हैं होटल में और उसके साथ साथ ऊपर जो है रेस्टोरेंट भी है, तो ताला आखिर क्यों लगाया गया था? इसकी वजह से जो लोग हैं वो बाहर नहीं निकल पाए और उसके बाद जब फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची, उन्होंने जो है इस जगह के सीधे जो सामने की तरफ ताला है उसको तोड़ा गया। तो ये ताले को तोड़ने के बाद जो है फिर जो यहाँ पर फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर के तौर पर लोकल लोग मौजूद थे, उसके साथ साथ जो फायर ब्रिगेड और दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान वो तमाम लोग मौजूद थे, उन लोगों ने इस जगह से लोगों को निकालना शुरू किया।
So there you see 10 fire tenders that rushed to the spot. It was about 8:50 in the morning when the call went. Fire officials, police personnel who are inspecting the entire premises to be able to remove all those who are trapped in this building and around. The locals who really helped and laid down mattresses all across the road so that those who were trapped inside the building chose to jump, and there was an attempt to save their lives. Remember, while 10 unfortunately have lost their lives, there are many who are injured grievously. They are in nearby hospitals receiving treatment. Those are the pictures on your screens of the rescue operations that are underway. Meanwhile, fire personnel also talking about the rescue operations. Let's listen in.
बिल्डिंग में इसमें नीचे कोई रेस्टोरेंट रन कर रहे थे, तो अभी कारणों का पूरा नहीं पता है, पर मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली उस रेस्टोरेंट की वजह से कुछ आग लगी है। 4 बॉडी निकाल के हम हॉस्पिटल जा चुके हैं, वहाँ से कंफर्मेशन आई कि क्या पोजीशन है उनकी, और 7-8 लोग और भी ले आ चुके हैं, घायलों को भी।
And those are the voices coming in as the rescue operations continue. It is about 4 hours since this fire started escalating, and there you see that entire structure. Why also worrisome? Because it is a very packed area with commercial establishments, with residential structures all adjacent to each other, and that caused concern all the more. This incident that has been reported a day after another major emergency that happened in the national capital. 10 people were injured when a suspected LPG cylinder explosion happened that led to the collapse of a building. That had happened in Delhi's Mukundpur, and this has happened this morning in Delhi's Malviya Nagar. Multiple eyewitness accounts that are coming in on what exactly caused the fire. and even as preliminary investigations do put out details of how it could possibly be an LPG cylinder explosion. But one eyewitness saying that loose wires that may have caused a short circuit. That's another version that is coming in, that the fire spread from nearby property. Loose wires that may have caused a short circuit that led to the fire, and most of the deaths that have occurred is because of extreme suffocation. There was so much smoke trapped inside the structure that people could barely breathe. They were trapped inside, some who chose to jump, some who were unfortunately just trapped and could not come out. And those loose wires, according to eyewitnesses, that may have caused a short circuit, that may have led to that fire. Remember, it was at around 8:50 in the morning, 8:30 to be specific, when the fire started escalating, and the call that was made to the nearby fire station. 10 fire tenders that were rushed to the spot. While 10 have been confirmed dead, this casualties, death toll, I beg your pardon, that could well increase, as many who are grievously injured. They are in nearby hospitals. They are receiving treatment at the moment. So let's try and explain to you and break down what has happened. This was a restaurant in the ground floor and also the basement where this restaurant was functioning from. There was the fire that broke out at about 8:30. That's when the locals called the nearby fire station in Nehru Place. 10 fire tenders were rushed to the spot, but there were several people who were trapped inside the structure. So it is supposedly, as according to eyewitnesses, a structure with more than 2 floors. So basement, ground, first floor, second floor, and even the third floor that may have been partially built from where people may have jumped. There was a close-by shop. It was a mattress shop. So the locals jumped to help those who were trying to find a way out. They laid down those mattresses on the road, and that's where those who were trapped inside this structure, inside this building where the fire broke out, some of them who chose to jump. Now, this was also a restaurant where some could have been African nationals. Remember, these are versions coming in from eyewitnesses.
क्योंकि हमें नहीं पता, शायद लीज पे दे रखा है या ओनर का है, वो यहाँ नहीं आता कभी, हमने देखा नहीं।
लेकिन क्या एग्जिट रूट इसमें किसी भी तरीके का नहीं था? सिर्फ
नहीं, यही है, सिर्फ यही तो है, शायद मैं नहीं है, बस ये है।
पीछे तो आप देखोगे
सामने की तरफ रास्ता है, और इसके साथ साथ जो लोग बेसमेंट में थे
उसमें लोग लेटे बेसमेंट वाले में, हाँ, क्योंकि इस आगे रास्ता ये बंद था इधर से होटल का। मेन रास्ता था ना ये वाला, बीच वाला रास्ता है ये वाला, हाँ, इसी में
मेन रास्ते में ही आग लगी थी, जो मेन रास्ता है। फिर ये वाला कांच टूटा, फिर यहाँ की इनकी जो शॉप है, यहाँ से गद्दे डाले, फिर लोग नीचे से कूदे, ऊपर से कूद यहाँ पे कुछ को बचाया है। फिर आगे ये शटर काटा है, ये बंद था, ये पूरा
होटल के बीच में था रास्ता।
And more voices coming in. Delhi Minister, who is also speaking on this matter, Mr. Ashish Sood. Let's listen in.
गाड़ियां यहाँ पहुंची, भयंकर धुएं के बीच में 3 तरफ से फायर ब्रिगेड ने वहाँ काम किया है। मुझे प्राप्त इंफॉर्मेशन के हिसाब से मैं रास्ते में हूँ, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन के बीच में मैं वहाँ नहीं पहुँचा था। 37 लोगों को वहाँ से फायर ने निकाल के हॉस्पिटल भेजा है। हमारे फायर ब्रिगेड के लोग हॉस्पिटल के साथ संपर्क में है। हमारे फायर ब्रिगेड के लोग हॉस्पिटल पहुँचे हैं और वहाँ से जानकारी एकत्र कर रहे हैं। 10 मिनट के अंदर मैं भी मौके पर पहुँचने वाला हूँ, और जो भी उसमें रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन वहाँ चल रहे हैं, वो जैसे ही समाप्त होंगे तो हम सारी जानकारी
आप बता रहे हैं कि 10 मिनट में आप भी पहुंचने वाले हैं। आशीष जी, कितने लोगों की जान गई है, कितने लोग घायल हैं, आपके पास क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है?
मैंने आपको बताया, मेरे पास प्राप्त जानकारी में 37 लोगों को वहाँ से निकालकर अस्पताल में पहुंचाया गया है। फायर के लोग वहाँ पर है। प्रारंभिक डॉक्टरी जांच के बाद जब डॉक्टर हमें सूचित करेंगे तभी मैं आपको कोई आधिकारिक जानकारी दे पाऊंगा।
आशीष जी, हमारे पास जानकारी आ गई है, 20 लोगों की हमें जाने की खबर मिल रही है। ये बहुत चिंताजनक है।
मैं आपके पास जो जानकारी आई है, मैं उस पर कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा। दुखद घटना है। जब तक मुझे डॉक्टरों के माध्यम से आधिकारिक जानकारी नहीं मिलेगी, मैं इस पर कुछ कहना नहीं चाहता हूँ। मुझे थोड़ा समय दीजिए, मौके पर पहुंच के आपसे दोबारा बात करता हूँ।
जी, एक आशीष जी, एक आखिरी सवाल ये बता दें, क्या इससे संपर्क शायद टूट गया है, आशीष सूद जो कि
All right, so that's the information coming in from Delhi Education Minister Ashish Sood, who says that he's en route to this very spot where the fire broke out, as he has confirmed that 37 who were injured have been rushed to a nearby hospital. But extremely unfortunate, the death toll is rising. It is now confirmed 20 people have lost their lives in this fire at that Delhi eatery. Because remember, this was not just a restaurant, but also residential floors that were on top of this restaurant. And there you will get an idea from the pictures on your screens of this area in Malviya Nagar in Delhi, where there are several commercial establishments, there are residential structures are very, very close to each other. There you see those loosely hanging wires, and an eyewitness account that came in of how these loosely hanging wires may have also led to a short circuit that may have caused the fire. Remember, we are still waiting for a confirmation from the investigating team, but right now the focus is on removing as many who are trapped inside the structure or nearby structures, as there is a lot of suffocation because of the extreme smoke due to this fire. As eyewitnesses say that it is because of this smoke that many have lost their lives, because it just led to so much suffocation that they could not find an exit route from this building. Of course, investigation that will happen later will also reveal whether these structures were adhering by all the fire norms, whether all the NOCs had been sought, whether there was any sort of a violation. Remember, some reports that also suggest that it could be an LPG cylinder explosion, but all of this is unclear at this point. Remember, these are only conspiracy theories, or these are accounts from those eyewitnesses who actually saw what happened, but it is unclear at this point to what happened. 8:30 is when the fire broke out. That is when they called the Nehru Place fire station. 10 fire tenders were rushed to the spot. When they started performing the rescue operations, the firefighting team of the Delhi police, of the fire station.
It is not possible. और ये सही भी नहीं है, लेकिन क्या कारण हुआ है, नीचे शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ, ये तो जांच का विषय है। शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ
इसी, लेकिन जो जानकारी मिल रही कि इसमें बेसमेंट की तरफ जो चैनल था उसमें ताला लगा हुआ था और उसमें बहुत सारे लोग फंसे हुए थे, और उसको जब फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ी यहाँ पर पहुंची तो उसको काट करके उस चैनल को खोला गया।
निश्चित रूप से यहाँ पर ये जो होटल बना हुआ है, ये इस पर BNB का कोई लाइसेंस था इसके पास, और उसके कारण से यहाँ जो सामने मैक्स हॉस्पिटल है वहाँ के लोग यहाँ पर आते हैं, और उसमें कुछ विदेशी नागरिक भी हैं। ये 9:51 की घटना है, और उसी के बाद से हम सब लोग 8:51 की घटना है। उसी के बाद से यहाँ रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्थानीय नागरिकों ने और फायर ब्रिगेड ने, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट ने, और खासकर इनका जो बेसमेंट का एक रास्ता।
सर, जिस तरीके के सवाल उठ रहे हैं, फायर सेफ्टी का कोई व्यवस्था नहीं थी, चैनल बंद था, उसके बावजूद भी इतने लोग यहाँ पर रह रहे थे।
मेरा ये कहना है कि सवाल उठाना आपका काम है और सवाल आप उठाएंगे ही। मेरा काम, पहली जो मेरी प्रायोरिटी है वो है राहत के कार्य। मेरी प्रायोरिटी है पहले लोगों को बचाना, मेरी प्रायोरिटी है लोगों को यहाँ से निकालना, और वही काम हम कर रहे हैं। अब ये सवाल जवाब जांच के विषय हैं। वास्तव में जहां जिसने जो कमी की होगी उसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई निश्चित रूप से रूथलेसली करनी चाहिए, और इसमें किसी को बचाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। जिन लोगों ने भी कोई गलत तरीके से कार्य किया है, हम किसी भी गलत चीज के साथ नहीं, लेकिन पहले ही मेरी प्राथमिकता यहाँ पर बचाव का कार्य, राहत का कार्य, और अपना जो काम करना है वो काम हम कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, तो बचाव एवं राहत का कार्य जो है इस पूरे इलाके में किया जा रहा है। एक बार फिर से आज तक के दर्शकों को तस्वीर दिखाते हैं पीछे की तरफ की किस तरीके से आप सामने देख रहे हैं कि ये पूरी जो बिल्डिंग है ये धू करके 8:30 बजे के आसपास ये पूरी जली, और इसके अंदर, इमारत के अंदर करीब 37 से 8।
And we are trying to get you more and more voices from the very spot. Delhi MLA confirming that the fire was reported at around 8:50. Now, this is a Delhi eatery in this very location where the fire broke out. Arvind Oja, who's also with me on the broadcast. Arvind, अभी rescue operations का current status क्या है? Unfortunately, death toll कह रहे हैं 20 पे confirm हुआ है, but जैसे कि आशीष सूद जी ने बताया कि 37 लोगों को वहाँ से rescue किया गया, उनको nearby hospital पहुँचाया गया, उनकी हालत भी गंभीर है। अभी क्या वहां पर सिचुएशन है?
देखिए, आपको बताऊं कि 20 लोगों की मौत हुई है इस पूरे हादसे में। एक बड़ा हादसा है, जबकि 35 लोग घायल हुए हैं। जो घायल हैं उनको 3 हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया गया है, मैक्स, एम्स और पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय अस्पताल। लेकिन मैं कोशिश करता हूं आपको विजुअल्स दिखाने की। ये जो तस्वीरें हैं मैं आपको सीधी तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ। यहाँ पर ये स्थिति है यहाँ पर फिलहाल। और अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पुलिस ने कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया है। आपको जाने की मनाही है सभी को, लेकिन इस हादसे में 20 लोगों की मौत हो गई। अब ये पूरा इलाका जो दिल्ली पुलिस है उसने सील कर दिया इस पूरे इलाके को, और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है। सामने की तरफ जो बिल्डिंग आप देख पा रहे हैं उस बिल्डिंग में आग लगी थी। और फिलहाल अगर देखें यहाँ पर तो जो दिल्ली पुलिस है उसने पूरे इलाके को सील कर दिया। लेकिन एक बड़ा हादसा है, इस हादसे में 20 लोगों की मौत हुई है, जबकि 35 लोग पूरी तरह से घायल हो गए हैं इस हादसे में।
अरविंद, क्या अभी कहा जा सकता है कि किस वजह से ये आग लगी? क्या ये एक मैनमेड ट्रेजेडी है? क्या ये नेग्लिजेंस है? क्या इस हादसे को बचाया जा सकता था? एक आई विटनेस का कहना है कि वहां पर जो लूज वायर्स हैं उसकी वजह से शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ। दिस as we also confirmed that Delhi Chief Minister has condoled the 20 deaths that have happened in the Delhi hotel fire. This, remember, as the death toll could well go higher given how severely injured are those who are receiving treatment at this point. अरविंद, आपके पास वापस आना चाहूंगी खासकर समझने के लिए कि किस तरह से ये आग लगी। क्या ये किसी तरह का नेग्लिजेंस, मैनमेड ट्रेजेडी है? क्या इस हादसे को बताया जा सकता था? कल ही वहाँ दिल्ली के मुकुंदपुर में एक और हादसा हुआ, और क्या यहाँ पर फायर नॉर्म्स को कंप्लीटली फॉलो किया जा रहा था? किसी तरह का वायलेशन था? और क्या जानकारी है?
कहीं तो सामने आ रही है। अब बेसमेंट में अगर रेस्टोरेंट चल रहा था तो उसको क्या फायर की एनओसी दी गई थी? सर, ये जांच का विषय। अगर फायर थी तो वो भी अपने आप में एक जांच का विषय, एनओसी कैसे मिली। लेकिन सीधे मैं आपको स्पॉट से तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ। ये सामने की तरफ जो रेस्टोरेंट है और आसपास पुलिस की टीम है, पूरे इलाके को घेर दिया गया है। नीचे की तरफ जो आप देख पा रहे हैं वहां पर बेड्स, वहां पर गद्दे जो लोकल लोग थे उन लोगों ने बिछाए थे, ताकि ये जो पूरी बिल्डिंग है जिसमें आग लगी थी, नीचे बेसमेंट था और ऊपर की तरफ से लोग कूद रहे थे अपनी जान बचाने के लिए। और इसी में 35 लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया था, जिन्हें दिल्ली के अलग अलग अस्पतालों में एडमिट कराया गया था, जिसमें से 20 लोगों की दर्दनाक तरीके से मौत हो गई। कई की झुलसने से मौत हुई है, जबकि कई सफोकेशन की वजह से उनकी मौत हुई है। बेहद दर्दनाक हादसा और सीधे सीधे लापरवाही की बात इसमें सामने आ रही है। बेसमेंट में रेस्टोरेंट चल रहा था, जबकि ये मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग है, जिसमें ये अभी इनिशियल जानकारी है कि इसमें लोग रह भी रहे थे, स्टे किए हुए थे। और जब ये आग लगी 8:50 पर तो लोग भागने लगे अपनी जान बचाने के लिए, बिल्डिंग से कूदने लगे। आज तक के पास वो तस्वीरें भी हैं जब लोग अपनी जान बचाने के लिए बिल्डिंग से कूदे। महिला बिल्डिंग से कूद रही है और उसके बाद फिर यहाँ भगदड़ मच गई। लेकिन आग काफी विकराल रूप अख्तियार कर चुकी थी और सभी को रेस्क्यू किया गया। जो दिल्ली पुलिस के सूत्र बता रहे हैं 35 लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया, जिसमें से 20 लोगों की दर्दनाक तरीके से मौत हो गई। अब इसकी जवाबदेही किसकी है, ये बड़ा सवाल है। दिल्ली के जो सीएम है रेखा गुप्ता, उन्होंने कंडोलेंस तो कर दिया, लेकिन लापरवाही किसकी होगी, क्योंकि इस तरह के हादसे लगातार दिल्ली में होते रहे। अभी कुछ दिन पहले एक 5 मंजिल की बिल्डिंग गिरी थी जिसमें 6 लोगों की मौत हो गई, उसमें भी खाना पूर्ति की गई। अब ये रेस्टोरेंट में आग लगी है और 20 लोगों की मौत हो गई है। बिल्डिंग में फिर आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा, ये बिल्डिंग है। 8:50 पर आग लगी। रेस्टोरेंट पे रेस्टोरेंट था और रेस्टोरेंट के अंदर आग लगी। भगदड़ मच गई, पैनिक से स्थिति हो गई। लोकल लोगों ने जान बचाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन 20 लोगों की इसमें दर्दनाक तरीके से मौत हो गई। 35 लोग घायल हैं, बाकी जो घायल हैं उनकी हालत गंभीर बनी हुई है। तो ये एक बड़ा हादसा दिल्ली में सामने आया है, जिसमें एक रेस्टोरेंट में आग लगी। अब सवाल ये है कि ये रेजिडेंशियल इलाका भी है, रिहायशी इलाका भी है, और यहाँ पर बेसमेंट में रेस्टोरेंट भी चल रहा था। रेस्टोरेंट कैसे चल रहा था इसकी जांच बिल्कुल की जानी चाहिए। लेकिन अब यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो जो दिल्ली पुलिस है उसने पूरे इलाके को घेरा हुआ है, जांच पड़ताल की जा रही है यहाँ पर। तो ये एक बड़ा हादसा हुआ है और ये सामने की तरफ आपको बिल्डिंग ये जूम करके, और ये नीचे की तरह अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं ये तस्वीर, जरा इस तस्वीर को देखिए, इससे आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। ये जो नीचे की तरफ आप देख पा रहे हैं ये एक बेड है। ये यहाँ पर इलाके के लोगों ने
गद्दे वगैरह फेंके थे जिससे बिल्डिंग के ऊपर से कोई कूदता है तो उसकी जान बचाई जा सके। लेकिन फिर भी जो तस्वीरें आई हैं वो बेहद दर्दनाक है। जब ये बिल्डिंग में आग लगी तो उसके बाद लोग कूदते हुए नजर आए अपनी जान बचाने के लिए। पैनिक फैल गया था। शुरुआती जो जानकारी आई है उसके मुताबिक जो बेसमेंट में रेस्टोरेंट था उस रेस्टोरेंट में आग लगी है। उसके बाद पैनिक फैल गया पूरी बिल्डिंग में। बिल्डिंग के ये जो बिल्डिंग है आप देख पा रहे हैं मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग, और इस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर से लोग कूदते हुए आपको तस्वीरों में दिखाई दे रहे होंगे। अभी को रेस्क्यू किया गया। जो आसपास के लोग हैं उन्हें थोड़ी सूझबूझ दिखाई, चूंकि बिल्डिंग से लोग कूद रहे थे तो नीचे की तरफ मोटा गद्दा वो रख दिया जिससे लोग ऊपर से अगर नीचे कूदे तो उनको चोट नहीं लगे। बावजूद इसके भी 35 लोग घायल हुए। रेस्क्यू किया गया। रेस्क्यू के दौरान की तस्वीरें भी आज तक के पास जिसमें दिखाई दे रहा कि दर्दनाक तरीके से लोग बेहोश हुए हैं। और उसके बाद आज तक को जो दिल्ली पुलिस के अधिकारियों के जरिए जानकारी मिली, इस दर्दनाक हादसे में 20 लोगों की मौत हो गई, 35 लोग बुरी तरह से घायल हैं। 35 लोगों में अस्पतालों में चल रहा है क्लिनिक, लेकिन इसमें जवाबदेही किसकी है? दिल्ली में अलग अलग
जी, पर अरविंद अब इस पर और सवाल उठेंगे क्योंकि बात सिर्फ इस एक स्ट्रक्चर की नहीं है। ऐसे कई स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं दिल्ली में जहां पर कमर्शियल एस्टैब्लिशमेंट हैं, जहां पर रेजिडेंशियल एरियाज हैं, बहुत ऐसे लूज हैंगिंग बायर्स हैं। एनओसी किस बेसिस पर दिया गया? अगर एक रेस्टोरेंट था वहां पर तो क्यों वहां पर एंट्री पॉइंट एग्जिट पॉइंट प्रॉपर नहीं थे? एंड दैट्स द कंफर्मेशन कमिंग इन। द होटल वाज ऑपरेटिंग बियॉन्ड लाइसेंस लिमिट्स।
लेकिन अभी कंडीशन ये है कि आग तो हमने बहुत जल्दी बुझा ली थी आने के बाद, लेकिन हमें कैजुअलिटी इसमें काफ़ी थी तो 37 लोगों को ऊपर से उतारना निकालना उसमें हमें समय लगा है। और अभी हमने बिल्डिंग को सर्च कर लिया है, पूरा फाइनल सर्च कर दी है। बिल्डिंग को हमने क्लियर कर दिया है पुलिस के लिए। पुलिस ने उसको बिल्डिंग को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया।
कितनी डेथ्स अभी तक?
डेथ्स के लिए मैंने आपको भी बताया, कंपनी जो हमारी टीम्स हॉस्पिटल्स में भेजी हुई हैं उनसे हम पता कर रहे हैं कितने कैजुअलिटी डेथ में कन्वर्ट हुई हैं और कितनी कैजुअलिटी इंजर्ड हैं।
सर क्या पूरी बिल्डिंग में आग फैल गई थी? क्या कुछ काम हो रहा था? कमर्शियल थी, रेजिडेंसी?
देखिए ये बिल्डिंग जो है बेसमेंट ग्राउंड प्लस 5 अपर फ्लोर है और ऐसा लगता है, ये पता लगा है लोगों से, यहाँ जो पता लगा है वो ये पता लगा है कि मैक्स हॉस्पिटल सामने ही है, तो यहाँ पर अधिकतर वो लोग रह रहे थे जो जिनके पेशेंट्स सामने हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हैं। तो ये पेइंग गेस्ट कई तरह से रह रहे होंगे या किस तरह से रह रहे थे ये अभी मेरे पास डाटा नहीं है, हमें कुछ इस बारे में जानकारी नहीं है।
सर फॉरनर्स भी रह रहे थे कुछ?
हाँ फॉरनर्स भी थे, कुछ फॉरनर्स भी हैं। जो हमने जो ऑफिसर यहाँ शुरू में पहुंचे थे उनसे पूछा तो उन्होंने बताया कुछ फॉरनर्स भी थे। स्टॉप तो बहुत पहले आ गया था। अभी बिल्डिंग भी हमने क्लियर कर दी है। बिल्डिंग में पुलिस ने कॉर्डन ऑफ भी कर दिया बिल्डिंग को।
And there you see, those are the violations that are now coming to light. It was a bed and breakfast arrangement, a bed and breakfast facility that the license originally allowed. As per that facility, only 6 rooms that were allowed in this arrangement, in this hotel that was running. However, there was a clear violation. 25 rooms that were in this hotel, in this entire building, largely as the locals suggest that a lot of the foreign nationals who used to live in this hotel, why? Because they would come for healthcare to the nearby hospital, since this hotel was very close to the Max Hospital in this area. That is also why a lot of foreign nationals chose to stay here. But how exactly was that hotel functioning? Because the Delhi government license that clearly allowed the bed and breakfast facility, but only with 6 rooms, not with 25 rooms as it was actually running. And that is what made it all the more difficult, because when the fire broke out, now while they're still trying to investigate why the fire broke out, whether it was a short circuit or an LPG cylinder explosion, but while the fire broke out, this entire area was too crowded. It became very suffocating for those who were trapped inside this building. It was a major violation of the bed and breakfast facility as per what the government had allowed, a 6-bedroom facility, a 6-room facility that the government had allowed, but there were 25 rooms functioning because they wanted to maximize the output, they wanted to draw more revenue, and that is how they allowed more and more people to live in this building, which was not allowed. It was a bed and breakfast facility. The fire broke out at about 8:30 in this morning. 8:50 is when the locals informed the Nehru Place Delhi fire station, and that is when 10 fire tenders rushed to the spot. At 8:50, 10 fire tenders rushed to the spot. It is about 12:30. 4 hours that the rescue operations have been going on. Extremely unfortunate. 20 people have lost their lives in this fire. And remember, the death toll that could well increase given how the situation is looking at this point, because more than 37 who were taken to the nearby hospitals, including AIMS and Max, that is very, very close to this facility, but they are in a grievous condition. They have received a lot of injuries, and they are still struggling for life. Let me take this back to my colleague Arvind Hoja, who is on the spot. Arvind, हमें क्लियरली दिखाइए इस एरिया में किस तरह से वायलेशन हुआ, क्योंकि ये एक स्ट्रक्चर, एक बेड एंड ब्रेकफास्ट फैसिलिटी की वायलेशन है। 6 कमरों का लाइसेंस इनको मिला था, बट यहाँ 25 कमरे फंक्शन कर रहे थे। और ना सिर्फ मालविया नगर में, पर दिल्ली में कई ऐसे इलाके हैं जहाँ पर कमर्शियल एस्टैब्लिशमेंट्स और रेजिडेंशियल एरियाज सब आपस में सटे हुए हैं, और शायद यहाँ पर ऐसे वायलेशंस हो रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, और देखिए अभी मैं आपको लाइव तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ। जब ये जो बिल्डिंग है, इसकी बिल्डिंग
Arvind, they're getting us all the details, but the network is clearly fluctuating given how a lot of rescue personnel are on the site at this point. That includes the Delhi police, that includes the fire personnel, that includes the medical services who are on the ground, and most importantly, the locals who jumped to help those who were trapped in this building. Of course, like you see that this entire area has now been cordoned off by the cops, but the rescue operations that are still underway. Remember, until a short while ago, the death toll had been confirmed at 10, but extremely unfortunate, 20 people have lost their lives in this fire. Why is it that such a violation occurred? Why were there no checks? Because the Delhi government license that clearly allowed this bed and breakfast facility, which was popular for the reason that a lot of foreign nationals chose to stay here. Why? Because it is comparatively cheaper, and they could address their health concerns. That is why they were here. Even according to reports that have come in of those who have lost their lives include these African nationals, but all of these details that are yet to be confirmed. Let's cut across to Jitendra Bahadur, who is on the spot.
होटल बना हुआ है, इसके साथ साथ यहाँ आप तस्वीरों में देख रहे हैं कि लेमन ग्रीन इन, ये भी यहाँ पर रूम्स मौजूद हैं। तो इस तरीके की जानकारी है यहाँ पर। तो बहुत सारे ऐसे लोकेशन यहाँ पर दी गई हैं जिसके आधार पर यहाँ पर होटल दिए गए हैं। इस होटल की अगर बात करें जिसमें आग लगी है और इतने लोगों की मौत हुई है, इसके बारे में ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि 6 रूम केवल यहाँ पर उसको इजाजत मिली थी यहाँ पर, लेकिन 25 से 26 रूम को है उनके द्वारा दिया गया था। यहाँ पर ये लोग उठाते थे और उसको जो है बुक किया जाता था इनके द्वारा। तो इस तरीके की जानकारी मिल रही है। तो नॉर्म्स का उल्लंघन पूरी तरीके से इस पूरे इलाके में किया गया है। यही वजह है कि अब सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं कि जो होटल के मालिक हैं वो आखिर कहां पर हैं। हालांकि रेस्क्यू और जो रिलीफ ऑपरेशन यहां पर पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है। जो ऊपर तक आग लगी हुई थी उसको पूरी तरीके से बुझा लिया गया है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जो होटल के ओनर हैं वो यहां पर किसी भी तरीके से दिखाई नहीं पड़ रहे हैं। हमने जैसा कि बताया था आपको कि माइक्सा इन रूम्स अवेलेबल यहां पर आपको दिखाई पड़ रहा है। इसके बगल में जो है वो दूसरी।
All right, Jitendra Bahadur also scanning this entire area, inspecting where exactly such violations are taking place. Remember, this is Delhi's Malviya Nagar, and if more investigations are carried out, this is not a story that could just be restricted only to Malviya Nagar. Several such areas that may be illegally functioning, that may be functioning beyond the capacity of what the Delhi government license allows. Remember, this particular establishment where the fire broke out was a bed and breakfast facility, but the license clearly allowed 6 rooms to be functioning out of that facility, whereas 25 rooms were functioning out of that facility. Clear violation that has come to light as far as this particular facility is concerned, but the investigation that is underway. What exactly caused the fire? Because initial reports suggested that it could have been an LPG cylinder explosion. Later, eyewitness accounts came in of how they also said that the wires that are hanging, and you can very clearly see how this area has a lot of those hanging wires, that there could have been a short circuit that could have led to the fire. Of course, confirmation that will come in from the investigating team, but this entire area, like you see, has been cordoned off by the Delhi police, by the fire personnel, by the health services, medical services team who rushed to the spot. 37 people who are grievously injured. They're receiving treatment at this point. The death toll that has now risen to 20. Let me take this back to Jitendra Bahadur, who continues to scan this entire area. Jitendra, if you can hear me, do take us through details. यहाँ पर आप बता रहे हैं कि कई ऐसी establishments हैं, commercial establishments, bed and breakfast facilities, hotels, जो कि यहाँ पर rooms चला रहे हैं, but this is beyond what is allowed. This is beyond the capacity that they are supposed to function in.
बिल्कुल, मैं इस वक्त ग्राउंड जीरो पर मौजूद हूं और सबसे पहले उस बिल्डिंग की तस्वीर यहां पर दिखा देते हैं जिस पर आग लगी थी। ये पूरी तरीके से जल चुका है और इसके साथ साथ यहां पर और भी दूसरे होटल्स मौजूद हैं जो लोग यहां पर इसको किराए पर उठाते हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि यहां पर हमारे साथ बीजेपी के जो विधायक हैं सतीश आप मौजूद हैं। सर, मालवीय नगर में सर इतनी बड़ी घटना हुई, आसपास और भी बहुत सारे होटल हैं, लोग ये जानकारी दे रहे हैं कि मैक्स हॉस्पिटल होने की वजह से यहाँ पर लोग किराए पर आकर के रहते हैं और अपना इलाज कराते हैं।
ये बीएनबी है और यहाँ मैक्स के कारण से काफ़ी लोग आते रहते हैं। कुछ अलग अलग पास की जो कंट्रीज़ हैं वहाँ के लोग भी आते हैं इलाज कराने के लिए। तो बहुत दुखद घटना हुई है। हम सुबह यहाँ 9 बजे से यहाँ पर हैं, 8:51 पर ये घटना हुई थी और तब से फायर ब्रिगेड ने बहुत ही जल्दी के साथ तुरंत इसकी कार्रवाई की और उसमें पूरा का पूरा प्रशासन यहाँ आकर के लगा। खास करके दिल्ली पुलिस के कुछ जवान थे जो मालवीय नगर पुलिस स्टेशन से हैं, जो बिना किसी इक्विपमेंट के अंदर घुसे और उन्होंने काफ़ी बचाव कार्य किया। हमारे यहाँ के संगठन के कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने रजाई गद्दे वगैरह रख करके कुछ लोगों को ऊपर से रेस्क्यू कराया। तो दुखद घटना है और निश्चित रूप से इस तरह की घटना नहीं होनी चाहिए।
सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स को लेकर के सवाल उठ रहे हैं कि बहुत सारी चीजें सेफ्टी की जो है मौजूद नहीं थी, इस वजह से जो है ये सारी दिक्कत हुई। उसको लेकर के अब किस तरीके के कदम बढ़ाए?
देखिए, हमने तो कहा है यहाँ डीएम, एसडीएम, डीसी सबको कहा है कि किसी प्रकार की लापरवाही सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स में बर्दाश्त नहीं करनी चाहिए और सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई इसके खिलाफ करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये अवेकनिंग कॉल है। क्योंकि यहाँ पर अगर बीएनबी है तो वहाँ पूरी तरह से नॉर्म्स का पालन किया जा रहा है कि नहीं किया जा रहा, ये सारा एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन निश्चित रूप से देखेगा ही। और जिसके कारण से ऐसा हुआ है उसके खिलाफ बिना किसी उसके सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
तो जिसके कारण ये ऐसा हुआ है और जिस वजह से ये तमाम घटना घटित हुई है उसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, ये सतीश उपाध्याय जी का यहाँ पर कहना है। एक बार तस्वीरों में आपको फिर से दिखाते हैं कि जो बिल्डिंग है उसमें किस तरीके से आग लगी थी और उसके बाद ये बिल्डिंग पूरी तरीके से ध्वस्त हो चुकी है। इसमें आप देखिए कि सारा जो ऊपर से लेकर के नीचे तक बिल्डिंग पूरी जली हुई है। यहाँ पर जितने लोग थे करीब 37 से 38 लोगों को यहाँ से रेस्क्यू किया गया है, जिसमें से 20 के आसपास लोगों की जो है वो जान चली गई है। तो एक बड़ा हादसा जो है यहाँ पर हुआ है। फायर ब्रिगेड जो है सुबह से यहाँ पर लगी हुई थी, दिल्ली पुलिस के जो जवान हैं वो भी यहाँ पर लगे हुए थे, रेस्क्यू रिलीफ ऑपरेशन किया गया। लेकिन सवाल सबसे बड़ा यही उठता है कि आखिर जिस बिल्डिंग में यहाँ पर आदेश सिर्फ 5 से 6 कमरे देने के लिए था, यहाँ पर अवेलेबिलिटी सिर्फ 5 से 6 कमरों की थी, वहाँ 25 से 26 कमरे आखिर क्यों बना दिए गए थे, ये सवाल उठता है। और इसको लेकर के जैसा कि हमने यहाँ की जो स्थानीय विधायक है उनसे बातचीत किया, उन्होंने बताया कि डीएम और एसपी इस पूरे इलाके को लेकर के जांच करेंगे और जांच करने के बाद जो रिपोर्ट आएगी उसके आधार पर आगे कार्रवाई की जाएगी। लेकिन एक ये बहुत बड़ी घटना इस दिल्ली के इलाके में हो गई है, जहां से कुछ ही दूरी पर बड़ा हॉस्पिटल है, एलडीको का भी यहां से कुछ ही दूरी पर ऑफिस है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस तरीके से लोग यहां पर रुकते थे और खास तरीके से सवाल जो उठता है बेसमेंट का, यहां पर बेसमेंट में जिस तरीके से ताला लगा हुआ था उस बात को लेकर के सवाल जरूर खड़े होते हैं कि जब नीचे लोग रह रहे थे तो आखिर ताला
और डिटेल्स आ रही है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर has announced 2 lakh rupees extra share for the kin of the deceased. That is the latest that has come in. This, remember, as the death toll currently stands at 20. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has expressed condolences for those who've lost their lives and their families, as they has announced 2 lakh rupees extra share for the kin of the deceased. Jitendra, आपके पास वापस आना चाहूंगी. Given the fact that everybody is expressing condolences, but accountability that needs to be sought. Who is responsible for this incident? अभी हाल ही में मेहरौली में आग लगी थी और अब मालवीय नगर में आग लगी है, और किस तरह से ये वायलेशंस हैं और क्यों इन्हें चेक नहीं किया जा रहा है?
बिल्कुल, इसको लेकर के अकाउंटेबिलिटी जरूर तय होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से दिल्ली के अलग अलग इलाकों में आग लगी है, उसके बाद इस होटल में आग लगना एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल खड़ा करता है, क्योंकि इसमें बहुत सारे लोग रुके हुए थे। और उसके साथ साथ आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पर जो सिचुएशन इस वक्त है, उसके हिसाब से पुलिस इस पूरे इलाके को बैरिकेड कर रही है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि यहाँ पर जो स्थिति बनी हुई है, उसके हिसाब से ये रास्ता जो है आगे की तरफ वाला रास्ता, ये रास्ता थोड़ा सा पतला है, लेकिन ये जो सामने का रास्ता है वो मुख्य सड़क से जुड़ता है। तो इन तमाम चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए आपको बता दें कि तस्वीरें आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं कि ये सामने की जो दुकान है, वो सामने की दुकान जो आपको दिखाई पड़ रही है, यहाँ पर कॉटन के गद्दे रखे हुए थे। और इस कॉटन के गद्दे का इस्तेमाल यहाँ के स्थानीय लोगों ने किया था। और स्थानीय लोगों ने बहुत सारे लोगों को ऊपर से, जो लोग यहाँ से कूद रहे थे अपनी जान बचाने के लिए, यहाँ तस्वीरों में आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि ये जो ऊपर का 2nd फ्लोर और 3rd फ्लोर है, यहाँ से लोग अपनी जान बचाने के लिए नीचे कूद रहे थे। तो उनको इन गद्दों में जो नीचे की तरफ आ रहे थे, उनको बचाया गया। तो इस तरीके की जानकारी यहाँ पर मिल रही, लेकिन एक सवाल जरूर खड़ा होता है कि इस इलाके में जहाँ पर जरूरत है सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स की, वहाँ पर आखिर किस तरीके से ये घटना हुई। और इतना बड़ा करीब 37 से 38 लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद थे जिनको रेस्क्यू किया गया, जिसमें से 20 लोग के मारे जाने की खबर इस वक्त आ रही है। ये आखिर कैसे हुआ, इसको लेकर के सवाल जरूर खड़े होते हैं। और यहाँ का जो लोकल प्रशासन है, क्या उन्होंने नजरअंदाज किया इन तमाम चीजों को लेकर के, इसको जरूर देखना होगा। हालांकि जो यहाँ के स्थानीय विधायक हैं, उनसे हमारी बातचीत हुई, तो उनका ये कहना है कि जो यहाँ के डीएम हैं, इसके साथ साथ जो यहाँ के डीसीपी हैं, वो लोग इस पूरे मामले को देख रहे हैं और कार्रवाई जो लोग संलिप्त हैं इसमें, उनके खिलाफ जरूर होगी।
जी बिल्कुल जितेंद्र, और आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि आप इस एंटायर एरिया को हमें दिखाइए। यहाँ पर कितने कमर्शियल एस्टैब्लिशमेंट्स है, कितने रेजिडेंशियल एरियाज है, किस तरह से ये सभी स्ट्रक्चर्स एक दूसरे से सटे हुए हैं। तो अगर एक को किसी तरह का ऐसा थ्रेट होता है, तो साथ ही के स्ट्रक्चर्स भी बहुत वल्नरेबल हो जाते हैं। और खासकर जब अब दिल्ली सरकार कह रही है कि वो इस सब में देखेगी एंड वो जांच कर रही है इसकी, क्या दूसरे स्ट्रक्चर्स को भी इंस्पेक्ट किया जाएगा? कहां पर इस तरह के वायलेशंस हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, आपको तस्वीर यहाँ की दिखाते हैं कि किस तरीके का ये पूरा एरिया है। दरअसल जो मेन चौड़ी सड़क है जहाँ पर इस वक्त मैं मौजूद हूँ, ये आप सामने की तरफ देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ से आगे की तरफ पूरा रास्ता जाता है। दूसरा आपको यहाँ पर दिखा दें कि जो सामने की तरफ ये जो होटल है, ये जहाँ पर आग लगी, उसके बगल में भी दूसरी माइक्सा जो है वो होटल है, जो कि इसमें रूम अवेलेबिलिटी की बात इसमें कही जा रही है। इसमें भी नीचे की तरफ आग लगी है और इसको भी इस वक्त बंद कर दिया गया है। इसी तरीके से आपको अपने दाहिनी तरफ भी दिखाना चाहेंगे कि लेमन ग्रीन इन दूसरी यहाँ पर होटल है जहाँ पर रूम्स अवेलेबल हैं, इस तरीके की जानकारी मिलती है। तो एक तंग इलाका है और यहाँ पर इस तरीके से रूम जो है अलग अलग जगहों पर दिए गए हैं। लोगों को क्या इजाजत दी गई है कि जो उनके घर हैं या फिर छोटी जगहें हैं, वहां पर रूम बना करके वो लोग उसको किराए पर उठा सकते हैं? इस तरीके के सवाल जरूर खड़े होते हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस पूरे इलाके में जो मेन लोकेशन है, यहाँ से टूरिस्ट प्लेस कुछ है, कुतुब मीनार कुछ ही दूरी पर है। और इसके साथ ही आपको बता दें कि मैक्स हॉस्पिटल है, जिसमें लोग विदेशों से भी इलाज कराने के लिए यहाँ पर आते हैं, वो लोग आकर के यहाँ पर रुकते हैं। तो क्या सेफ्टी के जो नॉर्म्स हैं, जो नियमों का पालन यहाँ पर नहीं किया गया है? इस तरीके के सवाल जरूर खड़े होते हैं। हालांकि अभी एक और एम्बुलेंस यहाँ पर आई हुई है। ऊपर के जो होटल के जो इलाके हैं, उसको पूरी तरीके से इस वक्त छानबीन किया जा रहा है कि कोई वहां पर फंसा हुआ या बचा हुआ है, उसको निकालने की कोशिश की जा रही। तो इस तरीके का प्रयास जरूर किया जा रहा है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस पूरे इलाके में और जो होटल जिसमें आग लगी थी, उसमें सिर्फ और सिर्फ 5 कमरों की इजाजत थी कि वो उस पर उसको उठा सकते हैं किराए पर। लेकिन 25 से 26 कमरे वहां पर बने हुए थे। और एक सबसे सबसे बड़ी बात यहाँ पर सामने निकल करके आ रही कि बेसमेंट जहां पर लोग रुके हुए थे, जहां पर उनके ठहरने का स्थान था, वहां पर भी ताला लगा हुआ था। जब फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम यहां पर पहुंची तो उन लोगों ने उस पूरे इलाके को कटर के जरिए ताला काटा और उसके बाद जो है उन्होंने उस चैनल को खोला, तब लोगों को वहां से रेस्क्यू किया गया। तो एक ये सवाल जरूर खड़ा होता है कि आखिर इस पूरे इलाके में जो होटल अवेलेबिलिटी की बात कही जा रही है उसमें रूम्स इतनी संख्या में क्यों बनाए गए, क्या इलीगल स्ट्रक्चर था? इन तमाम चीजों को यहाँ का जो लोकल प्रशासन है उसको देखना होगा।
जितेंद्र बने रहिए हमारे साथ और जानकारी आ रही है। इनफैक्ट द डेथ टोल दैट हैज नाउ इंक्रीज्ड टू 21, एक्सट्रीमली अनफॉर्चुनेट 21 people have lost their lives in this fire. That seems like a clear man-made tragedy, something that could have been avoided. Sheer negligence on part of the authorities and most importantly on those who were running this bed and breakfast facility in Malviya Nagar, where according to the government license it was clearly allowed at a capacity of 6 rooms to be functioning, but 25 rooms that were functioning out of this facility, and that caused such chaos when the fire broke out. जितेंद्र, आपके पास वापस आना चाहूंगी क्योंकि पिछले 4 दिन में 3 बड़े इंसिडेंट्स जो कि रिपोर्ट किए गए हैं दिल्ली में। दिल्ली के मेहरौली इलाके में जहां 5 स्टोरी बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स हुई थी, वहां आग लगी थी। दिल्ली के मुखर्जी नगर इलाके में 2 दिन पहले जहां पर 4 स्टोरी बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स हुई थी, और आज दिल्ली के मालविया नगर में फिर से ऐसा हादसा हुआ है। 21 लोगों की जानें जा चुकी है। क्यों इसे एक वार्निंग साइन की तरह नहीं लिया जा रहा है?
और देखिए, दिल्ली के प्रशासन को इसको पूरी तरीके से वार्निंग साइन के तौर पर देखा जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से दिल्ली के अलग अलग इलाकों में इस वक्त आग लग रही है और लोग हताहत हो रहे हैं, ये एक बहुत बड़ी घटना मालवीय नगर में हुई है, जिसमें सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस इलाके में आग लगने के बाद होटल का सिर्फ ही एक रास्ता अंदर जाने का रास्ता है और एग्जिट का किसी भी तरीके से रास्ता नहीं बनाया गया है। ऐसे में यहाँ पर जब ये पूरी आग की घटना हुई उसके बाद जो लोग फंसे हुए थे उनको निकालना काफी मुश्किल हो गया था। हालांकि स्थानीय लोग लगातार प्रयास कर रहे थे कि उनको निकाला जाए, लेकिन जब फायर ब्रिगेड पहुंची तो उन्होंने नीचे से जो अंदर इन करने का रास्ता है उसको पूरी तरीके से आग जहां लगी हुई थी उसको बुझाया, और बुझाने के बाद फिर पूरे इलाके को उनके द्वारा खाली कराया गया। लेकिन तब तक जो ऊपर की तरफ लोग पहुंच चुके थे, वहां जो नीचे से आग लगी थी वो पूरी तरीके से धुएं से भरी हुई थी और उस वजह से दम घुटने की वजह से इतने लोग हताहत हुए हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस पूरे इलाके की अगर बात करें तो यहाँ पर जो जानकारी मिल रही है, रूम अवेलेबिलिटी सिर्फ जो है जिस बिल्डिंग में आग लगी थी उसमें 5 से 6 रूम देने की इजाजत उनको दी गई थी, लेकिन 25 जो कमरे हैं वो उनके द्वारा बना लिए गए। तो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन किस तरीके से किया गया, इस बात को लेकर के सवाल जरूर खड़ा हो रहा है।
जी जितेंद्र, फिलहाल आपका शुक्रिया करना चाहूंगी। That's the latest coming in from this very spot where the fire broke out. More than 4 hours that the rescue operations have been underway, while many have been evacuated. But unfortunately, the death toll that has now risen to 21, more than 35 who are grievously injured in nearby hospitals, including AIMS and Max, who are receiving treatment. We have to slip into a very short commercial break at the moment, but we continue to get you the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The action never stops and neither do we. From breaking updates to match analysis, from big moments to bigger conversation. This is where sports comes alive. Fast, sharp, unfiltered, for the fans who want every update, every story, every headline first. Welcome to Sports Today, your destination for everything sports. Press that bell icon and subscribe now.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान के निकम्मेपन के कारण प्रधानमंत्री जी को स्वयं अपने हाथ में लेना पड़ रहा है। उनका तो इस्तीफा हो जाना चाहिए प्रधान साहब का इमीडिएटली। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी या तो इस्तीफा दें, नहीं देते उनको बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। इस मसले पर पूरे सदस्य चाहे किसी पार्टी के हों, हम सब लोग एक मत से, चाहे नीट हो चाहे सीबीएसई हो, हम लोग पार्टी के आधार पर चर्चा नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम लोग कैसे इस पूरी व्यवस्था में सुधार कर सकते हैं उस पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं। हम लोगों को इस बात का भरोसा है कि जब प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं ने ले लिया है तो उसमें सब पूरी तरीके से इस सफलता से किया जाएगा, हम उम्मीद करते हैं। अगर इसमें भी लीक हो गया तो फिर तो हद ही हो गई।
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
not Shivakumar here. It is a Congress worker who stood on this democratic setup with the history of the Congress party.
By birth, I'm an agriculturist. By profession, I'm a businessman. By choice, I'm an educationist. By passion, I'm a politician.
Though it has been delayed, it was not been denied.
Good afternoon, Namaskara. You're joining us live here on the special edition of So South. I'm Akshata Nandagopal. I'm joining you live from Bengaluru, right outside the jam-packed, gridlocked Lok Bhavan right now, because in just about 3 hours from now, you will see DK Shivakumar being sworn in as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. He's been waiting for this moment for months together. It's a change of guard in Karnataka. Details on what's expected in the swearing-in ceremony, who's going to be sworn in along with DK Shivakumar, and much more coming your way on this edition of So South, as I'm joined by my colleagues Sagar Raja, Anaga Keshav, Apurva Jayachandran, as well as Nagarjun Dwarkanath for the latest updates. We'll also be the only channel inside the swearing-in venue to give you a sense of what's really playing out inside, and that first glimpse of the grand stage where history is set to be scripted in Karnataka, where DK Shivakumar will be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. But let's begin this broadcast with big breaking news that's coming in. Okay, the big breaking news that's coming in right now is that we've got the official list of the DKS cabinet and who will be taking oath along with DK Shivakumar today. First confirmation, this is the final list that has been given by the AICC to DK Shivakumar, who's made the necessary calls to the leaders saying you will be inducted, you will be sworn in today. That list is also reaching the Lok Bhavan. Let me get you right now the official list. I'll read out the names for you. Yatindra Siddaramaiah, Parameshwara, KH Muniyappa, UT Khadar, KJ George, Krishna Baire Gowda, MB Patil, Priyank Karge, Satish Jarkiholi, Ramalinga Reddy, Sharan Prakash Patil Gowda, Bairati Suresh, Ishwar Kandre. This is the official list that's emerged right now. And what we can confirm for you is that all 13 of these names, including then DK Shivakumar. That makes it 14. All of them will be sworn in. These are the exact names that we gave to you here on India Today a couple of hours ago. And as always, we've gotten it right. Again, each of these leaders have received phone calls from DK Shivakumar confirming that they will be sworn in, that they will take oath. In all likelihood, we're hearing G. Parameshwara will be the Deputy Chief Minister, Priyank Kharge will be the Home Minister, and then all the others' portfolios will be known or allotted much later. I'll bring in Sagai Raj for more details on this. Sagai, that list exactly what we reported here on India Today. No big surprises. You know, you see essentially the caste arithmetic is what the High Command is focused on. And seniority, I'd add.
Absolutely, and now we can see that the official letterhead has been released. The names of Congress leaders DK Shivakumar, G. Parameshwar, KH Puniappa, KJ George, and almost all the numbers, all the names that we have predicted has come true, and all of them have received the call from DK Shivakumar's office to take oath around 4-5 p.m. along with him in Lok Bhavan. And remember that they were in a meeting, they were in a huddle. At last minute, the High Command has sent out a list to DK Shivakumar.
Okay, as we get you all of those details that's coming in right now, Sagai Raj telling us about the names who've been narrowed down. Anaga Keshav is also live with us. We've been seeing a number of courtesy meets, Anaga. DK Shivakumar from early this morning has been on the move, on the go. He's met with Siddaramaiah, he's met with Yediyurappa, he's met with Deve Gowda. Goodwill gestures essentially to reach out to seniors, former chief ministers, invite them for the swearing-in ceremony. You perhaps won't see anything like it in Karnataka. Yes, you're seeing a lot more of it in Tamil Nadu now. But this is something that is unique to Karnataka. They're cutting across political differences. All of the leaders will come together and embrace whoever's in charge, wish them all the very best. Are we going to see all of these leaders in attendance for the swearing-in ceremony?
Well, that is quite professional and gentlemanly to go ahead and meet your opposition leaders who are senior to you and seek their blessings. In fact, if you take a look at that video, you can see how DK Shivakumar is easily walking inside Yediyurappa's house like his own. He walks inside the puja room, does puja, keeps the kumkum, and then comes out and takes the blessings of Yediyurappa. Remember, Yediyurappa has crossed 80 years of age and DK Shivakumar is somewhere around the age of 64-65, and therefore taking the blessings of a senior. He also went to Deve Gowda's house, who has been a Prime Minister before. The fact that DK Shivakumar has always locked horns with his son Kumaraswamy did not really prevent him. He did not hold any grudge or bad blood against Deve Gowda and family, so he went there to seek blessings of Deve Gowda. Truly a heartwarming gesture, because today is the day when DK Shivakumar will feel vindicated. The fact that he has worked for this long only for this day. So I'm sure we will see more such instances where egos are shedded, angers and acrimonious bad blood, everything will be shed, and it will all come together for the grand oath-taking ceremony at 4-5 p.m. inside the Lok Bhavan. In fact, you can see it right behind me where I'm reporting from.
Okay, so as we get all of those updates, let me also right now focus on the DKS cabinet details. You know, we've listed the names for you, in all 14, including DK Shivakumar, who will be sworn in today. Why have each of these leaders been chosen? I'll just break down for you the caste arithmetic, because that's clearly been the focus area, the priority area of the High Command when they've picked these names. For starters, you have two Vocaligas. DK Shivakumar is the Chief Minister. Krishna Baire Gowda, representative from here, from Bangalore, is also in the cabinet. So two Vocaliga faces, and DK Shivakumar being the Chief Minister, of course, gives that much more of a thrust for the Congress in consolidating the Vocaliga votes, which largely also goes to the JDS. So they're looking at cutting that off by making DK Shivakumar the Chief Minister. Interestingly, the cabinet has three Lingayats in MB Patil, in Sharan Prakash Patil, and also in Ishwar Kandre. Three Lingayats. Are they looking, is the Congress looking at essentially challenging the BJP's vote bank as well? In OBCs, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, Kuruba leader, Bhairati Suresh also Kuruba leader. So two of them being accommodated to make up for the fact that Siddaramaiah has been asked to step down as Chief Minister. And therefore they've ensured adequate representation of the entire Hinda grouping. I referred to the OBCs. What about the others? Reddy community, you have one, Ramalinga Reddy. The Reddy community, of course, Telugus, many generations have lived here in Karnataka. Three Dalits. So you've got three Lingayats, three Dalits. Who are the three Dalits? You've got G. Parameshwara, who is in all likelihood going to be the Deputy Chief Minister. You've got Priyank Kharge, another monster portfolio given to him in home. And you have KH Muniappa as well, senior leader. Satish Jarkiholi, OBC phase being brought in, part of essentially the scheduled tribe community. He's been brought in as well, someone who was crucial in building the Zahinda grouping with Siddaramaiah. UT Khadar Muslim, KJ George, Siddaramaiah ally, close loyalist is the Christian face. So you see the build-up, you've got one Christian face, one Muslim face. The maximum representation is Dalits with 3. And Lingayats with 3. You can read into that how you will. But they've ensured that every grouping essentially has a representation. Let me bring in more breaking news that's coming in before I take this across to our reporters. Okay, so I was referring to this earlier with Anaga in a very, in a gesture really that you see perhaps only in Karnataka politics. DK Shivakumar this morning, just before being sworn in as Chief Minister, what's been his priority? He's met with all the senior, tallest leaders of Karnataka politics. So besides meeting with Siddaramaiah early this morning, he's also met with Yediyurappa, he's also met with Deve Gowda, personally handing over an invite to them, seeking their blessings as he takes on this new journey. You know, this is a generational shift as far as Karnataka politics go, because there's one era of politics defined by Yediyurappa, Deve Gowda, Siddaramaiah. Now you're shifting to another era of politics. You may argue DK Shivakumar is not exactly young in political terms. At 64, he's considered to be young. This is what is considered to be young in politics in India. So at 64, it's a new generation that's taking charge in Karnataka and essentially the end of an era. Sagai is with me for more details on that. Sagai, are the likes of Yediyurappa and Deve Gowda going to be attending the swearing in?
So the invitation has already been extended to both of them as a protocol, and in fact DK Shivakumar has personally invited them over the phone and he even met them today. So we need to wait and watch whether both of them will be part of this swearing in ceremony. And if you see, Akshita, this is the beauty of Karnataka politics. Irrespective whatever the affiliation the leaders have, they have a cordial relationship. And even we have seen in the past that whenever a leader from the other party, whether it is BS Yediyurappa, when he sworn in as the Chief Minister of Karnataka, he took the blessings of HT Deve Gowda. And likewise, now you can see that DK Shivakumar has taken the blessings of Deve Gowda and BS Yediyurappa. Probably the legacy continues and the tradition also continues in the state of Karnataka.
Okay, Sagai, just stay with me. I want to bring in Nagarjun Dwarkanath. India Today is for the first time getting you a glimpse of what it's like inside the Lok Bhavan. I'm standing outside. We've completely been barricaded off, but an invite has gone across to India Today. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is live from inside. This is the first glimpse and the only one you'll get from inside the oath venue. So Naga, it's over to you. Take it away. Give us a sense of what the glass house looks like.
In fact, Akshita, India Today is the only channel right now inside the Raj Bhavan. Let me take you through what is happening here. I can ask my camera producers to go full screen. This is the stage that we are looking at. It is the east-facing stage. And the first few rows that you're talking about is for the dignitaries, the AICC delegation. And that's the big LED screen there they've put where Vidhan Saudha is in the background, Akshita. And DK Shivakumar, along with the governor and the MLAs, would be taking oath as the cabinet minister. And here, after this barricade, is when the MLAs and MLCs would be sitting. And on the other hand, you see the green color couches where it's reserved for the Swamijis. And the complete canopy is of red and yellow, where it represents the Karnataka flag. I'm trying to show you the complete picture of what is happening inside the premises of the Raj Bhavan. India Today is the only channel right now accessing these visuals. We are the only ones inside Raj Bhavan at this point of time. That's the big LED screen that you see with chair's name written on it. And post at 4 o'clock exactly, they would be reaching Raj Bhavan. And after the oath taking, they would be going for a high tea with the governor, the cabinet ministers and the chief minister would be going to have a cup of coffee with the governor. Let me try moving around and show you exactly how this whole Raj Bhavan looks at this point of time. Usually it's the west siding stage inside Raj Bhavan when the governor gives oath. but because of astrological suggestions, now the Chief Minister designate wanted it to be east facing, and that's the reason they've moved the stage towards east as well. And you have two big LED screen, one here and one there, two big LED screen to showcase what is happening or telecast what is happening on the stage. Severe security arrangements here, massive security arrangements here at the Raj Bhavan. Let me show you this full hall where only the official DIPR cameras are allowed, media is not allowed, but India Today has got this access inside Raj Bhavan right now. This you see right now, this big stage, it's almost up to 80 foot long here inside Raj Bhavan. The big Lok Bhavan photo is put on LED screen along with the Vidhan Sabha LED screen as well. So around 3,000 people are expected to arrive here, and the Swamijis are expected to come at 4 o'clock. Let me try taking this also. Let me try show you what is happening here up close as well. This is India Today exclusive as well. Let me show you what is happening right now. This is the big screen that you see of Lok Bhavan, and you can see the big stage. We have come up close right now as we speak. Dignitaries are there. We'll show you what is happening up close here. You can see former Deve Gowda is invited, HD Kumaraswamy is invited, Lokayukta is invited, and that's Yediyurappa, Basavaraj Bommai, former Chief Minister, all invited here. And these are all for officials of the Bangalore city. And this is the big stage that you see. So we have got complete access from inside Akshita as we speak. There are dignitaries being invited. The former chief ministers are being invited. Former Prime Minister, Mr. Deve Gowda, is invited. And we have got more names. Upalokayukta and is astrologer. One astrologer is chair reserved for him. And these are all for, these chairs are all for, one for the Archbishop here, right here, and the Swamiji. So it's not just the Hindu religion Swamijis that we have got. We have got Christian, Muslims, and Jain, Buddhist Swamijis invited. And that's the officials on the stage right now, talking about what is happening, the arrangements. And we have on the chairs, it's Siddaramaiah on the dais, Chief Justice of Karnataka High Court, Sukhvinder Sukhu, and then Revant Reddy, VD Satishan invited here on the stage. And apart from that is the cabinet list, which is the MLAs. So these are all the people. Let me try getting in a word. Let me try getting in a word from Mr. Harris right now. Mr. Harris is joining me live on India Today right now. Mr. Harris, you are Bangalore MLA right now, and one of your close friends. In fact, I can say that Mr. Shivakumar has become the Chief Minister of Karnataka. How do you see this?
Very good. It's a very good.
Okay. And sir, he's invited all the former chief ministers and prime minister. It's very new that he's invited Yediyurappa going to his house, Deve Gowda going to his house. How do you see this?
It's going to interrupt because we can't hear Mr. N.A. Harris, who's a Congress MLA. We're unable to get his audio, unfortunately. So I'm going to ask you and request you to continue showing us around because at this point, considering Nagarjun is the only one inside, we're having a bit of a connection issue as well. He is kind of handling his cameras himself. So he's giving you a sense of what it's like inside. That's your first glimpse, ladies and gentlemen, of what the grand stage looks like. It's set. All last-minute preps are underway. Amazing to see, really, the colors of Karnataka flying high. The entire stage set up on the theme of Karnataka, which is why it's red and yellow. First glimpse only on India Today of what the entire venue looks like. You've seen the seating arrangement as well. Clearly, who is going to be in attendance is Revanth Reddy, V.D. Satish and Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge. All of them are going to be there. There's seating mentioned for them on stage. And then right below, there is in fact seats reserved for Yediyurappa, for Deve Gowda. So it looks like there's a great possibility of them emerging and coming for the swearing-in ceremony as well. Like I said, that's in the spirit of Karnataka politics, which is always ensured that, you know, whichever, irrespective of political differences, when there is change, when there is a mandate, that is followed, that is respected. So it's something that many other states can also learn, I'm sure. Naga, if you're with me, I'd like you to continue showing us around there of what's really happening.
Akshita, can you hear me once again?
We can hear you. Just, Naga, that when you speak to others, we're not able to get that audio.
I'm so sorry, Akshita, that I'm here without a cameraman because media, only camera persons are not allowed. Only the press persons are allowed. I'm right now inside still Raj Bhavan. Many MLAs are with me. I'm showing you myself behind the stage as well. NARS showed this is the signature style of DK Shivakumar. He said that he invited Deve Gowda, he invited Yediyurappa, he's invited Basavaraj Bommai. He wants to take everyone along to ensure that they get the best governance. They can get the best governance here in Karnataka. And now he had gone to Yediyurappa's house this morning and then later to Deve Gowda's house. In fact, it's interesting that in 1987, Akshita, DK Shivakumar had first contested his first election in 1987 in Satanur constituency against the same giant Deve Gowda. He had lost in 1987 and 89. That was the first time that Mr. Shivakumar won. And since then, he's been winning in the same constituency. It's quite iconic that he went and took blessings, fell at the feet of Deve Gowda. After today, he visited him. The first, the first opponent of Shivakumar was Deve Gowda. Now a full circle has come back where he's taking blessings when he's becoming the Chief Minister of Karnataka. That's the beauty here, right? In Karnataka is one of the last states where all political parties enjoy a good rapport, enjoy a good camaraderie. They share a cup of coffee with each other. They laugh with each other. And when it comes to swearing in, they are with each other here. Basavaraj Bommai, I saw a chair reserved for him. Deve Gowda, a chair reserved for him. Kumaraswamy, a chair reserved for him. These are all arch rivals when it comes to politics. But still, they are being invited here, most likely by 3:45 is when the dignitaries will start arriving. Let me try again going close once again, Akshita. Please stay with me. I'm trying to get in up close here at the stage as well to show you which way the stage is facing. The stage is facing on the east side. Usually it's on the west, but now it's on the east because of the astrological suggestions that the stage has to be facing east side and not west side. India Today is the only channel TV inside right now inside that.
Give you a moment. I'm going to give you a moment. Just set up there in that 1 minute that we have, that we'll just give over to Naga to be able to set up in an appropriate location. I'll just cut across to breaking news that's coming in. We're getting in details right now of the likely cabinet portfolios in the DK Shivakumar government. We are hearing, and this we told you on India Today a couple of hours ago, home will go to Priyank Kharge. Powerful, weighty, meaty portfolio. Priyank Kharge is the chosen one, reportedly for the Home Department. Revenue Ministry will go to G. Parameshwara. Bengaluru Development, all the Bengalurians watching this wondering who will be in charge of Bengaluru Development. It's going to be Ramalinga Reddy. It's a ministry that was with DK Shivakumar, and all likely Ramalinga Reddy is going to get it. Krishnabhai Gowda could get Rural Development and Panchayat Raj. This is the information we're picking up. Saga, I'll just bring you in on this to get us more details of each of these cabinet portfolios. How do you read into it? Which are the powerful ones? What about Yatindra Siddaramaiah?
So far, what we get to learn through our sources is these are the portfolios that we got access to. Priyank Kharge is the Home Ministry. G. Parmeshwar will be of Revenue Department. And we are awaiting a confirmation on Yatindra Siddaramaiah. There are multiple demands that is being made for all these cabinet ministers. And what we also get to learn through our sources is that the Congress leaders, especially the loyalists of Siddaramaiah, are asking to give a better portfolio for Yatindra Siddaramaiah. And there is a demand for him to be the medical education minister as well as or else a water resource minister or social welfare minister. These are the three portfolios that he is eyeing. Remember that he is also a doctor who owns a pathology lab here in Bengaluru, and probably he might be eyeing in that particular field.
I just want to bring in Apurva Jayachandran. If I'm not wrong, Apurva is at the Vidhan Sauda. Remember that here where I am at the Lok Bhavan is where the swearing-in ceremony will happen. Right after that, DK Shivakumar will be going in an open jeep. Of course, if weather permits, because it's extremely cloudy and gloomy through the day. If the weather permits, he'll go in an open jeep from here, the Lok Bhavan, all the way to the Vidhan Sauda, where there's a grand setup. Once again, a red carpet that's been laid out, massive stage that's been set up. So, Apurva, can you give us a sense of what's really the arrangements like there?
Well, in fact, Shita, we are here at the Vidhan Sauda, and if you can just see, there's a huge, a screen that has been set up out here. Not only here as well, there's been complete security that has blockaded this entire stretch. Apart from this, if I can say, this entire area, you can just see Congress flags here that are flying high, soaring high out here right outside Vidhan Sauda. Public who have started trickling in, just to see if they can be able to get a look at this screen. This is a big, huge LED screen that has been set up here as well outside, inside Vidhan Sauda as well. This is the main stairs. This is the main staircase leading inside the Vidhan Sauda. And, it's one of the most prestigious staircases here, and that's where we can see all of these arrangements that are being made as well. Red carpet, yes, likely in just an hour or two, it will be set up right after the swearing-in ceremony, where DK Shivakumar will go ahead and be sworn in as the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. We will also see him arriving here to Vidhan Sauda in a grand show of support. An open car ride that will take place from the Lok Bhavan here to Vidhan Sauda, where all of the cadres, the supporters, fans of DK Shivakumar will come here and be, cheering him on as the newly elected Chief Minister of Karnataka, where he will come here for, and meet with the newly elected cabinet as well. Remember, 8 to 10 names, all of them senior leaders from both, be it either Siddaramaiah or DK Shivakumar's recommendations, the High Command has now chosen, and all of them who will also be sworn in here. Following which, after the swearing-in ceremony, newly elected Chief Minister DK Shivakumar will arrive here at the Vidhan Sauda.
Okay, so we'll track very closely, and our reporters, you're getting a sense, are spread out across. You've got Apurva right now tracking the latest updates of the Vidhan Sauda. I can show you a steady stream of vehicles right now entering inside, and so these are the ones with passes. They've blocked off all traffic here, and now you can see non-stop vehicles entering, one after another, leaders who are making their way inside, all those who've been invited right now for the swearing-in ceremony. So we're going to continue tracking those updates of who's really emerging, who's making their way inside. Srinivas Gowda has just gone in right now. So the dignitaries have started arriving. And that means that the countdown is well and truly underway for the swearing-in ceremony to kick off. We're going to be tracking all the updates here on India Today. Our marathon coverage starts at 2 p.m. But for the moment, I'm wrapping up this edition of So South here on India Today, because on the other side, the other big story, the unfortunate tragedy that's played out in Delhi, 21 deaths in a fire that's broken out at a Malviya Nagar restaurant. We're going to be getting you those details on the other side of a short break, but join us again at 2 p.m.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Bollywood's newest heartthrob, Ahan Pandey, is once again making waves online, and this time straight from the sets of his next big project. The behind-the-scenes glimpses from the UK schedule of his upcoming yet-to-be-titled film have now gone viral, with one particular clip catching attention after Ahan was seen grooving to Shah Rukh Khan's Shalla from Jab Tak Hai Jaan alongside a troupe of dancers. Meanwhile, the actor recently kicked off the international schedule of director Ali Abbas Zafar's untitled project, with clips from Birmingham and London already creating buzz online. For the unversed, the film marks Ahan Pandey's second Bollywood outing after his successful debut in Sayara, which established him as one of the industry's promising young stars. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Thank you for staying with India Today. I'm Suesha Sawant, and we continue to get you details of the devastating fire that was reported at approximately 9 a.m. this morning in Delhi's Malviya Nagar, where unfortunately 21 people have lost their lives. According to the Delhi police, there was a bed and breakfast facility that actually had the government license to function only as per 6 rooms, but was functioning exceeding capacity. 25 rooms that were functioning out of that hotel. It had only a single entry and exit point. Majority of the victims, specifically most of the 21 fatalities, that were foreign nationals. Similarly, the majority of those who sustained critical injuries are also foreign nationals. The police intends to register a case of culpable homicide not amounting to murder, and charges will also be filed under various other relevant sections of the law. An investigation that is currently underway to determine whether the hotel was equipped with fire safety apparatus and whether it had obtained the requisite fire no objection certificate. Let me take this to my colleague Shivani Sharma, who's on the ground. But before that, this response that had come in from Delhi Education Minister Ashish Sood, who is currently on the spot.
फ्लोर पर्यंत ये निया व्यापी जाइथिला एवं अग्नि निरापत्ता व्यवस्था जेतिला कोना कोठी फेल हेतिला बिल्डिंग रो एवं किचन
सब पे कार्रवाई हो रही है। आप थोड़ा सब्र रखिए।
That's the word coming in from the Delhi government that investigation is underway. But let me take this to my colleague Shivani Sharma, who's currently on the ground. Also, Shivani, the latest as far as the rescue operations are concerned, many were feared to be trapped. According to the eyewitness accounts, they said that a lot of those deaths that happened due to suffocation, more than 35 who are grievously injured. What's happening there at the moment?
Suesha, I'll keep showing you the visuals about what's happening here. The rescue operations are still going on. You can see the teams of NDRF personnel who are deployed here since the fire emerged, and the figure of the deceased is 21 so far. More than 35 people are injured and have been taken to multiple hospitals which are in the close vicinity, including Max Saket, AIMS Trauma Center and other hospitals. But you can see the visuals, you can see the picture of this particular building which had only one entry and exit. What we are learning that there were major lapses. The initial investigation is now indicating that there were major lapses, Suesha. The building had more than 3 times of its approved capacity, and these people who were living here, they were also families who were here in Delhi for treatment, because this hotel is in close vicinity to a hospital, and the basement also had 6 to 7 people when the fire incident broke out, and the exit was not available. There was a iron grill that was locked, and people were not able to move out of their rooms, and they were locked inside when the fire incident happened. The post-mortem report will come, and the investigations are already on, but it seems that the deaths, major deaths, the major cause of the deaths would have been the choking, because the smoke has already turned this whole building into a black color, that black smoke. No exit point for people, no windows for ventilation, because when the fire broke out, there was no way when the smoke could, how the smoke could go out. There was no ventilation, and the people who were stuck inside this building, they had no escape. So they were actually locked in a burning building in their rooms in this Malviya Nagar facility that was being used as a hotel, and it had permission to have 6 to 7 rooms, but it had more than 25 rooms. That's what we are learning. So how this permission was granted, why this was functioning in this capacity, why it was having so many people, and was there a fire NOC certificate or not? So all these questions remain unanswered, Suesha, and this is very unfortunate. When every time such an incident happens, the authorities get active. The ministers already, they are already on ground. They have been assuring that there will be action, but the larger question remains that how these buildings are functioning as hotels without proper NOC, without proper arrangements to fight fire. And you can see this is not the only building here in this area. There are multiple buildings which are in this area, and they are actually surrounded by this wires of electricity, the electric cables that have been lying here, and there's a transformer. You can see the transformer is here right next to where the hotel was. So there are so many loopholes that even us can now point out, even as the investigation is still going on. The final report has to come, but we can see and we can make out that this building was totally
many vulnerable and sensitive areas like this.
ज्यादातर विदेशी हैं। मालिक को गिरफ्तार करने के लिए दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम रेड कर रही है, साथ ही साथ इसको एनओसी थी या नहीं थी इसकी भी जानकारी है। लेकिन मैं आपको टॉप एंगल से एक तस्वीर दिखाता हूं, और ये तस्वीर जो पूरा मंजर है उसको बयान करने के लिए काफी। अगर सामने की तरफ नीचे देखेंगे तो आपको गद्दा दिखाई देगा। जूम करके रितेश मिश्रा आपको दिखा रहे हैं गद्दा। तो जब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा था और जब इस इमारत से लोग नीचे की तरफ तरफ कूद रहे थे, चीख पुकार मच रही थी। आज तक के पास वो तमाम तस्वीरें भी हैं। तो स्थानीय लोगों ने ये मोटा गद्दा नीचे की तरफ रखा, जिससे जो होटल से लोग अगर कूदे तो उनको ज्यादा चोट ना आए। तो पहली तस्वीर ये हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, और जो कांच है वो देखिए कितना टूटा हुआ है, क्योंकि जो ये पूरा होटल है, जरा तस्वीर आप दिखाइए नीचे से ऊपर तक, ये जो पूरा होटल है, ये होटल है। इसी होटल के नीचे फ्लोर पर आग लगी थी और धीरे धीरे जो आग है वो फैलते हुए पूरा जो होटल है उसमें आप देख रहे हैं कालिक लगी हुई है। और वो जो खिड़की दिखाई रितेश मिश्रा, ये जो खिड़की है इसको तोड़ा गया है। तोड़ते हुए की भी तस्वीरें हैं, लेकिन अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये जो खिड़की है इसको तोड़ा गया है पूरी तरह से, और इसके अंदर से लोगों को निकाला गया है। न सिर्फ निकाला गया है, बल्कि लोग कूद भी रहे थे। एक आई विटनेस हमारे साथ मौजूद है, तस्वीर आप दिखाते रहिए। क्या नाम आपका?
एमडी शरीफ।
हाँ, क्या हुआ था सुबह के वक्त आप बगल?
8:15 बजे जब यहाँ पर हम लोग काम करते हैं, मजदूर है, तो यहाँ पर काम करते थे, ये धुआं बहुत ज्यादा निकलने लगा इधर से। अच्छा। इस खिड़की से तो देखा कि इसमें आग लगा हुआ था बहुत ज्यादा। नीचे से आग लगा हुआ, पहले नीचे से ऊपर आग गया। कुछ आदमी 30-40 आदमी छत के ऊपर था जो टॉप पे था। वहाँ से फिर और कुछ आदमी
इधर आ जाइए आप। देखिए ये साथ ही साथ मैं आपको समझाता भी रहूं। देखिए सामने की तरफ होटल के बेहद नजदीक आज तक खड़ा है, ठीक एक फ्लोर है उसके पास हम खड़े हैं। सामने की तरफ ये होटल दिखाई दे रहा है। ये एक फैक्ट्री है जहां पर लोग काम करते हैं। साथ ही साथ जो शरीफ साहब है वो बताते रहेंगे क्या हुआ था। आराम से पूरा सिलसिलावार बताइए। सुबह के वक्त
सुबह 8:15 बजे इसमें आग लगी और धुआं बहुत ज्यादा निकलने लगा। तो हम लोग भी अपने जगह रूम से निकल के गैलरी में यहाँ पर से देखे तो पूरा एकदम धुआं निकल रहा था। और कुछ आदमी खिड़की तोड़ के अंदर में, जो होटल के अंदर रहते थे विदेशी, वो खिड़की तोड़ के जेंट्स लेडीज ये सब बहुत लटक रहे थे। वो लटक रहे थे, ये पाइप जो है मकान में पाइप पकड़ के लटक रहे थे और हेल्प मांग रहे थे। तो यहाँ पर जितने भी लोकल बंदे थे उन्होंने हेल्प किया। वो गद्दा बिछाया, उसको बोला जंप करो नीचे। आप कितना जंप किया, किसी में सर में चोट लगा, किसी का हाथ टूट गया। बहुत कम से कम 10-12 आदमी जंप करके बचाया उसको। और कुछ आदमी छत के ऊपर गया, वो पल्ली तरफ उधर में लकड़ी का जीना लगा के उस तरफ पार हो गया।
बड़ी गवाही है और मैं क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट करने की कोशिश करता हूँ, क्योंकि आज तक होटल के पास करीब है। ये जो माला है, इस माले से सामने की तरफ होटल है, बेहद नजदीक है, कुछ मीटर है। और ये जो शरीफ है, ये पूरा बताइए, विदेशी नागरिक क्या बताइए?
बिल्कुल विदेशी नागरिक ज्यादा थे इसमें। और हमने एक एम्बुलेंस वाले से भी पूछा तो उन्होंने बोला कम से कम
एक मिनट हाँ।
And Arvind Oja, they're getting us all the details from the very spot where we're trying to get you a lot of eyewitness accounts of what exactly transpired post 8:30 a.m. on this very location. So far, details of the violation, of course, that have come in, of how this particular bed and breakfast facility had only one entry and exit point, and a lot of norms that were flouted. But what exactly had happened, especially at the time when people were trying to escape from there, some who chose to jump from that building? Take a closer look at those pictures. Horrifying visuals, devastating details of what those survivors may have gone through, of what options seemed better to them, whether to stay inside the hotel and feel suffocated in that fire, or just take that leap of faith and jump, not knowing whether they will be able to survive, whether they will stay alive. There, those pictures on your screens of what transpired this morning, I beg your pardon, at about 9 a.m. when the fire had broken out. It had escalated. There was a lot of smoke inside this building, so much so that suffocation was the primary reason why many of them also lost their lives, but some who chose to jump. In fact, the locals who came to the rescue, there was a nearby mattress shop, and some of the locals who just lay down these mattresses on the road, such that if anybody chooses to jump, they should at least have some sort of a cushion and not hit the hard surface. And this is exactly what happened with this woman. There you see those pictures, very crucial moments, scary for those who were trapped inside that building, and they just chose to take that leap of faith, jump from the building so that they could get away from the fire. Take a closer look at these videos.
एम्बुलेंस तो खड़ी बाहर पीछे ऊपर से मार रहा ना करके
Let me take this to my colleague Shivani Sharma, who's currently at the site where the rescue operations are underway. And Shivani, horrifying to imagine what these survivors may have gone through in those very, very crucial moments of chaos, commotion, confusion, of not knowing how to be able to exit that structure. There was literally one entry and exit door that was in that structure. Some who just jumped off the building, not knowing whether that jump will help them survive or not, but it was better than staying in that suffocation of what the fire had caused. What is the current situation right now, Shivani?
Suesha, what we are showing you is the picture of the scene where we can see the forensic team which has just come here. The forensic experts, they are collecting evidence. They are along with the team of photographers and the police which is there at this whole area. You can see the whole region has been now cordoned off. The police is there. And yes, you are right. The investigations are going on. But at that moment, there was just no escape for the people who were stuck inside this building. There was no exit. Only one entry and exit, and that too on the ground floor. And all the other floors were closed because these windows which you see are also very small windows, very small in size, no balconies, no way to go out. So people chose to just jump out, and because that was the only way they could have survived. Those who remained inside, they got totally choked, and many people though have been rescued and taken to different hospitals who were stuck inside this building. They all tried to go on the terrace because that was the only place where they could breathe amid this fire that broke out in the morning. People were stuck in the basement. And Suesha, you can see the police at the site here, the forensic experts who are here. They are collecting evidences. They have photographers. The investigations has to go on, but certainly a larger question remains that why this whole setup was running without any proper firefighting equipment, why it was running without any permission. And yes, you can see closely that this whole building that was completely engulfed into fire, that it had people at that time, all those people, around 40 people, that's what the eyewitnesses tell us, Suesha. They ran to save their lives. Some reached the terrace area, some reached the windows and started jumping. The local people out here, they tried to save them, help them come out. And you can see these mattresses lying here. As we can see in this particular area, there are mattresses that were put by the people to help those who wanted to jump and save their lives.
But that is exactly the point, Shivani, that this incident needs accountability and authorities that need to answer what exactly had gone wrong. The big questions that must be answered, because this particular bed and breakfast facility was actually allowed to function at 6 rooms, but it was functioning at 25 rooms. Who allowed the hotel to run 25 rooms and not 6 rooms? Who allowed the breach of license, fire safety, clear violations when it comes to norms that were violated? Why illegal basement rooms that were not shut down? Because usually a structure like this must have multiple entry and exit points in the case of an emergency, in the case of what happened today. But there was only one entry and exit point. It was an illegal basement. Why were rooms not allowed there? Why were they allowed there is the question. Did the civic fire licensing bodies ignore lapses? They knew of how there were multiple violations, but this facility and many, by the way, in that area have been allowed to function. Were safety inspections conducted ever, or was it something that the authorities chose to turn a blind eye towards? Could timely action have really saved these lives? Was this a disaster that was waiting to happen? Remember, 3 big fires that have been reported in Delhi in the last 4 days. But why is it that this was not taken as a warning sign and 21 people have lost their lives? Taking this back to Shivani, especially where the focus is on the lapses, the questions that are being also asked to the authorities of why They did not cover these points in time. And my colleague Arvind Ojha, who's also filed this ground report of what's happening at the site.
फिर आप देखिए ये होता है जब कोई हादसा हो जाता है तो कवरेज के लिए इस तरह से दिल्ली पुलिस न तो ये होटल गिर रहा है न कुछ हो रहा है, लेकिन अब एक साथ कितने पुलिस के अधिकारी हैं ये रोकने के लिए यहाँ पर, और एक एक तस्वीर यहाँ दिखाना जरूरी है कि ये दिल्ली की तस्वीर हो जाती है कि जब पोल खोली जाती है, जब तस्वीर दिखाई जाती है एक एक करके, तो इस तरह से दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम आती है और कहती है कि आप यहाँ से नहीं दिखाएंगे, जबकि होटल के बेहद करीब है हम लोग। तो ये तस्वीर और ये आम है, न सिर्फ दिल्ली पुलिस की मिली भगत से बल्कि तमाम लोगों की मिली भगत से ये दिल्ली के अलग अलग इलाकों में रेस्टोरेंट होटल चलाए जाते हैं, और ये पूरा मेगा ड्राइव चलाना चाहिए दिल्ली सरकार को, एमसीडी को। और यकीन जानिए, जैसा आपने पूछा, अगर मेगा ड्राइव चलाया जाएगा तो कई रिहायशी इलाकों में जो रेस्टोरेंट है, जो होटल है, वो बंद किए जा सकते हैं। कई की जो एनओसी है वो नहीं मिली है, लेकिन जब हादसा हो जाता है उसके बाद कवरेज होती है, तो इस तरह से दिल्ली के जो सब इंस्पेक्टर हैं, इंस्पेक्टर हैं, ये आने लगते हैं आसपास के लोगों को, जो बिल्डिंग मालिक है उनको धमकाने लगते हैं कि आपने मीडिया को यहाँ क्यों कवरेज करने के लिए रोका। लेकिन हमने आपको एक एक तस्वीर दिखाई कि किस तरह से जो बिल्डिंग है उसका जो कांच है वो पूरी तरह से तोड़ा गया। क्या मंजर रहा होगा आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। मरने वालों में कई विदेशी नागरिक हैं और कई ऐसे घायल हैं जो विदेशी हैं। तो ये मंजर है यहाँ का। होटल मालिक को गिरफ्तार करने के लिए फिलहाल दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम रेड कर रही है, लेकिन ये जो हादसा है, कम से कम अब जो स्थानीय सरकार है, जो एमसीडी है, उसको अब कम से कम सबक लेना चाहिए। सिर्फ कुछ इंजीनियर को सस्पेंड करने से, गैर इरादतन हत्या का मामला दर्ज करने से बात बनने वाली नहीं है। अगर इसी तरह से सिलसिला चला तो आने वाले दिनों में और भी हादसे होते रहेंगे। अंजलि।
Oh yes, so unfortunate and valid questions that my colleague Arvind Ojha is asking. Why is it that we see such heavy deployment after the incident has happened, after the mishap has happened? 21 lives are lost. Why is it that the authorities did not take timely action to avoid a mishap of this nature? Was it a disaster that was waiting to happen? Is this a man-made tragedy? 21 lives, remember, that are lost, and the death toll that could go higher. More than 35 who are grievously injured. They're currently receiving treatment at Max, at AIMS, and they fought for their lives. How they managed to escape from there. Some who chose to jump took the leap of faith, not knowing whether they'd be able to survive the jump or whether they'd be able to get out of that fire. But such were those crucial moments of how those people were trapped inside that structure. There you see these pictures on your screens of a woman who chose to jump from that building, and thankfully the locals who had laid down these mattresses as a cover.
एम्बुलेंस खड़ी बाहर पीछे ऊपर से मार रहा है ना कभी।
Back to my colleague Shivani, who continues to stay on the ground trying to get us the latest details of the rescue operation. And Shivani, over 4 hours now, I also see Sneha with you, but critical situation there. The death toll currently confirmed at 21 could also increase. What are both of you watching there at the moment with regards to the rescue operations? Because Arvind asking some very valid questions. Lot of police deployment now. Why not act in time and save such a mishap?
Narrow way to reach the stage, only one average way to there. And lack of state, even as the media is reporting from here, I see this building is totally engulfed into fire. There are very important questions that need to be asked, but there have been
deaths when these students had...
All right, the audio line is not clear, and we'll try and reconnect with my colleagues Shivani and Sneha, since the network is fluctuating given how rescue operations are underway. But there you see the death toll currently standing at 21, more than 35 who are battling for lives in those hospitals where they're receiving treatment. But the big questions that still remain unanswered, many of these structures in critical areas like this that are vulnerable, that are sensitive, where fire safety norms have been violated. Is there a disaster waiting to happen to what we saw in Malviya Nagar this morning? Do stay tuned to India Today. We have to slip into a very short commercial break right now, but we'll keep you on the top of the story.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you?
Good afternoon once again, and thank you for tuning into India Today. I'm Suesha Samant. Our focus is on the Delhi fire tragedy that has now claimed 21 lives and the death toll that could increase given how more than 35 people are still battling for lives. But what exactly caused that fire and were there violations is the focus now. We'll get to all the details. First, a quick check of the headlines. DK Shivakumar to take oath as Chief Minister of Karnataka in just 2 hours from now. 13 others to take oath along with DK Shivakumar. DKS meets Siddaramaiah before swearing in ceremony. Congress top brass to attend DKS oath. India Today, the only channel inside Lok Bhavan. DKS Sarkara scoop only on India Today. Priyank Kharge likely to get Home Department. Parameshwara likely to get Deputy Chief Minister and Revenue Department. Ramalinga Reddy may take over Bengaluru Development Department. Massive fire at a Delhi hotel has claimed 21 lives. Killer lapses emerged. No fire NOC, single entry and exit point. Hotel operated beyond license limits. Government license allowed only 6 rooms. Hotel ran at 25. Anti-Mamata faction rises in West Bengal. Expelled TMC MLA Rita Prata garners over 58 TMC signatures, submits letter to Speaker, pitches himself as Bengal LOP. Mamata failing to keep TMC flock together. Remnants of Mamata's corruption across Kolkata. Huge stash of termite, damaged cash, arms found in Kolkata College, led by the TMC. Cash up to 1 crore rupees found in TMC Union Room. Massive cache of ammunition found in another TMC Neta's residence. Mega India Today impact over CBSE mess. CBSE chairman and secretary transferred after Prime Minister Modi intervened. Prime Minister Modi and Minister who personally are monitoring the process. CBSE portal smooth despite cyber attacks. Government fact-checks report of selling gold worth $12 billion, calls reports fake. Lives lost lost in the Delhi fire that occurred at about 8:30 this morning at Malviya Nagar and was reported around 8:50 when 10 fire tenders rushed to the spot. Over 4 hours that the rescue operations have been underway. Over 35 people who are still battling for their lives. Let me take this to my colleague Sneha Mordani, who's on the ground getting us the very latest of the rescue operations that are underway. And Sneha, while we see heavy police deployment there, but the many questions being asked of the violations that led to this disaster.
Yes, Suresh, many violations, and that is what has come to the surface right now. We are at the spot where this accident has taken place this morning, leading to the death of 21 people. The fear is that the toll could be higher, given that there have been several lapses. And right now, we are, in fact, just a little ahead of this very building where this accident took place, where the fire broke out, killing 21 people. The big concerns here, this was actually an Airbnb. It had the permission to function as an Airbnb, but a restaurant at the basement. Permission given for 6 rooms, but 25 were functioning. So some serious answering to do as far as the authorities are also concerned. There is absolutely no information about the whereabouts of the owner. Particular Airbnb, it had the license for the same. Right now at this site, the police of course is trying to do their work. The fear, like I said at the outset, that there could be a concern regarding the death toll increasing even further. Now we do have some news just coming in at this point in time, and this has got to do with the information that Max Hospital is sharing with us. Before I get in more details and look at the story we are breaking at this hour, the cylinder blast incident has taken place, is what is being said. Now 39 patients were received at the emergency department of the Max Hospital, Saket complex upon arrival. All patients underwent clinical assessment and were managed by multidisciplinary teams, is what we know at this point in time. That's the story we are breaking at this emergency response. Activated, all protocol followed. Remember, many of these patients were sleeping when the fire broke out. So even if the bodies haven't been charred, what they've died really is because of the smoke that filled up in the room, and this is a big concern. Of the 39 patients, 18 were brought dead, 15 are in ICU. So the condition of the patients who are brought to the hospital continues to be very serious. 8 patients on ventilator and in critical condition, 5 with minor injuries treated, discharged following primary medical care, is what Max Hospital has said. 1 patient shifted to Safdarjung Hospital due to excessive burns. Remember, Delhi Safdarjung Hospital has got a burn injury ward which specializes in this, and that's the reason why the patient is being shifted there. Local and foreign nationals. So the fact is that not too far away from where this incident happened, where the fire broke out here, is Delhi's Max Hospital. And at the Max Hospital, there are patients who get treated. Now, where do the relatives of these patients go? Many foreign nationals come to India and to prominent places like Delhi, the national capital, which gives out these medical services. India, we know, is a medical tourism destination. So these patients come to India, receive care. Their loved ones, their kin, their caregivers were in fact staying here, were living here. And that's the reason why so many foreign nationals were there. I'm going to go straight across to my colleague Shivani with the very latest on that story. Shivani has been here. Shivani, foreign nationals have died in this horrific fire. We do know that they were here because they were the caregivers of their loved ones, recuperating, getting medical treatment at the Max Hospital, which is just around the corner.
Right, Sneha, see what we are learning, that 39 people were taken to Max Hospital after what the Max Hospital says that as per them it was a cylinder blast. 39 people were taken, out of which 18 were brought dead. 15 are still struggling in the ICU, and 1 was shifted to the Safdarjung Hospital facility. But the bigger question is that because the Max Hospital is close by, there are many people who still stay in this area. There are people who are the caregivers to the people who are taking treatment, who are under treatment in Max Hospital, and not only from India, but from many countries. These people have been living here, taking treatment out here. But now what the Max Hospital statement tells us, that this was a cylinder blast. We still have to wait for the investigations to move ahead, Sneha. But 39 people were taken to Max and 18 were brought dead. So that's what the update is right now, while the rescue operations still continue in this whole area.
Be with us, Shivani. Coming back to you, Amit Bhardwaj, also from Ground Zero, getting in more details on that front. Amit, the fear and the concerns here are that the death toll could even go up even further. We're at the very spot where this is happening. I do see a team of medical experts who've gone into where the fire really broke out. We have a team of the Delhi police here, also fire services. Officers also continue to be here at this point in time. Are they expecting more bodies to be brought out? What are you learning at this point in time? Amit.
Sneha, I'm standing at Max Saket, the point which became the immediate medical care center for the victims who sustained injuries, and many of them died when that, as per the hospital statement, was a cylinder blast. So unfortunate to say, at this point in time where I'm standing, the mortuary is not far off from here, and 18 people are dead. Those dead bodies are inside the mortuary in Saket Hospital. 15 of them are in the ICU at Max Saket. You know, the doctor teams, the expert teams are trying their best to ensure that best of medical care is provided to these victims. But at this point in time, we can certainly confirm our viewers. I'm standing at Max Saket, and 18 people who were brought here, they were declared brought dead. The dead bodies are in the mortuary right now. Possibly the hospital and authorities would be also trying to reach out to their family members to inform them. In this case, it could be further difficult because, these are foreign nationals who were living in that hotel or bread and breakfast establishment in Hosrani of Malviya Nagar. So all that process must be taken forward by the different agencies. But as far as the 15 others injured in this, unfortunate incident that happened is 15 of them are in ICU getting the treatment, best possible treatment that could be given. As you were rightly pointing out, we know in the national capital there are centers such as Malviya Nagar, Hosrani, Hoj Khas, where you have a prominent hospital, Max Saket. In Apollo, Jasola area is again a center where you have a lot of foreign nationals coming to India, to Delhi to get treatment. So we do not know about the victims in this case as to, whether they were here for treatment, to get their family members treated at the medical center establishments in Delhi.
6 कमरों की इजाजत थी टोटल, लेकिन बनाए गए थे 25। अगर आप यहाँ देखेंगे, अब यहाँ पर आइए कि ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर भी 3 कमरों की इजाजत है। यहाँ पर अगर आप देखेंगे तो एक रूम है, यहाँ पे आपको नजर आएगा, ये 102 दूसरा कमरा नजर आएगा, और ये एक तीसरा कमरा आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएगा। इसके अलावा अगर आप देखेंगे, ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर है। यहाँ पर आपने देखा कि 3 कमरे वहाँ हैं और 4 और ये 5, 105, यानी कि इस फ्लोर पर भी 5 कमरे, जबकि इजाजत जो है वो 3 कमरों की है। इसके अलावा इससे ऊपर भी चलेंगे, 5 कमरे यहाँ पर, 6 कमरों की इजाजत है, 5 कमरे जो है वो फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर, 3 कमरे जो है वो ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर। अब इसके बाद इससे ऊपर आएंगे तो यहाँ पर भी आपको रूम नंबर 201, 202, 203 में अपने कैमरामैन से कहूँगा कि वो दिखाएं बाकायदा कि इस सेकंड फ्लोर पर भी तकरीबन जो इजाज़त है 3 कमरों की, वहाँ पर भी इस तरीके से 5-5 कमरे जो हैं वो बनाए गए हैं, 204, 205। अब आप देखिए कि अगर कोई फायर का इंसिडेंट हो जाए, और ये देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर ओपन वायर आपको यहाँ पर नज़र आएगी। अगर कहीं आग लग जाए तो ये जो रूम है इसके बाहर बैल्कनी होगी, उस बैल्कनी से भी आप बाहर जो है वो नहीं निकल सकते। ये रूम भी पूरी तरीके से लॉक है। किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो तमाम लोग घूमने के लिए आते हैं, रहने के लिए आते हैं, उनके लिए किस तरीके की सुरक्षा के इंतज़ाम है, इसको कौन देखेगा, किसकी जिम्मेदारी है, किसी को नहीं पता। अब इसके बाद इसके ऊपर फ्लोर पे जाते हैं। इस फ्लोर पर भी आपको इतने ही कमरे जो हैं वो नज़र आएंगे। 5 कमरे यहाँ पर हैं। इजाज़त सिर्फ 6 कमरों की है। यहाँ पेंट्री जो है वो बनाई गई है और अभी आप देखेंगे एक पर्सन है वो यहाँ पर गेस्ट जो है वो रह रहे हैं। उसके पीछे विंडो है और आप देखिए कि अगर कोई हादसा इस पूरी बिल्डिंग में हो जाए तो किसी प्रकार के फायर के कहीं से भी कोई इंतज़ाम जो है वो यहाँ पर नहीं किए गए हैं। ऐसे में जब हादसा होता है तो लोगों की जान जाती है, तो लोगों की जान जिसकी वजह से जाती है वो आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके के इंतज़ाम जो है वो यहाँ पर होटल्स में जो है वो किए गए हैं। इजाज़त 6 कमरों की, बनाए गए हर फ्लोर पे 5-5 कमरे और उसके बाद भी अगर आप देखेंगे कि सुरक्षा से किस तरीके से जो आम लोग हैं उनकी खिलवाड़ होता हुआ नज़र आ रहा है। हर फ्लोर पर 5-5 कमरे हैं। इजाज़त जो है वो सिर्फ 6 कमरों की है।
All right, so more news coming in as far as the lapses of this particular Airbnb and the restaurant here is concerned. We've told you about that the fact that in fact the permissions were taken for granted and that what was permitted was 6 rooms. Malviya Nagar Hotel was permitted 6 rooms. Remember, this was an Airbnb. However, the Delhi hotel ran 18 rooms, and India Today has now accessed the government license order, which in fact clearly shows that there were violations on that front, and the permission was clearly given for 6 rooms, but this particular hotel ran 18 rooms, and that's where the problem really has started, because this became a death trap really for the people who were living here. The people who were staying here became sitting ducks. Clearly, if a permission has been given only for 6 rooms, then why were 18 rooms allowed, and how is it that so many people were living here? Since when were these violations being done? The government of Delhi has said that there is going to be a detailed investigation, this entire matter, but the fact is that 21 people have lost their lives and there are many who are battling for their lives in Delhi's Max Hospital. So there's a big question mark on the lapses that have been reported as far as this Airbnb is concerned, the restaurant functioning is concerned. A cylinder blast is what Max Hospital has said. But of course, this is something that's going to be investigated threadbare on what led to this horrific accident that has taken the lives of so many people. To take our viewers through these images, a team of the Delhi police continues to be here. Right at the site, we have a medical team as well, looking at what could have possibly started the fire. Bodies that have been charred beyond recognition, and many people who died because they simply couldn't breathe. It became a toxic chamber, a death chamber of sorts, with the doors completely shut, and they didn't know what happened. Many of the victims, what the authorities are telling us, is that were asleep when the fire broke out, and they were caught completely unawares early this morning when the fire started at this particular Airbnb. It started at the basement where the restaurant was and then spread further up, as you can see in this multi-story structure where several floors. If you can take a look at these images that show the extent of the damage here. Well, this certainly is a crowded sort of a lane, and the fire ambulances came in and pulled out the patients. They pulled out those people who had been hurt grievously, were rushed to Delhi's Max Hospital. One patient has got severe burn injuries and has been taken to Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. And these are the details we can share with our viewers at this point in time. A team of the NDRF also here assessing the situation and looking at what could have possibly gone wrong, even as we continue to stay completely barricaded out of this area. But this tragedy just speaking volumes of criminal apathy, criminal callousness. The people who were staying here were simply sitting ducks. This was bound to happen, an accident of this sort, with exit points not there, absent, and investigations will throw up more information on the further lapses that certainly this Airbnb and this restaurant are guilty of. We don't know yet anything about the owner, but I just happened to look at the Instagram handle and at the website of this particular Airbnb, where it is publicizing itself as a place which offers care and comfort to those people who have their loved ones admitted to Delhi's Max Hospital, which is just around the corner. So they were the loved ones, the kin of the patients were recuperating and getting all kinds of treatment in the Max Hospital here. And hence so many foreign nationals. It's offered attractive rates and asking people to come and sign in and stay there. That's a regular publicity that this particular Airbnb did. Little did the 21 people who've lost their lives in this horrific tragedy realize that this would perhaps be their last stay, and that this in fact would kill the stay in this particular Airbnb would kill them. All right, so the big question here, we don't know just yet on who the owner of this place is, but who allowed the hotel to run so many rooms when the permission was given for 6 of them, who was actually running roughly around 25 rooms is what is being said. Who allowed the breach of license? Why was this not noted earlier in regular checks that is meant to be done, especially in places which is housing tourists? What about fire safety norms and the violations therein? Who allowed the breach of license and fire safety? Why was the illegal basement not shut down? Permissions not given to have rooms at the basement, but they were running, and this is not something that has happened once. It's happened in the past as well. Also, did civic fire licensing bodies ignore the lapses? Because this place had been functioning for a while now. How is that all of this went unnoticed? Were fire inspections conducted ever? That's a big question here. NOC given, but did you even come back and check if the norms were getting violated? Could have timely action on the part of the authorities to crack down on them, to prevent them from having 25 rooms in spite of just getting the permission for 6. Could have that been avoided? More reactions coming in. Let's take a look.
जो 21 मरने वाले हैं उनमें ज्यादातर विदेशी हैं, साथ ही साथ जो घायल हैं उनमें भी ज्यादातर विदेशी हैं। मालिक को गिरफ्तार करने के लिए दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम रेड कर रही है, साथ ही साथ इसको एनओसी थी या नहीं थी इसकी भी जानकारी है। लेकिन मैं आपको टॉप एंगल से एक तस्वीर दिखाता हूं, और ये तस्वीर जो पूरा मंजर है उसको बयान करने के लिए काफी। अगर सामने की तरफ नीचे देखेंगे तो आपको गद्दा दिखाई देगा, जूम करके रितेश मिश्रा आपको दिखा रहे हैं गद्दा। तो जब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा था और जब इस इमारत से लोग नीचे की तरफ कूद रहे थे, स्थानीय लोगों ने ये मोटा गद्दा नीचे की तरफ रखा, जिससे जो होटल से लोग अगर कूदे तो उनको ज्यादा चोट ना आए। तो पहली तस्वीर ये हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, और जो कांच है वो देखिए कितना टूटा हुआ है, क्योंकि जो ये पूरा होटल है, जरा तस्वीर आप दिखाइए नीचे से ऊपर तक, ये जो पूरा होटल है ये होटल है। इसी होटल के नीचे फ्लोर पर आग लगी थी, और धीरे धीरे जो आग है वो फैलते हुए पूरा जो होटल है उसमें आप देख रहे हैं कालिक लगी हुई है। और वो जो खिड़की दिखाई है रितेश मिश्रा, ये जो खिड़की है इसको तोड़ा गया है। तोड़ते हुए की भी तस्वीरें हैं, लेकिन अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये जो खिड़की है इसको तोड़ा गया है पूरी तरह से, और इसके अंदर से लोगों को निकाला गया है।
मैं ग्राउंड जीरो पर इस वक्त मौजूद हूं, और एक बार सबसे पहले यहां पर दर्शकों को तस्वीरें दिखा देते हैं कि ये वही बिल्डिंग है जहां पर सुबह करीब 8:15 बजे के आसपास आग लगी थी, और उसके बाद फायर टेंडर्स को जो है यहां पर बुलाया गया। 10 गाड़ियां फायर ब्रिगेड की यहां पर पहुंची थी। अभी तक जो जानकारी मिल रही है उसके मुताबिक आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता सोमनाथ भारती से भी हमारी अब से थोड़ी देर पहले बात हुई, तो उन्होंने बताया कि 27 से 28 लोगों को यहां से निकाला गया है। फायर ब्रिगेड के लोग जो है वो लगातार रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में इस वक्त जुटे हुए हैं। नीचे जो बेसमेंट है वहां से कई लोगों को निकाला गया है। अभी भी यहां पर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन इस वक्त किया जा रहा है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आग पर काबू पा लिया गया है। आग को जो है बुझा लिया गया है फायर ब्रिगेड के द्वारा। अब कोशिश से किया जा रहा है कि जो लोग यहां पर फंसे हुए थे उनको निकाला जाए, क्योंकि जानकारी ये मिल रही है लोकल्स जो यहां पर मौजूद है उनके मुताबिक जो यहां जब आग लगी उसके बाद बहुत सारे लोग जो है वो निकल नहीं पा रहे थे, तो आसपास गद्दे डाल करके उनको ऊपर से जो लोग कूद रहे थे उनको बचाया गया है। तो इस तरीके की कोशिश लगातार यहां पर की गई है, लेकिन ये जो सिचुएशन है यहां पर आप देखिए कि फायर ब्रिगेड के लोग तमाम जो लोग हैं वो मौजूद हैं। एम्बुलेंस भी खड़ी हुई है यहां पर गाड़ी, और देखिए अभी इसका डिटेल जो है वो निकाला जा रहा है, लेकिन तस्वीरों में आप देख रहे हैं कि इस रेस्टोरेंट में नीचे रहने का भी यहाँ पर इंतजाम था, क्योंकि बहुत सारे इसमें फॉरेनर्स भी हैं। उनकी जानकारी मिल रही है वो इसमें फंसे हुए थे। वो वैसे फॉरेनर्स जो कि मैक्स हॉस्पिटल में इलाज कराने के लिए आते हैं, उन लोगों को जो है यहाँ पर रूम दिए गए थे जिसमें वो फंस गए थे, जिसके चलते ये बड़ा जो है यहाँ पर हादसा हुआ है। और ये आग लगने के बाद उसमें से बहुत सारे लोग निकल नहीं पाए, जिनको कि काफी नुकसान हुआ है। और आप देखिए यहाँ तस्वीरों में कि जो नीचे का बेसमेंट है उसका दरवाजा भी तोड़ा गया है। वो सामने की दुकान जो आपको दिखाई पड़ रही है, यहाँ पर कॉटन के गद्दे रखे हुए थे और इस कॉटन के गद्दे का इस्तेमाल यहाँ के स्थानीय लोगों ने किया था। और स्थानीय लोगों ने बहुत सारे लोगों को ऊपर से जो लोग यहाँ से कूद रहे थे अपनी जान बचाने के लिए, यहाँ तस्वीरों में आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि ये जो ऊपर का सेकंड फ्लोर और थर्ड फ्लोर है, यहाँ से लोग अपनी जान बचाने के लिए नीचे कूद रहे थे, तो उनको इन गद्दों में जो नीचे की तरफ आ रहे थे उनको बचाया गया। तो इस तरीके की जानकारी यहाँ पर मिल रही है।
आग तो हमने बहुत जल्दी बुझा ली थी आने के बाद, लेकिन हमें कैजुअलिटी इसमें काफी थी, तो 37 लोगों को ऊपर से उतारना निकालना उसमें हमें समय लगा है। और अभी हमने बिल्डिंग को सर्च कर लिया है, पूरा फाइनल सर्च कर दी है। बिल्डिंग को हमने क्लियर कर दिया है पुलिस के लिए, पुलिस ने उसको बिल्डिंग को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया।
मैं जब दुकान के लिए जा रहा था, यहाँ से थोड़ी आग लगी थी पहले, फिर उसके बाद में बढ़ती चली गई। आग बढ़ने के बाद में फिर जैसे यहाँ से कोई रास्ता नहीं था कूदने का, फिर इन्होंने बेचारों ने गद्दे बिछाए। गद्दे बिछाने के बाद में एक तो बच्चे को ही ले रही थी, छोटे से बच्चे को लेके वो तीसरी मंजिल पे से कूदी, लेकिन उसका पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। जब भी बोल रही थी वो कि मेरा पैर टूट चुका। फिर उसके बाद में बहुत पब्लिक ने मतलब वो करा, बहुत मंजिल पे से कूदे, फिर उसके बाद में बहुत बढ़ता चला गया मामला।
ये जो आपको यहाँ पर चैनल दिख रहा है लोहे का, इस चैनल को काटा गया है, क्या जानकारी मिल रही? क्या ताला बंद था? क्या
ये लॉक था, वो फायर वाले आए थे, उन्होंने कैंची दी थी, उससे काटा है।
जब होटल था यहाँ पर तो आखिर इसको चैनल को बंद क्यों, ताला क्यों लगा?
ये इतना आइडिया नहीं है, लेकिन ये बंद था। फिर इन्हों को चैनल से काटा है, उससे कैंची से जो फायर वालों ने दिया, फिर अंदर घुसे,
फायर फाइटिंग के पास
उससे काटा, फिर हम अंदर घुसे।
लोग अंदर घुसे। 8:40 के आसपास का टाइम था जब यहाँ से आग लगी थी। उसके बाद फिर रेस्क्यू शुरू हो गया था, फायर फाइटिंग टीम आ गई थी और ये लोगों को जंप करने के लिए हमने नीचे गद्दे वगैरह बिछाए, तो लोगों ने नीचे जंप भी किया है जो सेफ है, और भी सेफ लोगों को निकाला और कुछ लोग कैजुअलिटीज हैं। थर्ड फ्लोर से 3 नाइजीरियन, चार नाइजीरियन कूदे थे जो ऊपर से कूद के जिन्होंने अपनी जान बचाई थी। तो जब तक उसके बाद इन लोगों ने शटर काटा, फायर की टीम आई है, गेट शटर काटा है।
अवैध बिल्डिंग जांच होगी ऑलरेडी, उसके लिए कार्रवाई चल रही है। ऐसी एक भी इमारत को छोड़ेंगे नहीं और जो दोषी जी गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा, मालिक को जिसने लापरवाही की है, सब पे कार्रवाई हो रही है। आप थोड़ा सब्र रखिए
जी। लेकिन जो जानकारी मिल रही कि इसमें बेसमेंट की तरफ जो चैनल था उसमें ताला लगा हुआ था और उसमें बहुत सारे लोग फंसे हुए थे, और उसको जब फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ी यहाँ पर पहुंची तो उसको काट करके उस चैनल को खोला गया।
निश्चित रूप से यहाँ पर जो ये जो होटल बना हुआ है, ये इस पर BNB का कोई लाइसेंस था इसके पास, और उसके कारण से यहाँ जो सामने मैक्स हॉस्पिटल है वहाँ के लोग यहाँ पर आते हैं, और उसमें कुछ विदेशी नागरिक भी हैं। ये 9:51 की घटना है और उसी के बाद से हम सब लोग 8:51 की घटना है। उसी के बाद से यहाँ रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्थानीय नागरिकों ने और फायर ब्रिगेड ने, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट ने, और खासकर इनका जो बेसमेंट का एक रास्ता।
सर, जिस तरीके के सवाल उठ रहे हैं, फायर सेफ्टी का कोई व्यवस्था नहीं थी, चैनल बंद था, उसके बावजूद भी इतने लोग यहाँ पर रह रहे थे।
मेरा ये कहना है कि सवाल उठाना आपका काम है और सवाल आप उठाएंगे ही। मेरा काम, पहली जो मेरी प्रायोरिटी है वो है राहत के कार्य। मेरी प्रायोरिटी है पहले लोगों को बचाना, मेरी प्रायोरिटी है लोगों को यहाँ से निकालना, और वही काम हम कर रहे हैं। अब ये सवाल जवाब जांच के विषय हैं वास्तव में। जहां जिसने जो कमी की होगी उसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई निश्चित रूप से रूथलेसली करनी चाहिए, और इसमें किसी को बचाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। जिन लोगों ने भी कोई गलत तरीके से कार्य किया है, हम किसी भी गलत चीज के साथ नहीं, लेकिन पहले ही मेरी प्राथमिकता यहाँ पर बचाव का कार्य, राहत का कार्य, और अपना जो काम करना है वो काम हम कर रहे हैं।
सवेरे 8 बजे शॉर्ट सर्किट से आग लगी है, तारों का जाल बिछा हुआ है, उस चक्कर में आग लगी है, शायद हीटेड होकर के वायर जल गया होगा। उसके बाद जो पड़ोस में होटल है जहां 20 से 25 कमरे हैं और सामने चूंकि मैक्स हॉस्पिटल है, जब वो जो वहाँ इलाज कराने लोग आते हैं उसके परिवार यहाँ ठहरते हैं और शॉर्ट सर्किट से फिर किचन में आग लगी, किचन से फिर पूरे फ्लोर में और पूरे वो ऊपर की मंजिलों में लग गई। सामने जो रजाई गद्दे वाला व्यक्ति बैठता है उसने अपने सारी रजाइयां बिछा दी और ऊपर से लोग कूद कूद के बाहर निकले हैं।
चलो चलो
All right, so we have more news coming in at this point in time as far as this horrific tragedy from Delhi is concerned. Let's tell you about the death toll in Delhi hotel fire. It now stands at 21, but what's being estimated is that it could mount, given that 8 burn victims are on ventilator support at Delhi's Max Hospital, is what a statement from the hospital says at this point in time. Also, many victims had burn injuries and fractures, remember, to escape the fire, unfortunately, and those were horrific, tragic scenes that unfolded. I'm going to ask Pavan to invite you a glimpse of what was there. There were these mattresses from where the people living here jumped, and the people in this vicinity, the locals here, tried to put in a mattress to, in a way, cushion in the people who were jumping from 2 stories to save their lives, to escape the fire. This is what happened. And that's the reason why many patients have fractures as well. 39 patients at the emergency department of the Max Hospital is what we are learning. Shivani is getting in more on that story. Shivani, many patients have got fractures as well. We were just telling our viewers about how just so many of them actually had to jump out of the building to save their lives. What the locals here could do at best was just give them these gaddas, these mattresses to cushion in, right?
Right. We can see these mattresses that are here, that they are lying here, Sneha. They were provided with the people who had their shops here. When they heard people screaming from inside the building, they saw few people coming out from this terrace area. We can just show that this terrace, that happens to be the only place which had some ventilation. All the other windows were closed, Sneha. Now what the initial inquiry is also saying, that there were several points that were being flouted, the rules that were being flouted, the basement that was closed. There was a grill that it was locked. People were staying inside the basement.
That's what we hear, that actually some of the fire authorities, when they tried to see what's going on, if there are people stuck there, they actually found that the door was locked. And were wondering why the door would be locked and people would be inside.
The door was locked, the grill was locked, Sneha, and the people were stuck in the basement. Around 6 to 7 people were stuck. The grill had to be cut, which was not an easy task to do when the fire was on. And you can see these mattresses lying out here. People were trying to jump out of this whole building. They were being helped by the locals out there. But the initial inquiry, the initial probe is pointing...
ये पूरा होटल रितेश मिश्रा ऊपर से नीचे तक आपको दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि बहुत फासले पर इस होटल के हम हैं और जो इस बिल्डिंग की मालिक हैं, जहां हम खड़े हैं, अंजुम जी, उन्होंने सब कुछ अपनी आंखों से देखा है। सबसे पहले हम आपको दिखाते हैं। और बड़ी बात यह है कि एंट्री और एग्जिट गेट एक ही था। अब सवाल है कि एंट्री एग्जिट गेट एक ही था, तो फिर आखिर कैसे इसको एनओसी मिली? एनओसी मिल नहीं सकती। अब जरा ऊपर की तरफ टॉप एंगल से आप दिखाएंगे रितेश, ये फ्रंट गेट है पूरे होटल का, जहां पर आग लगी थी, फ्लोरिस होटल। और अब बैक साइड से दिखाएंगे, चारों तरफ की जो खिड़कियां हैं वो खिड़कियां टूटी हुई। रितेश मिश्रा, इधर मेरे करीब आइए, आप इधर से, यहां से दिखाइए। ये फ्रंट गेट देखिए, ये बैक देखिए। अंजुम जी इस पूरे अग्निकांड की सबसे बड़ी गवाह है। इनका घर भी इस आग की चपेट में आ सकता था, क्योंकि स्टैब्लिश करिए रितेश जी, जहां इस वक्त हम खड़े हैं, आज तक की टीम यहां पर खड़ी है। अंजुम जी इस बिल्डिंग की मालकिन है और यहां से कितना फासला होगा ये देखिए इस होटल का। अंजुम जी, सबसे बड़ी चश्मदीद इस अग्निकांड की अंजुम जी हमारे साथ मौजूद। अंजुम जी, क्या देखा, कैसे पूरा हादसा हुआ?
यहाँ पे मेरे फादर का जो रूम है इसके रोड के साइड में ही है। तो मेरे फादर हार्ट पेशेंट है, डायबिटिक भी है। तो हम उनको सुबह सुबह खाली पेट कुछ देने जाते हैं। देने गए तो यहाँ पे स्मेल आ रही थी, यहाँ पे स्मेल आ रही थी बहुत ज्यादा। तो हमें लगा कि क्या है, फिर हमें लगा शायद ऐसे ही, फिर स्पार्किंग होने लगी यहाँ पे। उसके बाद से यहाँ पे लोग उनको फोन कर रहे थे, फायर ब्रिगेड वालों को। 8 बजे से फोन करना चालू किया, यहाँ पे 9:40 पे लोग फायर ब्रिगेड आई, तब उन्होंने आग को कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की। अगर उसी टाइम अगर कुछ एक्शन लिया होता, पुलिस आई होती, कुछ आई होती, तो यहाँ पे इतनी कैजुअलिटी।
खुलासा आज तक पर हम आपको कर रहे हैं अंजुम जी, चूंकि बिल्डिंग बेहद करीब है, सटा हुआ है इस होटल से, आपको ये फासला भी एस्टेब्लिश करने की कोशिश करते रितेश मिश्रा दिखाएंगे। ये होटल है और इसके ठीक तकरीबन 1 फुट से भी कम होगा जहां हम इस वक्त आज तक की टीम खड़ी है। अंजुम जी, अंदर जब आग लगी तो क्या हालात थे?
अंदर आज लोग बहुत खिड़की से कूद रहे थे बाहर, किसी को फ्रैक्चर हो गया, कोई जला हुआ, कोई आधी जली हालत में शोर मचा रहे। देखिए इस 4th फ्लोर पे ये जो यहाँ से कितने लोग कूदे, देखिए
दिखाइए 4th फ्लोर से
लोग इतने कूदे और आगे नीचे जाके भी वो इंजर्ड हो गए, बुरी तरह बैडली इंजर्ड। और यहाँ पे देखिए, ये देखिए ये खिड़की, देखिए खिड़की टूटी हुई है, यहाँ से भी लोग इतना गिरे। ये सारी जो खिड़कियां ये लोगों ने तोड़ी हैं, जो अंदर थे इनके। अच्छा, उन्होंने तोड़ के बेचारे नीचे गिरे हैं। इतने डेड बॉडीज है, मेरे पास सारे वीडियोस है जहाँ पे डेड बॉडीज को ले जाके गए हैं। कम से कम 20 तो मिनिमम मैंने खुद काउंट करी है।
देखिए आज तक हम आपको फिर तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, समझने की जरूरत है कि हम बेहद इस होटल से कितने करीब है। अंजुम जी है, ये
यहाँ पे पहले खादी शिल्प होता था, उसके बाद यहाँ पे आलू वालिया कंस्ट्रक्शन किसी ने ये बिल्डिंग खरीदी, उसके बाद ये इन्होंने किसी बजाज
एक बात बताइए, एनओसी मिल सकती इस होटल को?
इस होटल को एनओसी इसलिए नहीं मिल सकती, इन्होंने 5-6 कमरे एक फ्लोर पे बनाए तो भी ठीक है। उन्होंने 25-25 कमरे इसमें बना रखे, कोई सेफ्टी गार्ड नहीं है, कोई इमरजेंसी एग्जिट इन्होंने नहीं बताया। एक एंट्री गेट है और एक एग्जिट गेट है। लेकिन मैंने आज सोशल मीडिया पे देखा, ट्विटर पे देखा कि यहाँ पे देखिए मिकासा है, ये इसके बगल में एक होटल है, इसके बगल में एक लेमन ग्रीन है। तो जो सोशल मीडिया पे जो गलत खबरें दिखाई जा रही है,
ये देखिए अंजुम जी यहाँ पे खड़ी है, मैं यहाँ पे खड़ा हूँ, सामने की तरफ ये होटल है, बेहद करीब होटल।
सोशल मीडिया पे जितनी खबरें आई है सारी गलत आई है। ये उस होटल को दिखाया गया है, लेमन ग्रीन को, बट लेमन ग्रीन यहाँ से 3rd होटल है। ये फ्लोरेंस है, फ्लोरेंस इन।
इस होटल का नाम फ्लोरिस इन है,
ना कि लेमन ग्रीन।
अच्छा, अंदर क्या विदेशी थे? कांच
बहुत ज्यादा। यहाँ पे जितने भी होटल्स होते हैं, यहाँ पे ज्यादातर फॉरेनर्स लोग होते हैं, जैसे कि नाइजीरियन हो गए, अफगानी हो गए, या फिर सोमालिया के लोग हुए, या श्रीलंकन हो गए, वो सारे।
ये जो सामने जब आप, चूंकि आपका घर भी चपेट में आ जाता आप लोग।
हाँ, क्योंकि मेरे फादर तो चल ही नहीं सकते, ही इज बेड रिडन। हमें समझ नहीं आ रहा था हम उनको कैसे लेके जाए।
तो यहाँ क्या अफरा तफरी मच गई थी? खिड़कियाँ कैसे
कूद रहे थे, ऊपर से कूद रहे थे, ऊपर से कूद रहे थे।
हाँ, तो ये देखिए, और आपके पास वीडियो तस्वीरें भी हैं?
हाँ, मेरे पास सारी तस्वीरें मैं आपको दूंगी।
देखिए अभी कुछ देर बाद हम वो तस्वीरें भी दिखाएंगे, लेकिन एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर हम दिखा रहे हैं। पहले नीचे की तरफ हम दिखाते हैं, जहां तमाम मीडिया, पुलिसकर्मी, अधिकारी खड़े हैं। ये नीचे की तस्वीर है जो अब तक आपने देखी होगी, और आज तक आपको एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर दिखा रहा है। पहले आप नीचे की तरफ देखेंगे, एंट्री एग्जिट गेट इस होटल का एक है, पूरा राउंड करके हम दिखा रहे हैं, एस्टेब्लिश कर रहे हैं। पहले दिखाइए रितेश मिश्रा, ये फ्रंट गेट है। अब यहाँ से एंट्री एग्जिट गेट कहाँ हो सकता है, आप अंदाजा लग सकते हैं।
नीचे वाला है
एंट्री एग्जिट, नीचे
यही सेम गेट है।
अब देखिए, अब दूसरे तरफ अगर देखेंगे तो कोई एग्जिट गेट नहीं है।
आग भी इनके बेसमेंट में लगी है, बेसमेंट से शुरू हुई है, क्योंकि इनका ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे इनका कैफेटेरिया था, केक एंड बाइट्स, एंड उसके बाद ये बेसमेंट में ये बनाते थे, कुछ करते थे, वहां से इतने लोगों को निकाला गया और बेसमेंट में आग लगी। जबकि बेसमेंट में तो आप खाना बनाने का काम कर ही नहीं सकते।
फिर हम आपको ये बता रहे हैं कि आज तक उस होटल के बेहद करीब खड़ा है, इस घर को भी चपेट में ये आग ले सकता था। और फ्रंट गेट ये है, ये होटल आपको फ्लोरिस इन होटल दिखा रहे हैं रितेश मिश्रा, ये दिखाइए, ये होटल है, एग्जिट एंट्री गेट ये है। अब अगर अदर साइड दिखाएंगे, एग्जिट एंट्री गेट नहीं है। खिड़की दिखाइए जरा रितेश मिश्रा, हर खिड़की टूटी हुई है। ज्यादातर विदेशी नागरिक थे, नाइजीरियन थे, साउथ अफ्रीका के, सोमालिया के, वो इस होटल में थे। और जो हमें जानकारी मिली, जो तस्वीर आपने देखी छत पर, ये छत दिखाइए जरा आप, छत पर
इनका आग बेसमेंट में लगी है।
छत के ऊपर भी लोग खड़े थे,
छत के ऊपर भी लोग जान बचा गए, पर वो कैसे आएंगे, वो कूद के ही आ रहे थे। और यहाँ पे बेसमेंट इन्होंने इल्लीगल तरीके से बनाया है,
इल्लीगल तरीके से।
बेसमेंट से ही आग शुरू हुई है,
बेसमेंट से आग शुरू हुई है। सबसे बड़ी चश्मदीद इस हादसे की अंजुम जी आज तक पर मौजूद है और वो पूरा खुलासा कर रही हैं। होटल की तस्वीरें हम आपको करीब से दिखा रहे हैं, क्योंकि इस वक्त होटल में दाखिल होना वो खतरे से खाली नहीं है। लेकिन ये समझ लीजिए कि होटल के अंदर तक की तस्वीर हम दिखा रहे हैं, जरा आप वो दिखाइए। ये चौथा माला, चौथा माला ये।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
ये देखिए चौथा माला के अंदर की क्लोज जूम करके दिखाने की कोशिश करिए, किस तरह से जो खिड़की है उसको तोड़ा गया। ये देखिए, इसको तोड़ा गया है, इसके अंदर से लोग कूदे हैं। उसके बाद नीचे की तरफ रितेश जी आइए, नीचे की तरफ आइए, इस खिड़की को भी तोड़ा गया है, इसके अंदर से लोग तोड़ करके नीचे आए हैं। उसके बाद ठीक नीचे आइए, इस खिड़की को भी तोड़ा गया है और वो तस्वीरें भी आज तक के पास है जब लोग इसके अंदर से कूदते, चीखते, चिल्लाते दिखाई दिए। हालत ये रही कि लोगों ने गद्दा बिछा दिया, वो गद्दा नीचे की तरफ, रितेश हमने पहले भी दिखाया था, आपको दिखाएंगे।
बंदे जो गिरे वो गद्दे के ऊपर गिरे। दूसरा ये जो लाइन सामने जा रही है, आप इसको फोकस कीजिए, इस लाइन को, ये लाइन फोकस कीजिए, ये वाली सामने
देखिए, ये सामने की तरफ गली है।
ये सारे होटल्स में कन्वर्टेड है, यहाँ पे सारे पर डे चार्ज करते हैं ये लोग और इन्होंने कोई एनओसी नहीं है, कोई इसमें सेफ्टी सेफगार्ड्स नहीं है, कुछ ना।
अगर सरकार, दिल्ली सरकार सुन रही है, एमसीडी सुन रही है, तो सीधे ये स्थानीय नागरिक हैं, होटल से बेहद करीब है, आग में इनका घर भी जो चपेट में है वो आ सकता था। तो आज तक पर खुद जब अंजुम जी इस पूरे इलाके का खुलासा कर रही है, क्योंकि ये देखिए ये घर है जहां इस वक्त हम खड़े हैं, सामने की तरफ ये होटल है, अंजुम जी का ये घर है, इनके घर में भी भगदड़ मच गई। और ये देखिए, ये देखिए यहाँ पर सब कुछ टूटा फूटा यहाँ आपको दिखाई देगा। तो आप इस इलाके के बारे में बता रही थी, रितेश जी जरा ये दिखाइए आप, ये जो खिड़कियाँ क्यों टूटी हुई है, जरा एक्सप्लेन करिए।
ये खिड़कियाँ, यहाँ पे ये लोग यहाँ से गिर रहे थे, यहाँ से गिर रहे थे जान बचाने के लिए, क्योंकि एग्जिट नहीं था इनके पास कुछ भी।
अच्छा,
एग्जिट नहीं था, निकलने जाने का रास्ता एक था, इनकी जो सीढ़ियां थी वो पैक्ड थी, लोग कहां से निकले, लोगों ने जान बचाने के लिए खिड़कियों से कूदना शुरू किया।
तो देखिए, ये पूरा खुलासा आज तक पर हम कर रहे हैं। क्या इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसी जांच करेगी, क्या एमसीडी आएगी, लेकिन ऑन द स्पॉट इन्वेस्टिगेशन आज तक पर एक्सक्लूसिव आप देख पा रहे हैं कि ये होटल है, इस होटल के ठीक सटे छत पर आज तक की टीम खड़ी है। हमारे साथ इस हादसे की सबसे बड़ी चश्मदीद अंजुम जी मौजूद है, जो बता रही हैं। हाँ जी, बताइए।
और ये किस पार्किंग से शुरू हुआ था, ये लोग कॉल भी कर रहे थे, लेकिन फायर ब्रिगेड वाले या पुलिस वाले कोई आया नहीं। अगर टाइम से अगर इनका एक्शन लिया जाता, कोई सुन लेता, यहाँ पे लोग आ जाते, तो इतने लोगों की कैजुअलिटी हम बचा सकते थे। तो इस वजह से ये
क्या मंजर रहा होगा उस वक्त? आप
बहुत ज्यादा हम खुद रो रहे थे, हमें समझ नहीं आ रहा था, क्योंकि मेरे फादर बेड रिडन है, हम उनको उठा नहीं पा रहे थे, हमें समझ नहीं आ रहा था कि मैं अपने फादर को कैसे लेके नीचे आऊं।
तो देखिए, ये चश्मदीद है अंजुम जी, सामने की तरफ फ्लोरिस होटल है और छत जो है, छत के भी कई वीडियो हैं, उस छत पे लोग खड़े थे विदेशी, वहां से कूद कर अपनी जान बचाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। कई लोग तो ऐसे थे जो इस छत से कूदे हैं, इस वजह से उनकी जान चली गई, सफोकेशन की वजह से। और जरा हाँ, एक्सप्लेन करते हैं, हम इस तस्वीर को एक्सप्लेन करना बहुत जरूरी है। एक्सप्लेन करिए। ये देखिए होटल है, एग्जिट एंट्री गेट एक है। अब अगर हम दूसरा सिरा इस होटल का देखते हैं तो यहाँ पर कोई एग्जिट एंट्री गेट नहीं है। रितेश जी मुझसे आइए और ये एस्टेब्लिश करिए। ये देखिए, ये दूसरा पार्ट है। अब जरा खिड़कियों को देखिए, खिड़कियों को एक्सप्लेन करिए। ये तस्वीर बताने के लिए काफी है कि कितनी बड़ी ये लापरवाही है, और लापरवाही की वजह से 21 लोगों की जान चली गई, जिसमें
it can be more than 21, it can be more than 21, 20 that I have counted myself.
तो ये देखिए, ये बता रही हैं कि और कैजुअलिटी हो सकती है, और 40 लोग घायल है इस मामले में, और इस वजह से ऑन द स्पॉट आज तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। अब अंजुम जी और जो हम सामने देख पा रहे हैं, उसके बाद इन्वेस्टिगेशन अपने आप में सब कुछ बताती है कि कितनी बड़ी लापरवाही है। होटल में एग्जिट एंट्री अगर एक ही है तो फायर एनओसी नहीं दे सकता, नंबर 1। तो ऑन द स्पॉट ये क्लियर है। होटल में अगर आप देखिए तो निकलने का कोई रास्ता ही नहीं है, बल्कि दूसरा एक बगल में होटल है, उसको भी अपनी चपेट में ले लिया। और जरा एस्टेब्लिश करिए इस पूरे इलाके को आप जरा सा, रितेश जी। हाँ देखिए, अगर एंट्री गेट की तरफ देखिए, फॉरेंसिक की टीम अंदर जा रही है, अभी अंदर जाते हुए फॉरेंसिक की टीम, ये एग्जिट एंट्री गेट दोनों है जहाँ की हमने आपको तस्वीरें दिखाई है। और यहाँ से ये पूरा होटल है। कितने माले का होटल है मैडम?
4 माले, और बेसमेंट भी है, ग्राउंड बेसमेंट एंड देन 4।
तो जाहिर सी बात है, फिर तो इसको एनओसी किसी कीमत पर नहीं मिल सकती। अच्छा, यहाँ किस तरह की कितने होटल चल रहे हैं आसपास?
हजारों हैं यहाँ पे, हर गली में लोगों ने अपने घर को, अब यहाँ के लोग शिफ्ट हो गए कहीं और उन्होंने अपनी बिल्डिंग को कन्वर्ट कर दिया होटल में, बिकॉज ऑफ मैक्स। क्योंकि
एनओसी वगैरह मिली भगत होती है, सबको कटिंग जाता है,
सब कुछ कटिंग जाता है, सब कुछ गवर्नमेंट सुनने को तैयार नहीं होती, पुलिस को ये लोग।
ऐसे कुछ पेशेंट्स उनमें अभी क्रिटिकल हैं, तो ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है सब। वो मेरे पास डिटेल्स अभी नहीं है, बट उसमें फॉरेन नेशनल्स भी थे और अपने लोकल पेशेंट्स भी।
कितने लोग हैं जो ऊपर से कूदे हैं?
या वो नंबर मेरे पास नहीं है। ये तो जो पेशेंट्स ने जिनसे हम बात कर सके, जिन्होंने हिस्ट्री दी है, बहुत पेशेंट्स जो थे जिनको हमने वेंटिलेटर पर डाला वो अनकॉन्शियस थे, कोई उनसे हिस्ट्री नहीं मिली है। बट जो पेशेंट्स जिनको ज्यादा सीवियर इंजरीज नहीं थी, जो वेंटिलेटर पर नहीं थे और जो कॉन्शियस थे, उनमें से काफ़ी ने ये हिस्ट्री दी है कि हम 3rd फ्लोर से जंप आ रहा है हमने, तो किसी का हाथ टूटा हुआ था, किसी के पैर टूटे हुए थे, किसी के पेल्विक इंजरीज थी, तो वो बोनी इंजरीज थी, बट वो मोस्टली स्टेबलाइज कर लिए जाएंगे। जो हाँ जी, मेल कितने जिनकी डेथ हुई है 18 पेशेंट्स की, वो बराबर की नो थे, नो मेल्स थे, नो फीमेल्स थे।
सर, जो कॉज ऑफ डेथ है प्राइमा फेसाई सफोकेशन, स्मोक, क्या लग रहा है?
एस्फिक्सिएशन। वही बेसिकली होता क्या है, बर्न से पहले, फायर पहुंचने से पहले स्मोक पहुंच जाता है, तो वो आदमी जब स्मोक इनहेल करता है उसकी वजह से एक तो क्या होता है, बॉडी में एकदम ऑक्सीजन की कमी हो जाती है, जैसी ऑक्सीजन कमी हो जाती है वो आदमी अनकॉन्शियस हो जाता है। दूसरा, बिकॉज ये जब बर्न होता है तो पीवीसी, टॉक्सिक मटेरियल्स बहुत होते हैं, प्लास्टिक, तो उसकी वजह से कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड, हाइड्रोजन साइनाइड, ये सब गैसेज आदमी इनहेल करता है, इससे भी इंजरी होती है। तीसरा, ये जो फ्यूम्स होते हैं बड़े हाई टेम्परेचर पे होते हैं, इसकी वजह से थर्मल टेम्परेचर इंजरी हो जाती है लंग्स में। तो ये 3 मैकेनिज्म्स होते हैं जिससे लंग्स में इमीडिएट इंजरी हो जाती है और ऑक्सीजन की कमी से आदमी अनकॉन्शियस हो जाता है। और इसमें वही टाइम क्रिटिकल होता है कि जितनी जल्दी इवैक्यूएट कर सकें वो पेशेंट्स को टाइमली मैनेज कर सकते हैं।
कितने गंभीर होंगे?
मैं बता रहा हूँ, जो वेंटिलेटर पे है वो वेंटिलेटर पे, इसका मतलब वो लाइफ सेविंग ट्रीटमेंट पे चल रहे हैं, तो वो क्रिटिकल हैं, 7-8 पेशेंट जो है, बट उस पर भी पूरी मेहनत चल रही है। बाकी जो वेंटिलेटर पे नहीं है, आईसीयू में है, वो स्टेबलाइज हो रहे हैं। मिक्स्ड है, वो नंबर मुझे अभी नहीं मालूम है, बट मैं बता रहा हूँ कि फॉरेनर्स भी हैं, क्योंकि वो तो अब कई पेशेंट्स अभी आइडेंटिफाइड नहीं हुए हैं, तो अब वो एग्जैक्ट उनकी मैं नहीं कह पाऊंगा, लेकिन हाँ वो सारे, वो तो पुलिस जो है वो तो सारा मैनेज कर ही रही है, सारे मेडिको लीगल केसेस हैं, तो स्टूडेंट्स तो नहीं है इनमें।
एज कितनी होगी सर? कुछ
एज अक्रॉस द स्पेक्ट्रम है, मतलब जितने मैंने देखे हैं वो आप लेके चलें 20 साल से लेके 50-60 साल, इसके सेम यही 20 से 40 से लेके 50, 30 से 50 की बीच में रेंज में है सर। हमारे यहाँ कोई नहीं लाएगा। नहीं, देखिए, जो हाँ वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, एक ही बर्न का केस था जिसमें हमारी इनिशियल, ऐसा होता है कि इनिशियल असेसमेंट में कई बार आप एक्यूरेटली असेस नहीं कर पाते, वो थोड़ा जब स्किन स्कैल्डिंग होती है, तो एक पेशेंट था जो वेंटिलेटर पे था, जिसका मैं इनिशियल असेसमेंट में 25% के करीब बर्न इंजरी थी, और हम अपने हॉस्पिटल में 10% से ऊपर फिर स्टेबलाइज करके रेफर करते हैं। तो फिर वो हमने सफदरजंग पेशेंट इस पेशेंट को जब रेफर किया हमने, सफदरजंग ट्रांसफर हम नहीं करवाया अपने उस पर, वो पेशेंट वैसे स्टेबल था बट बर्न्स ज्यादा थे, वेंटिलेटर पे था, इसलिए शिफ्ट हुआ। नहीं, तो वो नहीं, 1-2 थे जिनमें काफी सीवियर स्कैल्डिंग थी, बर्न्स थे काफी सीवियर, बट मेजॉरिटी में लंग्स वाली प्रॉब्लम है।
सर, फायर पर्सनल
नहीं, नोबडी ब्रॉट टू आवर प्लेस।
सर, जो हमारे पास पेशेंट हैं बर्न के, कितने % बर्न इंजरी है?
मैं वो बता रहा हूँ, वो माइनर बर्न्स है, लेस देन 10% को माइनर बर्न्स कहते हैं, तो उनमें सबकी ड्रेसिंग्स और स्किन का जो इशू था वो दैट वाज इमीडिएटली टेकन केयर ऑफ जैसे यहाँ पर आए थे। तो बर्न इंजरी की वजह से मुझे नहीं लगता कि अभी कोई जो पेशेंट है वो सकम करेगा। लंग्स की प्रॉब्लम है मेनली।
सर, जो क्रिटिकल पेशेंट्स हैं, लगभग कितना टाइम लगेगा इनको रिकवर करने में?
ये तो देखिए, मैं इसका आंसर नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि ये लंग की इंजरी पे डिपेंड करता है, और ये खाली लंग की इंजरी नहीं है, उसके साथ इनको और भी इश्यूज है ना। कई लोग लंग इंजरी, मतलब वो उन्होंने इनहेल किया, उसके बाद वो कूद गए, तो उनको बोनी इंजरीज भी हैं, तो मल्टीपल इश्यूज हैं। अब और इफेक्ट जो है ये टॉक्सिक गैसेस का और टेम्परेचर का, थर्मल बर्न का, ये टाइम लेता है, तो ऐसा मैं नहीं कह पाऊंगा कि जिनको हमने वेंटिलेटर पर डाला है वो कल ही हम उसको कुछ देख पाएंगे, उस पर समय लगेगा।
सर, लगभग कितने समय ये पेशेंट्स आने शुरू हुए थे आपके पास?
एग्जैक्ट टाइम तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, बट मेरे ख्याल 9:15 और 9:30 के बीच में, मतलब 9:15 यहाँ से हम वो स्मोक देख पा रहे थे अक्रॉस द रोड, तो तब मैंने देखा फर्स्ट एम्बुलेंस आई, वो मेरे ख्याल 9:20, 9:25 वो पेशेंट मेल है।
सर, जो पेशेंट आइडेंटिफाई करें, आप बता सकते हैं कि कुछ उसमें से जो भी है कौन सी कंट्री के हैं जो आपके पास आए हैं?
नहीं, वो इन्फॉर्मेशन मेरे पास है नहीं। थैंक यू सर।
सर, आउट ऑफ 39 जो 18 लोग मरे हैं, उसमें क्या सारे ब्रॉड डेड ही थे या?
सारे ब्रॉड डेड थे, सारे के सारे ब्रॉड डेड। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच टू एवरीवन।
लेकिन अगर समय रहते अपनी जिम्मेदारी। These are horrific news this morning that Delhi woke up to, the country woke up to of this fire at Delhi's posh Malviya Nagar locality where we are at this point in time now. To tell our viewers, yet another forensics team has just gone inside to assess a situation while this entire area continues to be barricaded. 21 people have lost their lives. The understanding or the sense really is that there could be more people who could succumb to this horrific accident that has taken place, but I wouldn't even want to call it an accident at this point in time, given that this is criminal negligence, just so many lapses, and there's really a horrific sense of deja vu, because this isn't the first time this has happened in Delhi city. It's happened in the past as well in many other cities across the country where negligence and license has been given for 6 rooms, but there are 18 rooms functioning out of the same premises, and that's where the problem really starts. The victims here were sitting ducks, is what we can say. A look at the defining images also of this horrific tragedy. There were just so many pictures coming in, heartbreaking images. Let's take you through. Visuals from the Malviya Nagar fire show a massive fire engulfing a building in Delhi city. Delhi Minister Ashish Sood earlier reached the site to assess the situation and take stock of the fire incident at the Airbnb. Foreign guests staying at the hotel restaurant jumped to safety as the fire spread, and that's where the horrific image came in of 2 women who could be seen leaping one after the other. In fact, jumping from the building in a bid to save their lives. Locals rushed to help them, wrapping them in blankets. The wires around the hotel were also engulfed in flames, with electric sparks seen at the spot. As of now, the cause of the fire remains unknown. No official statement has been issued on what could have started this fire. Lapses, of course, have come to light. Reports suggest the hotel had a license for 6 rooms, but was operating 25 rooms. Dozens of guests were accommodated on the premises, including the basement, which is strictly against the norms. Bodies were taken to a nearby private hospital. This is Delhi's Max Hospital in Saket, not too far away from where we are. Several injured victims are undergoing treatment. Many remain in the ICU. Several others have sustained injuries. As of now, more than 20 people have lost their lives. Death toll could rise further. The fire brigade teams rushed to the spot and officials worked to evacuate people from the affected area. The fire has now been extinguished, but the aftermath remains tragic. It wasn't just the last 5 days, and many of it could be attributed to the brutal summer heat. Of course, as far as the fire in Malviya Nagar is concerned, that is something that is going to be assessed. Well, on the 30th of May, earlier, just a few days ago, a building collapse happened in Delhi's Mehrauli that claimed 6 lives. A day later, on the 31st of May, a major fire broke out in Mukherjee Nagar, triggering panic in the area. No casualties, thankfully, were reported. Now, a devastating hotel fire in Malviya Nagar has left 21 people dead.
सर आज का प्रोग्राम कैंसिल करना पड़ेगा मालविया नगर ब्रांच
हे महादेव अरे बाबू मर जाती आप तो गेल नहीं आप
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान के निकम्मेपन के कारण प्रधानमंत्री जी को स्वयं अपने हाथ में लेना पड़ रहा है। उनका तो इस्तीफा हो जाना चाहिए। प्रधान साहब का इमीडिएटली। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी या तो इस्तीफा दें, नहीं देते उनको बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। इस मसले पर पूरे सदस्य चाहे किसी पार्टी के हों, हम सब लोग एक मत से, चाहे नीट हो चाहे सीबीएसई हो, हम लोग पार्टी के आधार पर चर्चा नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम लोग कैसे इस पूरी व्यवस्था में सुधार कर सकते हैं उस पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं। हम लोगों को इस बात का भरोसा है कि जब प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं ने ले लिया है तो उसमें सब पूरी तरीके से इस सफलता से किया जाएगा, हम उम्मीद करते हैं। अगर इसमें भी लीक हो गया तो फिर तो हद ही हो गई।
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
It is not Shivakumar here. It is a Congress worker who stood on this democratic setup with the history of the Congress party. By birth, I am an educationist. By profession, I am a businessman. By choice, I am an educationist. By passion, I'm a politician. Though it has been delayed, it was not been denied.
Hello and welcome. Good evening. You're joining us live here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and we'll be live now over the next 2 hours getting you every update that comes in on the swearing-in ceremony of DK Shivakumar as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. I'm standing right in front of the Lok Bhavan. In just 1 hour from now at 4:05 p.m. is when DK Shivakumar will take oath as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. It's a historic moment in Karnataka. It's a historic moment for DK Shivakumar. We're getting you all the live updates as VIPs are trickling in right now at the Lok Bhavan. Chief Ministers Revanth Reddy as well as VT Satishan have already arrived. We're standing by for Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge as well. All the live updates coming your way with a band of reporters who are here in Lok Bhavan in Vidhan Sauda. We're inside too. The only channel to be inside, giving you a sense of what's playing out right now. We'll be getting you all the live updates, like I said, at 4:05 p.m. is when DK Shivakumar will script history by taking oath as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Let's begin with the headlines first. DK Shivakumar to take oath as Chief Minister in an hour from now. 13 others to also take oath along with Chief Minister Shivakumar. DKS meets Siddaramaiah before swearing in ceremony. India Today is the only channel inside Lok Bhavan. DKS Sarkara scoop on India Today. Priyank Kharge likely to get Home Ministry. Parameshwara likely to be the Deputy Chief Minister. Ramalinga Reddy may take over Bengaluru Development. Massive fire at a Delhi hotel kills 21 people. Killer lapses emerge. No fire, NOC, single entry and exit. Hotel operated beyond license limits. The government license allowed 6 rooms. Hotel ran 25. Anti-Mamta faction rises in Bengal. Expel TMC MLA Ritabrata garners over 58 TMC signatures. Submits letter to Speaker as he pitches himself as Bengal LOP. Mamta fails to keep TMC flock together.
huge stash of termite-infested, damaged cash and arms found in Kolkata College, led by TMC. Cash up to 1 crore found in TMC Union Room. Massive ammunition also found in another TMC Neta's residence. And government fact-checks report of selling gold worth $12 billion, calls reports fake. We're just about 60 minutes away from DK Shivakumar taking oath as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. I'll be getting you every update that comes in right now. The dignitaries have started arriving behind me here at the Lok Bhavan. As you can see, you've got a huge amount of security deployment as well as we get you all of the updates here at the Lok Bhavan. And at this point, we can tell you that DK Shivakumar has just met with his mother. Pictures have emerged of DK Shivakumar before coming here to the Lok Bhavan at his mother's residence, his mother Gauramma. He sought her blessings before making his way here. What I will highlight is also DK Shivakumar's attire. You're used to seeing him in his luxury shawls, in a jacket and kurta. This time around, he's chosen a traditional Kannadiga look, wearing a panche, a kurta and a silk shawl. So you've got him going ahead and getting set for the biggest day of his life, dressed in very grand, typical Kannadiga culture rather than the usual DK Shivakumar politician look that we're used to. As we speak, hundreds of cars lined up here. As you can see, leaders who are trickling in one after the other. And I'm going to ask Satya to kind of pan and show us around of what's happening. A lot of vehicles that are streaming in right now, all waiting for their pass. And these are in fact Congress leaders who are entering one after another. You've got a lot of corporates, you've got a lot of the who's who of Bengaluru getting together, of Karnataka, emerging here to go ahead and attend this ceremony. It's a small event, but the significance is crucial. And by small, I mean that essentially what DK Shivakumar was originally planning was a big bash in a stadium or at the Vidhan Sauda. Instead, he's chosen to have a smaller affair here at the at the Lok Bhavan. Right after this, however, he's headed to the Vidhan Sauda. So while you'll see this ceremony itself having much lesser numbers than what he had originally planned, it's still massive when you look at the scale and the messaging involved. Let me bring in Sagar Raj, who's joining us live with the latest updates of what's happening inside. We're going to also connect with Nagarjun Dwarkanath, the only reporter who's live right now from inside the oath venue. He'll be getting us all of the updates as it comes in, as each leader is making their way inside. Steady stream of activity here. You can hear the music, the drums all around as well. It's a festive atmosphere here at the Lok Bhavan. Sagar Raj is live with me. Sagar, very different look than what we're used to for DK Shivakumar. There's pictures on our screens of him seeking his mother's blessings, but dressed in a panche, a silk kurta. You don't very often see this avatar of DK Shivakumar, Sagai.
Absolutely, Akshita. Hope you didn't check the brand of the shawl that he was wearing, because you found out last time that he was wearing a Burberry. I don't know which one is this. And talking about his attire, and if you notice that during the oath-taking ceremony as the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, he wore a shirt and panche, a similar kind of silk panche, and a shirt which prominently looks like you're from a village, a shirt with checks, and he was wearing that kind of dress at that point of time. And whenever there is a auspicious day or whenever there is a festival at home, he prefers to wear these kind of dress. And this morning he also took the blessings of his mother Gauramma, who was there at her house, and after that he went and met a few people, dignitaries, and anytime now he might reach Raj Bhavan to take oath as 25th Chief Minister of Karnataka.
Okay, Sagai, we'll continue getting you all of the updates right now. Steady stream of activity, and we're trying to kind of identify who's seated in each of the car. They've got their curtains, they've got their shades up, so you can't really make out. Sagai, if I get a closer look, I'll be able to tell our viewers which brand it is. But I suspect, looking at these pictures, he's chosen to go the traditional way, not really wear anything that's loud or flaunt the luxury all around him. But you can see right now that there is a lot of festivity in the air. You know, you've got music, you've got the drums playing, a traditional welcome for everyone who enters. You can see dignitaries essentially who are entering from different countries as well, part of the swearing in ceremony from embassies, etc., who've been called in here. I will also highlight that there are about 55 seers who've come together right now at the venue behind me, and we've got those live images also of what's happening inside, where the stage is getting filled up with people. It's almost fully packed right now. The ceremony is supposed to start at 4:05 p.m. But the reason you already see people in there and almost already ready and seated is because everyone's waiting for DK Shivakumar, the man of the moment. He's extremely superstitious, and so when he's been told a time of 4:05 p.m., dot 4:05 p.m., maybe unlike other places where you'll see give and take 5 minutes here, dot 4:05 p.m. is when DK Shivakumar will be sworn in, will take oath. Imagine this. DK Shivakumar actually got the stage shifted from west to east to ensure that it's facing the right direction, Vastu compliant. And that's how much DK Shivakumar believes in what his astrologer tells him, who, by the way, has told him he's going to be Chief Minister for 7 years. So, you know, the jury's still out on that one, on whether he gets it right every time. Let me bring in Apurva Jayachandran. What I'm also going to do is connect with Anaga Keshav for the latest updates, because she'll also give us a sense of the celebrations up close and personal. Just before that, Apurva, to you on what's happening in Vidhan Sauda. There too, huge setup that's been made. You know, a massive stage, the red carpet that's been rolled out.
That's right, Akshita. In fact, we are here at Vidhan Sauda, and in just a couple of minutes after the swearing-in ceremony does take place, we are getting to hear that it will be a roadshow of sort wherein DK Shivakumar, the newly elected Chief Minister, will come out here at Vidhan Sauda. In fact, if I can just, see, this is the screen setup that has been made here as well. All people who are coming here, the entire road has been blocked to this side, and no, most cars are not allowed here, and all of the people are slowly gathering out here, even amidst police who have been lining up here since around 1 p.m. this afternoon. And what it looks like is several of the fans earlier on this morning at DK Shivakumar's house as well, they had gone ahead and, been cheering on, saying CM DK Shivakumar, and from there to here right at Vidhan Sauda, it's going to be a huge, grand success is what public are saying out here. They're all very happy that DK Shivakumar, supporters of DK Shivakumar, in fact, coming out in large numbers, eagerly awaiting to see if they can catch a glimpse of the newly elected Chief Minister of Karnataka, DK Shivakumar, making his way from the Lok Bhavan here to Vidhan Sauda. And luckily enough, the climate also is cooperating right now. It is a quite, pleasant weather out here, so it's not too hot that it is also inconveniencing the cadres, the Congress, men who have come out here and who are still coming out in large numbers, trying to see if they can go ahead and catch a glimpse of their, Chief Minister, DK Shivakumar, and congratulate him. Akshita.
Don't jinx it yet, Apurva, on the weather, because right now it's extremely cloudy. My concern is not the heat, my concern is the rain, because that essentially washes out all of, DK Shivakumar's plans. He wants to go on an open jeep right after being sworn in, on an open jeep right up to the Vidhan Sauda. If there is rain, of course, that plan will go for a toss. And I say, continue to track who's really entering here. We're trying to get a close eye to see exactly who is entering, but unfortunately unable to make out who's seated inside any of these vehicles. But non-stop activity right now, as you see all of the leaders emerging. There's music also that you can hear, drums being played as a traditional welcome for everyone who's reaching now for the swearing-in ceremony. And as we keep a close eye on the images that are coming in from inside, we'll also get you some ground reports from inside to give you a sense of what's really playing out there as well. But let me bring in on this broadcast R.K. Upadhyay, senior journalist. We also have Professor Sandeep Shastri, political analyst, with us on this broadcast. Professor Shastri, I'd like to begin with you. All right, don't think they are with us just yet. We're going to connect with them. My apologies for that. We're going to connect with them in just a bit to get you more details. But as we tell you all of the highlights of what's happening here, DK Shivakumar is expected here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. He'll get in, and then, of course, the spotlight will be firmly on him. Sagai, give me a sense of who's reached right now for the swearing-in ceremony and who's expected.
All the tycoon celebrities, politicians are here at Raj Bhavan. As we see that, we can see the owners of Prestige Group just entered Raj Bhavan. Along with them, we can also see the former Minister Chilvarai Swamy, Minister Ravi Ganiga, and we could also see the former political advisor to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Nasir, and Zamir Ahmad Khan. Zamir Ahmad Khan, who has been left out of the cabinet, is also been seen entering inside Raj Bhavan. Remember, the Congress leaders were in a huddle last night to ensure that they also discussed about Zamir Ahmad, because Siddaramaiah was hell-bent that Zamir Ahmad should be part of this cabinet, but there was an audio which went viral on social media, and that has created a lot of problem for him. However, at the last minute, they have inducted only UT Kader from Muslim community as a part of this particular cabinet, and you have two minority community. One is KJ George and the other one is UT Kader, part of DK Shivakumar cabinet. And apart from that, you can all see the luxury cars, Range Rover, Rolls Royce and Defender, and everything heading towards Raj Bhavan. Every single road is heading towards Raj Bhavan. However, the roads have been blocked near Vidhan Sauda, where whoever have the special invitee, whoever have the entry pass, only those people are allowed to enter the Lok Bhavan.
I'm glad you raised the luxury cars, Sagai. It's almost as if it's a car showroom display here of luxury cars, everyone entering one after another. And that's what I wanted to understand from you. Who are, in fact, these influential Bengalurians? And you see embassy representatives also making their way inside with the flags, as you can see there. Each of them are invited for the event as well. But give me a sense. Anil Kumble has just gone in as well. Anil Kumble is there. Sagai, can you get us a closer look?
Now, Anil Kumble is in that black color car which is just entering inside Lok Bhavan. He is also one of the special invitees of DK Shivakumar, and remember, he had even met a few months back DK Shivakumar personally at his residence, and now we could see he is one of the guests here who is attending the swearing-in ceremony. Apart from that, you can also see the other celebrities, cricket stars and tycoons of Bengaluru are coming here to Lok Bhavan to enter the Lok Bhavan, and they will be part of this particular swearing-in ceremony.
Okay, Sagai is going to continue getting us those details. Anaga Keshav is also live with us, and I want to get a sense of what's really happening on the celebrations front, because I can hear a lot of music and dance right now. Anaga, it's over to you. Give us a sense of what's happening where you are.
Yeah, in fact, Akshita, there is a celebration over here. You can see that a band has been called in, and there is dole, there is drums, and then there's also a mini piano sort of a celebration, a mini keyboard sort of a celebration. A band has been hired for this purpose, for celebration. I don't know if you can hear me now because the volume has gotten really high. For the last many hours, Akshita, this band here has been playing music. In fact, this is the entry path towards the Lok Bhavan. So just as the way you welcome the guests, the band has been hired, wearing colourful royal dress. They've all been drumming up the energy here, trying to drum up the mood, because the weather is a bit gloomy now. And so this band is here trying to lift the energy, lift the spirits, and that's a Kannada song
Okay, Anaka getting some of the color there, and that's a traditional welcome for every guest because it's at the end of the road. That's what they're greeted with, and then they make their way inside with the passes that they have in hand. But we are the only channel also inside the oath-taking venue. It's actually right behind me, beyond this wall, is where the swearing-in ceremony is happening, and you can see some of the colors of the Kannada flag in red and yellow spread across there. That's the stage. So we're separated by a wall, essentially. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is inside. He's giving you a sense of what's the mood inside there as the area is now filling up with all of the guests invited for the swearing-in ceremony. Here's that ground report.
Here, after this barricade, is when the MLAs and MLCs would be sitting. And on the other hand, you see the green color couches where it's reserved for the Swamijis. And the complete canopy is of red and yellow, where it represents the Karnataka flag. I'm trying to show you the complete picture of what is happening inside the premises of the Raj Bhavan. India Today is the only channel right now accessing these visuals. We are the only ones inside Raj Bhavan at this point of time. That's the big LED screen that you see with chair's name written on it. And post at 4 o'clock exactly, they would be reaching Raj Bhavan. And after the oath taking, they would be going for a high tea with the governor.
So there are LED screens that are put up across this entire stretch for people who are gathering here, and just beyond where I'm standing, this is the media enclosure. Just beyond that, you've got all the Congress supporters gathering in large numbers, hoping to catch a glimpse of this moment when DK Shivakumar is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Vehicles continuing to trickle in, many of them not being allowed inside. But these are the biggest industrialists also of Karnataka who are coming together, which is why you see the fancy lineup of cars behind me, of Rolls Royces, of Bentleys, all lined up to enter for the swearing-in ceremony. So like I said, the who's who of Karnataka is here. Many others who are close acquaintances of DK Shivakumar are also right now at the venue. So despite it happening inside the Lok Bhavan, DK Shivakumar has ensured that everyone who matters is currently at the event. There's also images coming in of Siddaramaiah personally welcoming Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge as they've touched down in Bengaluru. So we'll just put the focus quickly on those images as well. Siddaramaiah, of course, DK Shivakumar met with him early this morning, and just as a formality, went ahead and invited him once again for the ceremony. Sought his blessings, hugged it out, and so Siddaramaiah, who's done the bidding of the High Command, now is going ahead and bringing Rahul Gandhi and Kharge, has formally welcomed them to Bengaluru. He is the one essentially playing the mentor in this situation, which is great to see. The High Command will be very happy with that he's taken it in his stride in the manner that he has, and that in a matter of 2 weeks, actually less than that, 1 week, we've seen a change of guard in Karnataka, and we're seeing DK Shivakumar taking over as the Chief Minister. So we'll get you those images in just a bit of, in fact, Siddaramaiah greeting and welcoming Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi. At this point, we can tell you that they've touched down in Bengaluru, and they're going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony. They'll be here anytime now. Let me take this across to also our panelists on this broadcast. We've got Mr. R.K. Upadhyay. Mr. R.K. Upadhyay, this is a big moment DK Shivakumar has been waiting for. He'll have to hit the ground running, but this is a historic moment, the biggest moment in his career, and he's played his cards well. Let's be very clear, Mr. Upadhyay. That's what's led to him being here today, where he'll be sworn in as the Chief Minister.
Absolutely. I think he has waited for long, and he deserves this moment. Obviously, he'll be overjoyed. And, he has conducted himself with equanimity. He has waited and waited because Siddaramaiah, even after finishing his term, agreed term, I would say, of 2.5 years, was not ready to step down. And eventually, it was the High Command which forced him to get off the pedal. I think it was necessary because Shivakumar has been promised; it had to be done. And of course, it has taken about 8 months before he realized the dream. But both of them, in fact, have conducted really well. There has been no public acrimony. That is something nice to see. Because even with all the tension...
Mr. Upadhyay, were you a little surprised, a little taken aback that in 1 week it's been settled so smoothly and it's been as smooth a transition as can expect.
Absolutely. In fact, I think it's quite amazing. This kind of a thing happening. It's quite stunning. In fact, I think because Siddaramaiah didn't expect it coming, because he went to Delhi thinking that we just discussed about the Rajya Sabha seats and the council seats, but then I think Rahul Gandhi threw a surprise packet on him. That came after the lunch break. Until then they were only discussing about all this, election criteria, election selections. So, but then he came back, I think, after meeting a mother and a sister, and then he delivered the knockout punch, which Siddaramaiah had to take, because if he always considered Rahul Gandhi as his biggest supporter. And he thought that he will never ask him to step down, because he's the only OBC face in the Congress pantheon. There are only 4 chief ministers now, and he's the only one. And he thought he will be there, complete his term for the second time. But it didn't happen. And of course, he also gracefully accepted it. That is something I think to be lauded. After being asked to step down, the way he has conducted himself has been exemplary. I mean, this is the kind of scene that we would like to see, because there have been occasions when the Congress has bickered over the leadership issues. I know there have been, issues of fisticuffs and abuses.
No, you're right. They've faced this predicament in several states. Think Rajasthan, think Chhattisgarh, think Madhya Pradesh. It was goofed up in every one of those states, except here in Karnataka, where even the Congress High Command would have been a tad surprised at how smoothly things went about. There's quite a bit of activity here, and I'm not yet sure, because it's just non-stop police convoys coming in. So I'm not sure just yet as to who it is. What I am going to do is I'm going to ask Satya to come forward. We're going to come forward. We're going to come forward and get a sense of exactly what is happening here as well. We're going to constantly keep a live stream of the updates that's coming in here. And as we tell you about really these images, I'm just standing by to get a sense, and that's Mr. KC Venugopal and Mr. Rahul Gandhi waving at us as they went through. And we're getting you those images. Let's go here, Satya. That's the big vehicle with KC Venugopal and Rahul Gandhi, who are right now waiting. Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge is also there. Just a stone's throw away. Everyone kind of hassled. And there's the man of the moment right there. DK Shivakumar, first images on your screens on India Today. Let's ask him if he can also say a quick hello to our viewers there. That's DK Shivakumar, who is making his way inside right now. There he is. There's the man of the moment, Mr. DK Shivakumar, all smiles as he makes his way into the Lok Bhavan. This is his moment right here. And as he goes inside, just in front of him were Rahul Gandhi, KC Venugopal, as well as Mallikarjun Kharge. So live images on your screens, viewers, of all of the big VIPs. That's Devagowda, I think, who's just made his way inside as well. So all of the VVIPs are currently entering as we speak. First images on your screens. DK Shivakumar, Rahul Gandhi, KC Venugopal, all of them making their way inside. I've got more images coming in of massive convoy of Congress leaders, one after another, trickling in. I think next also will be Siddaramaiah, who's expected here any moment. So as we get you all of these images that's coming in, KC Venugopal, Rahul Gandhi are inside. Rahul Gandhi was beaming, making his way inside. He knows job well done. He knows that they managed to settle this issue, what would have otherwise been extremely complicated, extremely messy. Credit where due, the Congress High Command has handled it with great ease, has handled it very delicately and ensured that we're in a situation today where the transition of power is happening in a matter of 1 week. As we get all these updates, I'm just going to quickly hand it across to Sagai as well, because Sagai, we've just seen all the VVIPs of the Congress make their way inside, and DK Shivakumar, all smiles as he made his way through and has entered now the venue. Okay, I don't think we have Sagai with us just yet. Let's get our reporters up. Let's get you a sense of the mood on the ground. We're going to get Anaga, we're going to get Apurva, we're going to get Sagai up as well to get you a sense of what's playing out here, because this is the last few moments, ladies and gentlemen. In just about 30 minutes from now, the swearing-in ceremony will kick off. I can already see images from inside. I hope we have that on our screens. I see Priyank Kharge on stage. I see all of the ministers who are set to take oath. MP Patil is on stage. All of them will be sworn in as, in fact, the ministers in the DK cabinet. And you've got, of course, several leaders who are making their way inside. Hello, sir. DK Hariprasad making his way inside. Possibly the next KPCC chief, next Karnataka Congress chief, actually having to walk in because of the security nightmare and the fact that the entire area is gridlocked right now. Kind of indicative, really, of how Bangalore gets. So even when there is a dignitary, a VIP, a VVIP event, it's still gridlocked. So much so that there's a possibility of the next Karnataka Congress chief DK Hariprasad having to run and walk right up to the location. No cars making their way inside. Each leader now seems to have taken a cue from him. Many of them are now getting down and walking inside for the swearing-in ceremony, knowing otherwise they're going to miss the bus, they're going to be late for the swearing-in ceremony, and they don't want to do that. They want to ensure that they are there to witness that historic moment of the swearing-in ceremony. I see Pawan Khera is also there on stage being greeted by Priyank Kharge. Mr. Randeep Surjewala, sir, congratulations. Good to see you, sir. Randeep Surjewala just making his way inside as well. So Congress leadership, one after another, has entered. Like I said, you've got this entire area gridlocked, jam-packed, but many of them going by foot right now because they're saying we can't afford to miss out on the swearing-in ceremony. So with their security detail, they're getting out of their vehicles, they're walking right through, and we're getting you every single update right now. So Randeep Surjewala has also walked in, and as we get you those details and updates that's coming in right now of each leader getting in, we're counting down to the last few moments, ladies and gentlemen. In just about 15 minutes from now, you will have the swearing-in ceremony of DK Shivakumar. It's a big bash for the Congress. You see that across with all of the posters, the flags, all of that put up. I also congratulated Mr. Surjewala, and you see that with the High Command. They're all absolutely thrilled, beaming, smiling that it's come down to this moment, that exactly how they wanted things to go. That's how it's gone right now. So as we get you all of the updates that's coming in, I wonder if our reporters are with us, because I'll plug them in also on this broadcast. In the meanwhile, let me bring in Professor Sandeep Shastri for his opening comments on the moment we're about to witness. Professor Sandeep Shastri, DK Shivakumar, yes, it's all about enjoyment where I am, celebrations, festivities, but he has to hit the ground running. He has big shoes to fill, Professor Shastri. And as much as, this moment is in reveling in the moment that he's won, that he's managed to get what he wants, you're going to see a big celebration, a big Thanksgiving. Starting tonight, the spotlight will be on him to see how DK Shivakumar performs as Chief Minister.
Yes, Akshita, it is a moment of celebration for the Congress. But as you said, there is just 2 years more before the state has an election. So the Chief Minister has a lot of work to do. He will have to immediately get down to business and bring back the focus to governance once again, because there has been a lot of time spent in this whole transfer of power. But I must add one more thing, Akshita. In keeping with the tradition in Karnataka, DK Shivakumar has gone and met all the former chief ministers of the state. This is what most chief ministers have done when taking over. And irrespective of which party those chief ministers came from, he has gone and called on them, taken their blessings, taken their advice, taken their good wishes, and has come for the swearing-in ceremony. And this has been a tradition in Karnataka, and they have followed this, and the new chief minister also has followed that tradition.
Okay, so, the challenge with DK Shivakumar taking over as he wanted, but with just 2 years to go, is that there's going to be a constant comparison. There will be a constant comparison between him and what Siddaramaiah accomplished, what Siddaramaiah was like as a chief minister. DK Shivakumar will be fully aware of that. So he'll want to perform, and he'll want to ensure that he does beyond A+, essentially, on the governance front, and because of an election coming up in 2028. In politics, 2 years is not much time to ensure that you set the ground for the next election. And for Congress, the High Command would have given that message to DK Shivakumar, saying, look, we've given you full charge. We've given you full power, full responsibility. The onus is on you now. And so for DK Shivakumar, this is the moment that will count the most. I'll bring in Sagai Raj for the latest updates as well. Sagai, you know, very, very typical of Bangalore, I must say, that the entire road leading up to the Lok Bhavan completely gridlocked. It doesn't matter how big a VIP you are, in Bangalore traffic, you will be stuck. And so every leader I'm seeing is actually walking up to the Lok Bhavan right now.
Absolutely, Bengaluru is infamous for its traffic issues, and today is a vote-taking ceremony. The entire road towards Vidhan Soda, Lok Bhavan, Shivaji Nagar, Kya Circle, everything has been completely blocked. And remember, today is a government holiday for all government offices in and around Vidhan Soda, MS building and everywhere. And most of them have already left around 12 o'clock. And after that, around 2:30, they blocked the road. And even now, outside Raj Bhavan, you can see the entire road has been blocked. Probably there is no space inside Lok Bhavan to park all these vehicles. They are just finding a way to get away from this particular point. And Nakshita, you were talking about the power which has been given to DK Shivakumar. The Congress is also doing their own calculation. Remember, in 2013 to 18, when Siddaramaiah was the Chief Minister of Karnataka, he was given a free hand. But still, the Congress lost in the year 2018. The state has always voted the other way. If they have voted first term for the Congress, the next term will be a different government in power. And Congress is well aware about all this development, and they want to ensure that you need a leader.
To do is, Sagai, just stay with me. You know, I'm outside right now. You can hear that the proceedings have begun. What we're going to do is, we're also going to be keeping those images on our screen. So of the swearing-in ceremony, DK Shivakumar has just made his way inside. His brother DK Suresh is also there. DK Shivakumar right now beaming. This is his moment. And as he makes his way inside, on your screens are the first images of DK Shivakumar. He's of course entered, as I showed you earlier, but as he's gone inside, all the grand welcome that's been set up for him. The stage is ready for him to come over and be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Just briefly, as we get you those images and continue getting you a sense of what's happening inside at the swearing-in ceremony, I'll just quickly bring in Anaga Keshav to show you what's happening outside. It's a lovely welcome for every dignitary who's entering here, a traditional welcome, and I'm glad that DK Shivakumar and the Congress have ensured that they put the spotlight on Kannada culture, on Kannada traditions. DK Shivakumar himself is dressed like that in a panche and a silk kurta and a silk shawl. But Anaga, take it away.
Akshita, I just want to show you the road that's leading up to DK Shivakumar's oath-taking ceremony location. That's the Lok Bhavan. So this is the road where it's mostly buggies that are operational. So for anybody who wants to make their way inside, they have to get down at the beginning of that road. And then there are many, many buggies deployed there to carry the passengers inside the Lok Bhavan. The security here is also adequately deployed. And just when they all enter, there is a band that's performing with drum rolls, trumpets, and then keyboard as well. In fact, they're mostly playing Kannada songs, especially songs that were sung by the late legendary Dr. Rajkumar, invoking a sense of very strong Kannada pride. That's the song, that's the kind of songs that they're all playing up. Drum, keyboards as well, piano, and few people were also dancing a while back. In fact, this is the location where the VIPs and VVIPs make their way inside, and in every 50 meters there is an LED screen installed so that nobody really misses the show. Nobody really misses what's happening inside. So there are LED screens also deployed once in every 50 meters. In fact, Kerala Chief Minister V.D. Satish and Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, they all made their way inside an hour or two back to witness DK Shivakumar's oath-taking ceremony. He didn't want a grand, he initially wanted the swearing-in ceremony to take place in the grand stairs of Vidhan Soda in a very grand manner. But now, since we were told that it would be muted, but now looking at the celebrations here, nothing about this is really sober. It is really grand. In fact, the kind of banners that I'm looking at the moment. Really huge life-size cutouts of DK Shivakumar placed all the way from Chalukya Circle leading up to the Lok Bhavan.
Okay, so just want to put the spotlight right now on the images coming in from inside the swearing-in ceremony, and I hope we have that on our screens. DK Shivakumar greeting everyone who's gathered there. I see also actor Divya Spandana seated right in front. All the seers now, DK Shivakumar is meeting with them, seeking each of their blessings as he's getting set for this very, very important chapter of his life. He's going to seek all the divine help he can get as someone who is also a very strong believer. And there you have the seers also giving DK Shivakumar a mala. You can see that I think that's a Rudraksh mala that they've put around him as he sought each of their blessings. So live images are on your screens right now of DK Shivakumar seeking the blessings of all the seers who've gathered there. And as we get to all of those updates from inside, we're going to constantly keep streaming those images. It's interesting really, DK Shivakumar is a big believer, extremely superstitious, extremely religious. He had a puja going on in his residence till 2 a.m. in the morning. And then after that, the whole stage, which usually happens, and the stage of the glass house faces west. Now it's facing east. He's changed it up just to ensure that, you know, the Vastu is correct. And that's why 55 seers are right now at the location. 55. They're inside. DK Shivakumar is walking by, as you can see, seeking the blessings of each of the priests, the Swamiji who is there. Many of them congratulating him with a shawl, some gifting him a Rudraksh mala, but he's going about seeking each of their blessings. Like Anaga said, you know, this is not a small downgraded ceremony. This is a huge bash. I don't think the Lok Bhavan has ever seen these kind of numbers, these kind of images. But you know, I just want to highlight here that you had Siddaramaiah, a rationalist, as a chief minister, and then you have DK Shivakumar, someone who firmly believes in astrology, who does everything based on what his astrologer tells him. And that's why the swearing in is not at 4 p.m., it's at 4:05 p.m. because that is the time that's been told to him by his astrologer. And so he's someone who firmly believes in what his astrologer tells him in a good time and ensuring everything is Vastu compliant, all of that. DK Shivakumar goes the extra mile to ensure all of that is in place. But let me bring in once again Mr. R.K. Upadhyay on this broadcast. Mr. Upadhyay, as we get these live images of DK Shivakumar taking in the blessings of about 50 seers that he's invited for the swearing-in ceremony. You know, for him, the next 2 years is going to be extremely crucial. He's going to have to prove to the Congress that they took the right decision with elections coming up 2028. There's no doubt, and we've constantly said this, that, you know, he is someone who's been the CM for Congress, the crisis manager. Now he's a different CM. He's a CM of Karnataka, Chief Minister. And they're very, very different roles. You know, being a party chief, handling party affairs and handling the governance of a state, vast difference. And I would actually say that despite him having served as a minister previously, he's yet to prove himself on the governance front.
You have probably
Mr. Upadhyay, can you hear me?
different comment. Hello? Yeah. Am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Can you?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I've never seen so many seers in a swearing-in ceremony. Probably this is the first time that you have some 30, 40 coming for a swearing-in ceremony like this. And all thanks to Shivakumar, who is a very, very religious person. And I think it also some way he wants to convey that he believes in Sanatan Dharma and you know, he wants to take away a little bit of a sheen from BJP, you know, which his predecessor never did. I think he was more atheist and, you know, he never believed in this kind of thing. So this will be a different kind of a government that we're going to see. But, you know, unfortunately, when I look at the list of, you know, ministers or the legislators now being sworn in, it's all, you know, Siddaramaiah's men. It looks like it's a Siddaramaiah government now being headed by Shivakumar. I mean, that's the unfortunate visual one gets. Of course, there will be more people coming in the second or third phase.
No, but sir, why do you say that? When you see the names actually of those who've been chosen for the cabinet, if I look at the names, Mr. Upadhyay, I would say that the High Command has kind of kept the caste arithmetic in mind, not so much about who is on whose side. If I were to look at that list, I'd say sure, KJ George is a loyalist, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, of course. But besides that, I think the likes of G. Parameshwara and the others would more so be about seniority.
Yeah, I mean, see, they've absolutely gone by the seniority as well, because that they can't afford to upset the apple cart, especially in the beginning. So it's natural that all of them would be there in the first list, and that is what has been done. I'm sure he will try to get some of his own supporters, because he needs to have his say in the government, and hopefully that Siddaramaiah will not be overshadowing this government, trying to pull strings from behind. That is not to be expected in a government like this. Let's hope Siddaramaiah just keeps off, and then gives advices when it's required. He had been talking about a coordination. We don't know yet whether there will be one. It is possible that that might come, because there has been some talk that all the 4 Congress chief ministers in the country will have some kind of a coordination committee. But that will be a double-edged weapon, because the chief minister,
I think that's been shot down. But you're right. I think the moot question will be about how much of a say Siddaramaiah will actually have. The coordination committee idea has been shot down. Right now, I'd say it's too early to tell. When the cabinet expansion happens is when maybe we'll get some sort of a sense of how much of a say Siddaramaiah has. But you're right, Mr. Upadhyay, in highlighting that, Siddaramaiah is not going to go down without a fight. He's going to try very hard to continue to have a very big and relevant say in Karnataka politics. He's been put in the CWC, and so that is the High Command trying to ensure that he's accommodated in power positions in Delhi, etc. But ultimately, look, his heart is in Karnataka. He said that in as many words. And so there's no way you're going to kind of convince Siddaramaiah to completely stay hands-off in Karnataka, which is why the format and the manner in which the cabinet really is set up really matters. But let's also be clear that as much as that conversation is happening on your screens, the images, yes, Mr. Upadhyay.
As you see that he has also made sure that he will remain in Kaveri, which is very important for him to be at the center of action. So he is not going anywhere. He will be very close to Vidhan Saudha and very close to where the action is. So that being the case, but I'm sure his maturity with all the experience that he has, he can play a good role. In fact, giving them the right kind of advice where they require, because Shivakumar is the first term as the chief minister, though he has been a minister for a longest term, and then it's not that something new. He has been 8 times MLA, and organizationally he's an excellent man. But to be at the head of a team like this, he needs, I think, some kind of a guidance, which Siddaramaiah should be giving. And I hope they will work together, because you see, throughout all this 2 years of some kind of a war between the two, they have maintained their cordiality. That is very, very important, and they've never made it public. In fact, they've even pulled each other's legs on occasions on this issue, and that is something nice to see. Because even if they had all those differences about the leadership, they never showed it in public, and they carried on as if there was nothing happening. So that is, and finally, when the High Command intervened,
I agree.
Very decisively.
I agree that as far as the optics go, they were very, very sensible about it. They didn't show any rebellion. And when the High Command intervened, you're right, that immediately they fell in line. They said, whatever the High Command says, we'll follow. Mr. Upadhyay, I request you to stay with me. I just want to focus right now on the images coming in. DK Shivakumar, arriving early, has made it a point to go through the entire Lok Bhavan to say hello, welcome, thank you for being here to everyone who's gathered. Like I said, he was there with the front row where you have his mother, his family members, his wife, his daughter, all seated, and then the VVIPs in the second row, and also all of the seers who've come together. He sought all of their blessings, and now as he moves further into the crowd, you can see that he's interacting with other dignitaries who've been invited for this event. Each of them using this opportunity to shake hands with the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. But DK Shivakumar, it's on his face. He's not holding back anymore. It's very clear that he's absolutely thrilled that this moment has come. He's believed that this is in fact something that was due to him, that he deserved to be made the Chief Minister of Karnataka. It's in line with that. Now the High Command has given him that responsibility. I saw Rahul Gandhi, KC Venugopal, Surjewala, Mallikarjun Kharge, all who've been instrumental in that decision being taken, all of them beaming right now, happy because they know that this is a job well done. And so as in fact they made their way inside, you can still see that here it's chaos. The cars haven't been able to clear out at all. But even as we continue to get you all of the images right now that's coming in, you can see DK Shivakumar, DK Suresh. His brother is also there personally greeting each leader. DK Suresh is the right hand of DK Shivakumar. And together in Karnataka, of course, the DK brothers are famous for the amount of power and influence they wield, particularly in Kanakpura. So these two Kanakpura boys have come a long way. Now all set to rule Karnataka is DK Shivakumar. DK Suresh's right hand is right there monitoring all of the preps, the activity there. As you can see there, DK Shivakumar is right now making his way through the crowds. He must be getting set for the swearing-in ceremony. The governor is yet to arrive at the venue because it's happening at the Lok Bhavan. He will enter at the right time. Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge are all there right in front. They will be seated on the stage. But those are the images right now, and I can see Congress supporters on the other end chanting as slogans as DK Shivakumar has appeared on the screen. It's a huge crowd there that's gathered, huge crowd at the Lok Bhavan there for the grand swearing-in ceremony. I'm no longer going to call it a short, small, truncated version. Absolutely not. You look at the images on your screens, it's very clear that this was meant to be a celebration. This was meant to be a grand affair. You know, it was reportedly the High Command that told DK Shivakumar, tone it down. He wanted to have a mega event at the Kantirava Stadium, and then there was talk that at the Vidhan Sabha grandstairs, like H.D. Kumaraswamy, another Vocaliga leader who became Chief Minister, he would also ensure it's a big show there. Instead, they've changed it around. They've ensured that it's at the Lok Bhavan based on the High Command's directives. But this is not a small scaled-down event. On your screens are the images of all the seers who are there. 55 seers. And some of them, and these aren't just, you know, seers from a certain religion or a certain sect. You've got people cutting across, representatives, priests cutting across sects, cutting across communities as well. You've got, in fact, a Christian who's been called there. You've got several others who are there, Buddhist monks who are also there. You can see right now all of them continuing to bless DK Shivakumar. There's messaging, very important messaging in these pictures. I'll bring in Sagai Raj also for more updates on this. Sagai, you can see, of course, that DK Shivakumar is being blessed by one seer after another. It's very symbolic, the fact that there are 55 seers there who he's chosen to invite.
Absolutely, and he has invited more than 55 seers for this particular oath-taking ceremony. And there are seers from Muslim community, Buddhist, Jain, Sikhs, Lingayat, Vokkaligas, OBCs, and all the matas in the Karnataka. He has invited all the top seers to be part of it. And even there is a Bishop of Bengaluru, Peter Machado, there is a Bishop of CSI, there is a Bishop of Pentecost, and various other bishops and various other congregations. And there is also the Muslim community, the various Sunnis, Shias, and various other community seers are present in this particular event. Akshita, you were mentioning that it is a low-key affair, and yes, it is a low-key affair for DK Shivakumar because he lives an extra large life, and this is probably a small affair for him. The kind of arrangement that is made, maybe it can be a big affair for people who are witnessing, but the kind of exposure that he have, the kind of he has put himself in all perspective, it seems to be a low-key affair for him. For the people, people who are attending and people who are watching, they might feel it's an extravaganza event organized by DK Shivakumar.
Okay, so on your screens are the images that are coming in right now of DK Shivakumar. You know, Sagai says that this is a small event by DK Shivakumar's scale, that he is used to everything being larger than life. I can't imagine if he had it his way, what kind of an event we'd be looking at. Nothing short of a concert, clearly. Because, I mean, just look at the images on your screens right now. It's taken DK Shivakumar the last 15 minutes just to meet every single one of the seers who's gathered there. But he's making it a point to seek each of their blessings as he makes his way through. I don't think I've ever seen DK Shivakumar look this elated, look this happy. But look, this is his moment. Let's be very clear that for the last many months, he's been extremely patient. He's been waiting for this. And you look at his growth story. someone who is in the NSUI, and he's always said this, that I was a born congressman. He's someone who's actually walked the talk on that, because from NSUI in his college days to actually growing into the Congress, working in the Congress as another worker, as another karyakarta, and then growing one step forward and another till he's become a KPCC chief, and then after that to a minister, and also now as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. So you can see that the music has kicked off around me, which means that the ceremony is going to begin in just about 10 minutes from now. As the ceremony is set to kick off, just to reflect, Mr. Upadhyay, on the journey of DK Shivakumar. You know, I've been saying that for the Congress, this is a story that they'll want to highlight, want to project. That here was someone who was always Congress by blood. That he chose to enter, and his family had nothing to do with politics, but he chose to enter via NSUI and then make his way up, right up to the Chief Minister's throne. Textbook story for the Congress.
Absolutely, Akshita. I think, he has shown what a Congress worker can achieve if he sticks to the party, remains loyal, and then, keeps working in one direction, without expecting too much. Because, see, he has had his ups and downs in his political career, lasting over 4 decades. But then, he had a very quick start, because at the age of 27, he became an MLA. At the age of 29, he became a minister. And he has won 8 consecutive assembly elections, which shows his connect with the people, that he knows the pulse of the people. He knows how to manage and win an election. It's always been either, he has been from Satanuru, and then now Ramanagara. That's where, he has been contesting from. And this is it's a heartbeat place. And this is where he has played all his politics. Of course, in between, he has contested a couple of Lok Sabha elections and lost. But then whenever it came to assembly elections, he has always won by a big margin. And, and he has never been very, upbeat, I mean, in the sense that, showing it off. He has always had a smile on his face. And, when he goes to his constituency, I've seen that he knows, lots of people in his constituency and talks to them and asks about their family members, about, their relations and so on and so forth. So he's always had a good connect with the people. And that is what has taken him to this level. And he has always also maintained that he's a Gandhi family loyalist. And, that he has shown at every stage of his political life. He has never wavered from that position. Even when we have heard of, stories about how BJP tried to woo him to their side, but he has always resisted that. And even when he had problems, all kinds of problems with the police, with the ED, with the CBI. And I think all those, if anybody who was a little weaker would have probably, joined the ranks with the BJP and given up. But Shivakumar was one who has faced all that. And in fact, he has spent 50 days in the Tihar jail in one of the, corruption cases. But of course, he has come out of all that, and now you see that he has become the chief minister, realizing his long waiting dream.
Okay, so as we talk about really DK Shivakumar's journey, I think this is the moment where he'll get the opportunity to also shape his legacy going forward. I do apologize for the audio. It's extremely loud here, the music that they've started playing right now, because we're just a few moments away from the swearing-in ceremony. Everyone's seated. DK Shivakumar has done the formalities of meeting everyone who's gathered for this biggest moment of his life. But now he'll get to the stage. The governor will be there. Rahul Gandhi, KC Venugopal, Randeep Surjewala, Mallikarjun Kharge, all of them are there, as are Revant Reddy, VD Satishan. They've gathered too. Sukku is there. All the Congress chief ministers have gathered together. What I'm going to do is I'm going to slip into a very short break here in India Today. We have very little time before we hit the swearing-in ceremony, so we're just going to get done with all our commercial commitments. I'll see you on the other side of a very short break. As you can make out, we're in the thick of all the political action here. Just moments away from the swearing-in ceremony. 4:05 is when the swearing-in will happen. We will come back to you live in just a few moments from now. Stay with us here in India Today.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good evening. You're joining us on our rolling coverage here on India Today. We're moments seconds away, minutes away from DK Shivakumar taking oath as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. It all comes down to this moment for DKS. It's the moment he's been waiting for all of his life. It's also the biggest test of his political career. And on your screens are the live images that's coming in right now of all of the leaders on the stage. Rahul Gandhi has just arrived there on the stage, greeting every leader on stage there. And I see that the AICC's pulled all stops. All the big leaders cutting across different states are currently here in Bengaluru for the swearing-in ceremony. Siddaramaiah has also reached there, and clearly Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar have played their parts perfectly in the last 1 week. No drama, no fuss, no rebellion whatsoever. And as we continue to get you these live images, the governor has just reached, as you can see, all of the ministers one after another walking by and greeting the governor. You've got now, there's DK Shivakumar. All eyes will be on him. He's checking his watch, ensuring that .405 he goes ahead and takes oath. And that's him meeting all of the Congress Chief Ministers, V.D. Satishan, Revant Reddy, as well as Suku. Nice to see Siddaramaiah also, all smiles right now. And there's another hug between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. A moment once again where they've shown the mutual respect they have for one another. DK Shivakumar is walking around. Guess what? He's not going to take oath until another 5 minutes. In 5 minutes is when you will see DK Shivakumar taking oath. 4:05 p.m. So he's greeting everyone. As you can see, he's greeting Rahul Gandhi. He's greeting KC Venugopal, Randeep Surjewala. We're getting you all of those updates. Right now, we're going to be seeing, of course, the procedure kick off. Let's cut across live to, in fact, the proceedings that are now beginning.
Keep standing because we are playing Vande Mataram.
Okay, let me bring in all of our reporters right now. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is live with us. Anaga Keshav is live with us. We've got also Sagai Raj right now. As we get you all of the details, just let me pause because the anthem is playing.
will have national anthem by police band. Kindly keep standing. Nadagite, the state anthem, please keep standing.